Yo, chat. We here again. Yeah, welcome to the one and only 500 minutes live. Yeah, we live again today. Yeah, yeah, so happy to be here again, once again. So happy to be here. Grateful, we thank God for this morning. Yeah, so we continue. Yeah, let's see if it's possible to continue this challenge today. Yeah. Let's see if it's possible to complete this today. Then after this, then we see what's going to happen next. But yeah, but at first, let's move on with it first. Yeah, let's move on with this first. Yeah, let's make the most of it. Yeah, let's make the most of it. Yeah, keep going until the limit. Yeah, going. Yeah, we're gonna go until the limit to see how long. We have to push the limit. Yeah, so I want to see if I'm ready, like, to push the limit. Yeah, from right now, it's gonna go in, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, till the limit. Then after the limit, then we see what is going on after next. But yeah, let's take with this first. Yeah, and also let's thank you guys for yesterday. I want to thank you guys for yesterday. That popping in yesterday. I want to thank you guys. It was a lot. It means a lot to me. Yeah. So let's see if this is possible for today. Yeah, let's see if this is possible for today. Yesterday was cool. Everything was going smooth, no internet issues. Yeah, the only thing was the mic a little bit, but it's fine. No, we will look for change the mic. Yeah, and on yeah, as time goes on, yeah, that we look for changing it. Yeah, also, good morning, good morning. It's a beautiful morning. Also, happy Kids Day. I forgot today is a very special day. Happy Kids Day. Happy Kids Day. It's a very special day. Yeah, very special day to go outside a bit. I don't know, but yeah, let's see what is going on the outside a bit. Then we see for I don't know, I don't know. But yeah, yeah. Oh, it can't go. It can't go there. It can't go there. Can't go there. I believe I can fly. But yeah, beautiful morning, beautiful morning. Nothing much for today. Nothing much for today. Yeah. So, yeah, in case any question, feel free to ask any question in the chat, any question at all. Let's communicate. Yeah, I'm your friend. I'm your friend. Yeah. So, anything popping up, let's communicate. I'm your friend. Yeah. We have to make, as time goes on, I would love to make everything like look special. Yeah, special, meaningful. I'm not just doing it, or I'm doing something like meaningful. Yeah, something meaningful. I'm not just doing it. So yeah, let's do something meaningful. Yeah, something meaningful, positively. You know. Yeah, yeah. But at first, we're gonna wait for the. We're gonna move on. We're gonna move on directly to the point. Yeah, mostly I love to move on to the point directly to what is gonna be. But we have to take it slowly a bit to wait for. Yeah, my friend in the chair. Yeah. So we have to take it a little bit slowly. We can't go directly to the point. I mean, we just started, so we have to like calm down a bit. Yeah, calm down a bit and see what is going on. Yeah, we have to figure out the place. We have to figure out the place first. Let's say the river before we start fishing. We have to see like, yeah, this is the best place, or we should we go move a little bit more there, Then we start do the fishing. So that's how it's gonna be for today. Yeah, we fishing look for what's working. Then the best way is working there. We fishing it that way. Don't mind me, don't mind me. But yeah, good morning once again. Oh, we got Galia in the chat. Hi Galia. Welcome in the chat. Welcome everyone in the chat. Yeah. How's everything going? And also happy kids day. Happy kids day. Happy kids day. Yeah. Happy kids day. Yeah. Today is a very special day for kids. Yeah, a very special day for kids. Yeah. So what's the plan for today? I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. Thanks for asking. Thanks for asking. Yeah. How about you? Hope you're good though. Hope you're good. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't know what to say, but beautiful, beautiful body. Confused? Why? Why? Okay. I'm happy to see that you are happy, but what is the cause of the confusing? What is the matters? Yeah, what is the matter? I believe we'll figure out. Yeah, we will figure out. You don't know? Okay. Feel free, I will figure out. That's why I'm holding this. I'm a let's say I'm a preacher. How did they call it? I'm a preacher right now. Hallelujah. No, no. Yeah, yeah, let's leave it that way. Let's leave it that way. But yeah, I forgot to check here. I forgot to check the mic. I forgot. Yeah, usually I'm doing that to making sure everything is going fine, fine, fine. Yeah, I usually doing that. Let me check it out. Okay, 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 okay. Hello, hello. Oh yeah, we good. We good. Hello, hello. We good. So before we started, let me give you a quick tour about the outside. Yeah, about the outside. Yeah, yeah. Beautiful. Yeah, we finished. That was it. All right. So let's see. Let's check for today. Let's check for today. Today. What's the yeah? All right. So Galia, are you ready for the Spanish? Are you ready? Okay. All right, all right. Oh, I didn't finish I didn't finish this video. I didn't finish it. But yeah, that's for later. But you know what I realized? I realized I realized that at first the beginning, whenever I was watching something, whenever I was watching something on the TV, you will be able to listen to everything clearly that I was watching. But from now on lately, everything just everything just gone. I don't know what is wrong with the mic, but everything just gone. Like whenever I rewatch the video, I see it like whenever I finish with the live, I'll just go and rewatch like the beginning, not everything, but to see like the problem. Then I realized that yeah, some of the stuff, the voice is gone. Like phew. Sometimes you're gonna hear something like a very super low. Yeah, they are very low. Now I get it. Like one of the remember the day when you were asking me for to play some music, one of your favorite music, and I did playing it, and I think I thought I thought you were joking. Like yeah, you wouldn't be able to hear anything that I was playing on the TV. I thought it was a joke. Yeah, I thought it was a joke. After finishing with the live, I go and rewatch it. I see like, oh yeah, you were right. It was actually happening. Yeah, the mic. Yeah, but don't worry. As time goes on, we will get the big one like this. Hello, hello. All right. So yeah, before we move on with the Spanish, before we move on, I don't think I still have it. Let's see. Oh, oh yeah, right there. It's right there. But before we move on, also, let me quickly go. So sorry, but let me quickly go and come back. Let me quickly go to yeah the toilet. I'm coming. My bad. All right. Hope I didn't stay for too long. I think I'm drinking like a lot. That's why I have to consistently running up and down, up and down, up and down. Yeah. But yeah, before we go, is there something you would love to talk about? Yeah, is this something you would love to talk about? Oh, 5:55. Okay. Okay. Oh, but right now you have 6-2, 6-2. I have 9-2 right now, 9-2 a.m. Oh, hungry. Whoa. But you still have 2 more hours to go though. Yeah, let's say 1 hours 58 minutes to go. That's a little bit long, but it won't be too long. Yeah, before you think time reach. I just feel like time is going fast, more faster in the morning. Yeah, it's going faster in the morning. Yeah, in the morning. It's going fast. But don't worry, you will eat so yeah, now it's 6. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And also, as I've seen something yesterday, Gali. I've seen something yesterday. I didn't know, like, you know, um Doll Island, right? It's located in Mexico. Yeah, Doll Island. Doll Island. Doll Island. Whoa, really? Wow. How was it? How was it? Were you satisfied? How was it? Really? That's cool. That's cool. That's cool, Galia. Congratulations. Congratulations. That's fire. That's fire. That's fire. I think we will have to figure out an award for your record, We have to figure out. Yeah, you have to figure out amigos. Ah, how about damn. All right, you say so. Where am I to say no? Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah. But I would love to go. I would love to visit there though. Yeah, I would love to visit there. I would love to see them with my eyes. The doll. I would love to see them. Not speaking of like touching, but to see them with my eyes. Yeah, yeah. So after finishing with but I feel like it's gonna take like seems like a little bit. Yeah, we have to like mixing up things. It's gonna take like that's like 41 minute minutes. That's like close to 1 hour. Yo. So we have to like mixing up things. Yeah, we have to like mixing up things. Okay. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. All ears. I'm ready. Was it? Was it? Any question? Feel free. Any question? Yeah. Even if you want me to answer some question, go ahead. Let's answer some question, for the morning. Yeah, me the answer why got that. Marcotan got meti. Yeah, it's had the Yeah. Okay, save it. Yeah, na pay there too. Yeah, yeah. As to be de. O wa bulai wa come mo ye. Yeah. Happy Kids Day. Yeah, yeah. Happy Kids Day. Okay. Oh, the movie. That's remind me. That's remind me. That's remind me. Let me. I forgot. Yes, you see what I was telling you yesterday. Let me check it out already. Yeah, right away. Right away. Let me check it out. I forgot. That's my problem. Whenever I wanna see something, yeah, I wanna see something. I have to like check it out already. Yeah, before I forgot. Yeah. What was the name again? What was the name? Let me check it out. Like whenever I see something new, I just want to watch it. Like yeah, let's just watch it. That's my problem. Oh, subtitles. Whoa, subtitles. Whoa. Okay, no problem. No problem. No problem. Give me the name. I forgot the name. I forgot the name. What was the name again? What was the name again? I forgot the name. Yeah, I forgot the name. You see, man, it's come on, man. Okay, while you busy writing the name, I see this. Let me check it out. Let me check it out. Whenever I see something new, I just want to watch in there to see like yeah what is going on. Okay. I think I'll write it down. Yeah, I think I wrote it down. Yeah, I wrote it down. I'm not sure. I wrote it down. I wrote it down. Wait, let me check. Let me check it out. Oh. Okay, okay. Remember this, Galia? Remember this? Wait, let me turn the camera. Remember this? This is when I reach the 1K. The time I reached 1K, and I did it. I did it before I reached the 1K. I did it before I reached the 1K. All right. Oh, wait. Let me open the gate for the other one. All right. English means loving you hurt. Okay. Loving hurt. Okay, okay. Amarte duele. Love you. Hurt. Okay. Amarte duele. Amarte duele. Let me check it out. Yeah, I'm gonna be back to this. FBI most wanted. Amarte duele. Amarte. Amarte. Antigua. You have at the Señor. Duele. Duele karaoke. Duele karaoke. Right? Yeah, I think so. Discrimination and love. Wow. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so is it duele karaoke? Oh, okay. Película completa. Oh, that's a song. Okay. Okay, Amarte duele película completa. Is it that? You have Amarte duele Israel Baracas. Baracas. Amarte duele Jorge Gomez. Okay, okay, completa. Okay. Película completa. Película completa. Oh, amar te duele. Película completa. Wow, wow. Okay. Let me check the shot.
Yo hice una película que se llama Amarte duele, que es la primera película que hice. Yo nunca antes de esa película había hecho otra cosa más que darme besos con, pues, con algún novio, ¿no? Que había tenido, pero así nada más. Por primera vez en la vida. No.
Primera es la vida is feast, right? Feast. That's la vida, right? Like, yeah, la vida. Holiday feast. Is it right? And primera is like primary, or like, yeah, I'm curious. Yeah, I'm curious. No, like la vida. Is it like feast or holiday? Yeah, is it like one of those? Oh, okay. No problem. No problem. Yeah, I have all the time. All right. Feliz Navidad. Yeah. Welcome back, friends. Amigos. All right, yeah. La Fi. Wait, I'm gonna check it out. All right, this is the movie. Let me check it out. Maybe they will use some substyles. Wait, they don't have it. But don't worry, I'm gonna use translate. Yeah, they have subtitles. They have it. They have it. They have it. They have it. Yeah, we've come to the yes, the movie. Seems me with those dresses. Yeah, they yeah have the subtitles already. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, they have it. Really? Wow. Okay. Oh, okay, okay. No problema, no problema, no problema. All right, no problema. Okay. But first, let me finish. Hold on to me. Is it a is it a movie from from the 90s? Okay. Yeah, but while watching this, you have to like pay attention. You know, like reading. But it's fine. Like sometimes it can go with the mo the energy also. Oh yeah, that's remind me. Guess what I did today, Galia? Guess what? Guess what, Galia? Guess what? Say Sarina nya nya nya. I'm gonna take my time complete this movie. You know why? This is the first ever movie name that you gave me. So I'll take my time, pay attention, till like I finish the movie. Yeah, then I'll let you know how. Yeah, then I'll give you my opinion about the movie. I'll give you my opinion. Whoa. Let's go, let's go. Let it go. Okay, okay, okay. Yeah, yeah. Oh, 2002. Okay. Oh, okay, okay. Okay. Yeah, yeah. Oh, okay. Wow. In the early 20s. That's fire. Yeah, I'll watch it. I'll watch it. Yeah, I'll watch it. And I'll let you know my opinion. I'll watch it. I'll finish it. I'll finish it. Okay, okay, okay. Jesus say loyal. Oh, whoa. Oh, it was a spell. Okay. Are they like playing? Okay. Can you hear anything like that? Can you hear anything that I'm watching right now? Mamacita. Okay. ¿Por qué ya? Wow, okay. Don't worry, the time will reach soon. Yeah, time will reach soon. Yeah, it will reach soon. Let's see the time. Whoa. You still got a couple of minutes to go. Yeah, a couple of minutes. No, that's like hours and minutes to go. Yeah. The time seems like the time is still going fast whenever you need something. You feel like, yeah, I need it immediately. But time. Oh, okay. Despacito. Like, Galia, what's that mean? What is the meaning of Despacito? Want to see what? Okay, 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 okay. Oi. Okay, okay, okay. You hate it? Why? What's that mean? I want to know. I want to know. Oh, slowly. Okay. Slowly, slowly. Oh, that's like slowly. Despacito. So that's me. You don't have to like rush it. You just have to take your time then. Despacito. Wow. I didn't know. I was always thinking about something else. Yeah, I'm never thinking about that. Despacito. Slowly. Despacito. Despacito. Take your time. Okay, so Galia, how do you say take your time? Slowly, slowly, slowly. I know that already. Despacito. Okay, how do you say take your time? Yeah, take your time. Stop rushing. Slowly, despacito. How do you do it? Can you give me like a line, a sentence? Despacito. All right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, come on. That song is fire. That song. No, 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 no. Kalia. Come on. I love this song. Despacito. Okay. What's make you hate the song? Is it the Despacito or what makes you hate the song? This um are, are those guys from Spain, Mexico, Brazil? Which country? Which country are they from? Those artists. Despacito. Okay, the girl in the movie. Renata is. Oh, okay. Yes, 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 yes. Is she like one of the main character in the movie? And the guy, are they like the main character in the movie? Yeah, cause I've been seeing them like yeah. I've been seeing them often in the movie like yeah. Almost every single sense. Then you see them. Oh no. That's the Indian. Okay. Wow. Yummy, 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 yummy. Oh, Puerto Rico. Okay. All right. Okay. Despacito. Are they like in secondary school, um, high school, or college? Which one of them? I'm kind of like I'm kind of like missing some line. Yeah, so I don't really like getting everything. Yeah, everything what is going on. Yeah, missing up some line. Squela. Yeah, the only thing I understand Squela and Miriam. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'm watching the movie. See. Yeah, I'm watching it. I'm watching the movie right now. Yeah, right now I'm trying to understand what is going on. What is going on right now in the movie? Luego. What? Wait. Wait, 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 wait. Is it like damn? Is it like dating the two of them? What? Oh, now I get it. Now I get it. I see what is going on here. Damn! At the same time, are they like at the same school like Joge and the two guys? Oh, okay, 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 okay. Damn it. Okay, T-shirt. What? Okay. Whoa. No problema. Okay, okay. Woo woo. Okay. Yeah, that's remind me. What's the name? What's the name of the currency that you guys are using in Mexico? What's the name? I forgot. Very. Whoa. And the same way is it's Chile also. It's Chile also. Yeah, it's Chile also. Okay. Jama, how are you doing? How are you doing? Okay. The name. I forgot. I forgot. What was he talking about? What was he talking about? I forgot. I forgot. Yeah, don't mind me. I forgot. Fashion. Wait, wait. The two guys. The two guys. Are they like friends also? Or maybe I don't. I don't. I'm not really understanding what is going on. But okay. Okay. Oi, dude. What? Okay. There's yes. There's yes. There she is. Oh, no, mombi, no. Okay, okay. No problem. No problem. No problem. One of the guys seems for. It seems like he fell in love already. I have. I need to pay attention. I have to understand this. Right. I feel like right now. I just feel like 1 hour is. It's like phew, before you think the time is going. Yeah. You're almost the half minutes. Yeah, on half hours. And dude seems fairly in love. He seems in love right now. Sitting behind the shop window. Damn. All right. Okay. What? Okay. Jaguars. Yes, best album. Okay. I guess music is life. Yeah. Yeah. Suarto ton. Boy, me lo sabía. Oh, ay. As my grupo. Oh, ay. Okay, okay, okay. Mhm. Iya toh. Oh, ay país más. Oh, no das pa ide. Ay. Okay, okay, okay. No problem. I'll check it out. I'll check it out. Yeah. I would love to check it out already, but I don't have like another phone right now. Yeah, I don't have another phone right now to check it out. That's the problem. But I'll check it out after this. Yeah, I'll check it out. Despas. Love, bro. Okay, so yeah, one question, Galia. What's the name of the highest bridge in Mexico? What's the name? For everybody. Corazón. Oh, oh, corazón. I don't even know what that info mean also, Galia. Sometimes we just like, yeah, just see something without even know the meaning. That's weird. The highest bridge. Yeah, the highest bridge in your country. Corazón, mi corazón, es mi corazón. What's that mean? Mi corazón. Oh, fight, fight. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. They are fighting. They are fighting. They are fighting. They are fighting. Yo, Chinese. Galia, do you watch Chinese movie? Yeah, that's why we have to watch. I have to watch a Chinese movie. Whoo! Ah, come on. Where are you going? Mi corazón. Snake corazón. Okay. No problem. No problem. No problem, Galia. I will continue the movie. I will continue the movie. Then I'll let you know how's everything go. I'll let you know. All right. Okay, right now we are at 30 minutes. Yeah, 30 minutes. We have like 1 hours and 10 minutes to go. Yeah, finish it. Mi corazón es mi corazón. 1 hour 30 minutes. That's like 120. 30. Yeah. Ahula la. corazón es mi José. Paraíso. Paradise.
¿Cómo se llama ese lugar?
Ese Fedra, güey, donde todos los hombres somos iguales.
Y ahí sí existe el sexo de ese lugar.
Espérate, chingada. Nada, solo que quiero terminar esto. Estoy hablando en serio, chingada.
Okay. La luna balera. Oh, balirna, balirna, balurna. Olieste gares, verego.
Me cago, no te pones así.
Urara, verego, merara. Yo,
Es el aborigen.
I don't even know what am I singing.
Hola,
Hola, hola, amigos.
quiero enseñarte algo. ¿Vienes?
All right. Sí, sí, sí.
Nos vemos, güey.
Sí. Dude goes. Belerna, horara. Horara, belerna. Valerde, valerde.
¿Quieres un refresco?
Belergo, belergo. Elergo, elergo. Valera lorge. Valorina cap. What? Alegre, alegre. Alegre, ologo.
Padrísimo.
Mologo.
Nomás que pueda mover.
It's beautiful. Beauty, 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 beauty. Beautiful.
¿Por qué no puedes?
So, so beautiful. Yo. Nay, 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 nay.
Este es frío del señor de Fedra. Y ese es el aprendiz.
Valergue, alegre.
Él es duro. Quiere dividir a Fedra para destruirlo. Tiene atrapada a Miriam en un perro de pucho.
Son para ti.
Alegre, alegre. ¿Cómo que? Other
¿Qué
planet.
tiene de malo esto?
Todo. En el mundo del frío todos los hombres son iguales.
Okay. Damn.
¿Y esto qué?
¿Esto qué es?
Es el tatuaje de los guerreros. Mira.
Oh, tattoo of warriors.
Wow.
Warriors. Tattoo of warriors. Something for you, okay? What's that? What's that?
Me dibujó el primer día que te vi.
Treat the first day I saw you. Wow. Impressive. Even though I don't understand what they are saying, but yeah, it's beginning to seem interesting. Bouquet, 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 bouquet. Tamiogere. Okay. Tamiogere. Okay. 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 Come it. Come of it. Come of it. Okay. 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 Wow. Evie. Mom. Damn. Mom got crazy. Mom got crazy. For okay, okay, okay. Echo, 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 echo. Burn it for you. Why would I want it burned? I've been here before, okay. He's been here with another guy. Yeah, he has to. Yeah, the sea sounds beautiful, man. Sounds beautiful. What? What? What is he doing, bro? She's gonna fall into the river. I'm telling you, bro. Yeah. Yeah. Wow. W movie, bro. Just chilling movie, the vibes. I think I'm gonna have to watch a horror movie. Yeah, I'm gonna have to watch a horror movie. Yeah. Du- 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 du. Quiero mia ora. I don't even know what am I singing. I don't even know. I don't even know, bro.
No sabes ni quién es ese güey. Se llama Ulises. Es un loco. ¿Qué no te das cuenta?
No.
Entonces, pues es que, la neta, tú no puedes andar con un güey así. Ni siquiera te gusta. ¿Tú qué sabes que me gusta? Imagínate a tus hijos. No mames, Mariana. Los papás te van a matar si se enteran. No tiene por qué enterarse. Si se enteran, se van a enterar de las pedas que te tienes, ¿eh?
Damn. What is going on? Come on. Ah. All right.
Yo no sé ni para qué. Pero te trata como su pinche trapo y te pela.
Damn right. Damn bad guy.
Qué pendejo es.
Idiot. A big idiot. What? Bowling. What goes the succumbe? What goes the succumbe? He doesn't come back, that's why we gotta make the most of it. With all of what it takes. All of what it takes. We gotta make the most of it.
Ay, era una broma. ¿Qué te pasa? Hoy he estado de malas todo el día.
Despacito.
Entonces, ¿por qué estás así?
Nothing wrong with me. Okay.
¿Por qué regalar?
Claro que sí, saliste con mi desagate.
Yeah, she got a new boyfriend. She just messing the road. Like damn. Come on. She got a new boyfriend, bro. She got a new boyfriend.
Puedes andar con un güey así.
So what's up? You're gonna cry. I promise you're gonna cry. Okay. Oh. Oh, she just play around, messing up with the poor guy's heart. She just messing around.
Que a veces los dan allá en el patio central.
Enjoy, like, let's see, she just using them. Damn.
Cada 6 meses empieza un taller. Yo llevo como 2 años que vienen mis amigos. es el que más me gusta. Porque aquí estás tú. Y ahí estoy yo. Vamos. Me voy a pintar algo así de chingo.
This movie is not for.
Es que esto es todo lo que necesito. Tú y todo esto. Hola.
Happy Kids Day, welcome to the chat.
Quiero que nunca dejes de dibujar.
Palergo, Oriro. So we just okay. Okay. Bros is just using you. Without you even notice, they just using you. They just using you. Without you even notice.
Wow.
Yeah, wow.
Esa es la ropa que tenemos en el tianguis.
They just using you, bro.
En esta mesa es donde me pongo a dibujar. ¿Quieres ver mis dibujos?
Oh, dude is drawing also. That's good.
Aquí Frío rescata a Emilia del Turo para continuar con la unificación de la raza humana.
Está padre.
Yeah. Miriam. Very special.
Ulises está.
Y yo, Renata.
Hola, mucho gusto, señor. Mucho gusto, Renata. Creí que estabas en la escuela.
No tengo clase de historia. Vine a enseñarle mis dibujos.
Y yo por más mercancía.
Te ayudo.
Yeah. Merchandise. 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 Ta-da, 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 ta-da. Okay. Happy Kiss Day. Happy Kiss Day. This is a girlfriend. It's very. This is your girlfriend. Is very girlfriend indeed. And dream. Yeah, indeed. She got a boyfriend. She got a boyfriend. She got a boyfriend.
Me tengo que ir.
She got a boyfriend. What? Okay. All right. What? what? What is going on? Eita. Picalo, picalo. What's that mean? Oh, they are not allowed. They are not allowed to go in. They are not allowed to go in. Wait, I'm coming. Let me fetch some water. Quickly, quickly, quickly. I'm coming. I'm coming home. I'm coming home. Na na na. I'm gonna be here very soon. Let me go quickly set up something. I'm coming. Let's go. All right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But hope I didn't stay for too long. Hope I didn't stay for too long. Too long. Well, let's continue with the movie first.
¿Qué nos estamos escondiendo?
Welcome in the chat.
Me da pena que nos da así.
And also, Happy Kids Day. Happy Kids Day. Before we move on, I have to eat something. Yeah, I have to eat something. Let's try and put the microphone here. I don't know if the voice is still good, but yeah, let's try. It's party time. Party time. I made it by myself. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. Are they fighting? Whoa. What is going on? Are they fighting? Yo, fighting. Let's go. Let's go. They are fighting. They are fighting. Whoa. Fighting.
¿Y ustedes quiénes son? Soy Miss. ¿Quién nos invitó?
Yo los invité. Te dije que no, Renan.
¿Quiénes son los suyos?
Yeah.
¿De dónde sacaste esos tipos?
Ellos los provocaron, papá. Tú tienes la culpa por haberlos invitado. Son mis amigos.
Esos no pueden ser tus amigos.
¿Por qué, papá? ¿Porque son pobres? ¿Porque son nacos?
No, no es por eso.
Viví más café. Entonces, ¿qué es?
Nice coffee.
Es que no somos igual. ¿Cómo somos nosotros?
I guess this time around I proved my point. I guess I'm getting way better day and day with this. The first day it wasn't taste like this. I think I need to add more some stuff to make it more delicious. Yeah.
Llévate esto.
It is good.
¿Bueno?
¿Renata?
Like this is just flowers
Hola.
and
¿Cómo estás?
sugar, salt,
Bien, ¿tú?
Bien.
egg,
Oye, necesito ver.
Yo ahorita voy.
and butter.
¿Puedo ver hoy en Santa Clara 4?
Ooh.
Sí. Nos vamos a ir. Bye. ¿Quién era? Paulina, ma.
Mm.
Vamos a
Mm.
Vamos a tomar. Buenas tardes. ¡No, ma! Nos vamos a las 7. ¿Seguro que no quieres que vaya contigo?
Come with you.
Chingue su madre. Si te gusta el frijol, vas. Gracias, güey.
If you like beans. Okay. I see what is going on there. And start to laugh. Oh, welcome to the chat. How's everything going? Hope you're good though. It's funny. Like whenever I say welcome to the chat, I'm starting to feel like people don't like when you are welcoming them. Whenever you say welcome to the chat,
Mira, si ya parece un valle de
people gone.
piedra.
Mm.
Saludar no existe.
But yeah, I'll continue to say welcome to the chat.
Claro que sí, si tú quieres.
I got used to it.
Las cosas no tienen que ser como todos dicen que son.
I like
Mi
this
corazón
part.
se
I
vuelve
like this
bonito,
part more.
ni más caro ni más barato.
Welcome to the chat. How's everything going?
Es una promesa.
Energies for the day? Wow. They are coming. This just use. So, if you are new here, the life is going about. I'm trying to complete a 500 minutes live stream, Yeah, this is like challenging myself right now. Yeah, to go till the limit. I'm trying to complete the 500 minutes live. Like every day, I go more, I go up till the limit. Yeah, I'm trying to challenge myself. Yeah, this is it. Yeah, I'm challenging myself, like going up, going up, going up, going up with it. So you're more than welcome. In case you have like an opinion, you have something to say, feel free to ask anything. I'm more than your friend. Feel free. I'm gonna reply to your comment, everything. Yeah. Even though I'm watching a movie right now, I got my eyes on both sides. Yeah. Just think I'll have all my time and I'm not rushing. Take my time because I have a long way to go, We just started for the morning. Yeah, so I have to start it in the morning to complete it early before the Wi-Fi started to doing some crazy. So I have to go early in the morning. That's like the first thing early in the morning. to finish with the live on time. Yeah. I think yesterday I finished with the live around 3 p.m. Yeah. Today it's gonna be like around 4 p.m. Yeah, around 4 p.m. Yeah. From now on, I think I did the most of it. Yeah. I did the most of it. So the other one I have to come like way, way more early also to finish them also on time. Yeah. To finish them also on time. Yeah. We're gonna go to the limit.
¿Por qué te encabronas si tú solita te lo buscaste?
No me busqué nada, pendejo.
Mm. Whoa. Mm. That's a big rejection. Bro tried to kiss the reject. The rejection is whoa, top notch. And I'm sure there's gonna be fight in this love. There's gonna be some fight. There is gonna be some fight in this. Damn. Espérate. Leave me alone. What? Whenever you sit down, just be at only one place. Gonna eat like a lot. Cause that is like the only thing that you can do. Just sitting.
Porque hasta ahorita. Tenía cosas que hacer. Últimamente llegas tarde.
Some of them are way tasty more than some of them.
Miren mis dibujos.
I don't know if that is professional. I don't know. Yeah. No, no, tasty more than.
Necesito salir a vender afuera. Aquí la gente está muy floja. Necesito que me ayude. El borrego le puede ayudar. No es tan tonto como cree. Ojalá las cosas fueran diferentes, pero no lo son. A nosotros nos tocó chingarnos sin humor.
Nosotros. how you lose your power. Yeah, that's how you lose it.
¿Qué onda? Sí, pues, no se escuchó. Sí, dale chance, güey. Está toda madre. Sí, güey, está toda madre. Está robada. ¿Y a ti qué, güey? Ya vamos. Corrego, ya vámonos. Ya es tarde. ¿Te caga que sea robada? Que se la haya regalado yo.
No mames, guarda eso.
What?
¿Ya te dieron?
Is this real? Whoa. What is going on? Are they gonna do like some crime? I don't know. Too full, bro. I need to calm down. I don't know if my voice was good, but yeah, too full. So I need to calm down. Yeah, finally we complete. You unlock 100 minutes and 4 minutes. 104 minutes unlock already. So let's unlock the 200. Then we go to the 300. Then we go to the 400 and 500. That's final for today. That's final for today, bro. That's final. Yeah, I think I did. I only have a half left. Whoa, that's like 6 hours to go. That's no, yeah, 6 hours and yeah, 6 hours, almost 7 hours. That's a lot. No, I can't say that. That's nothing. That's nothing. I have to complete this. That's nothing. I have to complete it. I have to do it. Yeah, I have to do it. I have to do it. I have to. Wow. Calm down. Calm down, bro. Don't be fight. Don't beat the girl up. Come on. They don't beat girl. They don't beat girl. That's crazy. Calm down. You gotta cut yourself. Yeah. Hold yourself together, bro. Calm down. Don't beat her. Don't beat her. She's a very calm girl, but she's looking for trouble also. So does that mean she deserves to beating up, or she deserves a second chance? What is going on? Don't mind me. Don't mind me. Whoa, dude, I knew it. I knew it. That there was gonna be some.
arguing, some fighting over a girl. They beating him. They are beating him up. Bro got beat. He got beat up. They beat him up. Whoa. That's a lot, bro. Because of yo, bro. I feel bad for you, bro. I knew it. I knew it. I said like ever since the beginning, you this was going to cause a lot of trouble, and there we are, a lot of trouble, all in the name of a girl. Yay! Bro, I can't blame you, bro. It's the love. Love can do a lot. It's sweet. Love is sweet, but it's painful. It's painful. It's hot. Can cost you like a lot. But we have no choice. That's life. Yeah, that's why I'm kind of like scary to be a love man. Kind of like scary to be in love, bro. Scary, bro. Yo, whoa, bro, run, run for your life. This is a lot. Yo, they start beating them up, bro. Run for your life, bro. Okay, don't run. Don't. This is a yo. That's the whole gang. Okay, you gone already. You wanna pulling up weapons. Okay, don't worry. Don't worry. Okay, okay. Kind of have like a little bit of headache. Come on. Ah. All right. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Fight it. Fight it. Fight it. Fight it. Fight it. Fight it. They are fighting. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. I just love to play around. I mean, it's just a movie, right? Yeah. I just love. I love drama in the movie. Yeah. I love drama in the movie. I love the play around. I know. I know it's not funny. I know it's not funny. And the most funny part of it is that no one is watching. That's why it's funny. You're gonna say something like, yeah, but no one is watching to laughing. But in case you see this, let me know your opinion. Yeah, let me know your opinion in case you see this. No matter how long in the future, wherever, in the next 5 years, 2 years, 1 years. Yeah, just let me know. Yeah, let me know. Bro got beat up. They beat him up. They beat him up. Whoa. All in the name of a girl, they beat him up. He got beat up. He got beat up. Don't mind my English. I'm still learning. Yeah, yeah. Beat it up. Mm. Oi. Oh, ah, yeah. Wait, come like a little bit way more better. Yeah, way more better. Way more better. Damn. Can do a lot, bro. Don't cry, bro. Bro, don't cry, man. Don't cry. But they do cry in the in the bathroom or the toilet. They do cry. Those that people don't see. They cry in we cry in silence at the unexpected moment. What's wrong with your? This is not the time to argue with your friend, bro. I mean, he's the one that been helping you out.
Tú eres el que no entiendes. Este es un pedo entre Renata y yo nada más.
Damn.
Es tuyo. Y tú das.
This is not the time to argue with your friend, bro. Come on, this is time to figure out well how we're gonna handling the situation. Yeah, we have to calm down and handle the situation properly.
Cuidado, se van a ahogar. Órale, que faltan más juntos. Uno del pinche borrego que le ayude. Y no puede. A ver, borrego.
Hold on.
Este es un grupo de los tíos. Ahí hay que ponerlo. Ya te dije que no puede. A ver, borrego. ¿Qué son estas? Ajá.
Be careful, bro. That's all I got to tell you. Be carefully. The water is dangerous out there. Know where you are going to, man. The beat is kind of like making me fall asleep. Yeah, it's kind of like making me fall asleep. It's so chilling, like it's getting into my head. with the way it's going. Tung, 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 tung. Turun, tung, 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 tung. Ru-tu-tu-tu-tung, turung, tung. It's singing into my head like turun, tung, 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 tung. Sir-tu-tung, kutung, 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 kutung. Ruk-tu-tung, tukung, tukung. Arak-tu-tung, tukung, kurung, tukung, kutung, kutung. Yo. What is happening with her? What is happening? Oh, bro, you just got arrested. You just got arrested. I say so. Hi. Yeah. Man. Ano ni Jaya? Say ko. Yeah, to. That's sad. Yeah. Bro. Just meet love. Just you just meet love took over your head, bro. And now see the problem. See where love is putting you. That's love, bro. Don't cry. Don't cry. I feel like crying, man. Ah, ito. Isa lagi? Ama euro ko dyan. Ay, Chinese mo. Sama tagi. Oh, nasama. No, nasama legba. Ama ni Ria Kirs natin. Ama isa ni. Nasama legba. Take it. Nasam suka ni pharmacy kasi kada malukod ak semua. Kalau may isa ni one. En kalau dia drape just mo naman sa ni jato. Dia abis na ni. Abi buat this nasusugi di kasto. Ay sa. Iya to. Dahap sa nila ano ma. Take it. No, euro ko gi afro to. Iya to, yung same na sa nito. Welcome to the chair. Welcome to the chair, guys. No, this and also this the mañana on tramo del bacata. Ya to. Mañana on tramo del bacata. Pues ama era idea es como master fu afro ya to. Ahí de afro se le fue amo. Ah, se quiere. Na mala difícil mi de ya. Ay. Amula otra quieren. Ya, man. Yeah, chat. Yeah, chat. Puerto Valerde. La balada. Puerto Vallarta. I feel sad for her. I feel sad for her. Don't worry, bro. Everything is gonna be okay. Don't worry. Don't worry. Everything is gonna be okay. Don't cry, son. Son, son, don't worry, son. Everything is gonna be okay. Don't worry, son. Son, son. My son has come down. Time has stood still. Time has stood still there. Yeah, and completed, contemplated love. What? Contemplated love. Complicated. Many things to tell you. I close my eyes and I see you. Hug you and tell you I do. What? I don't know why. I do like if it was just and me and you or what. I miss you a lot. I miss you a lot. I feel really bad because they don't see things the way we do. All right. My parents are very angry. My parents are very angry. Ulysses, I need to see you. They are sending me to Canada the day after tomorrow. Separate myself from you. I'm dying. Please come. Just escape, bro. Go and see your babe. You can't stay here happily. Hmm. The worst sleep. I want to wake up. Dream love. Laugh today and be happy. Too tough. Damn. Yeah, it was good. Valerde, Valerde viró. Valerde. Madre. What? 4K. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I get it. Wait. I think I need to stand in a bit. I'm sitting down too much. Okay. Wow. Love, bro. They say love don't cost a dime. But it does, bro. It costs pain. It costs pain, time, patience, betrayal. effort. It costs a lot. Yeah. Stress, mental health. Yeah. It costs a lot, bro. Oh, I almost fell asleep, bro. I have nothing to lose forever. Yeah, forever. Have nothing to lose, sky. I'm thinking about you all the time. In the depths of the sea, where your eyes roll on. Seems like I'm lying for this song. But anyway, I'm just vibing with the song. Sifan, what's good, bro? Welcome in the chat, bro. How's everything going? The noodle, hi, what's good, the noodle? I didn't see any of the chat, bro. My bad, my bad. How's everything going, bro? I was just focused on the movie. Forever, I'm nothing to lose and all to die. I'm thinking of you, of the brightness of the sun, of the corner of the sky. I'm always thinking about you, about the distant sea, where your eyes echo. I'm thinking about all of the time. What was that the line? Yo, yeah, yeah. Damn big Morris, mom. Stop complaining. Yo. Whoa, whoa. I almost fell asleep, bro. I almost fell asleep.
Oye, güey, no te pido perdón, carnal. ¿De qué? Solo del otro día. Perdón, no hay pedo.
Whoa. All right. All right, bro. So how's everything? How's Oh, that's cool, bro. That's cool. Help me greet your girlfriend, bro. Yeah. Yeah, help me greet her for. Yeah. That's cool, bro. That's cool. Enjoy and also happy kids day, bro. Happy kids day. Yeah, happy kids day. So how's everything going so far with the exam stuff? How's everything going so far, bro?
Estamos esperando.
Yeah, the waiting for you is gone already. Gone already, bro. Bye bye.
Aquí están. Es el bandera número 3.
Number three. Chai, that's sad. Time is going, time is going, time is going. Wait, are they gonna go to get? Are they gonna go together? What? 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 Bro, that's cool, bro. That's cool. Great news. Great news. Great news. So right now, that's cool, bro. Now it's time, to relax. Yeah, that's cool, bro. That's cool, bro. Enjoy your day, bro. Have fun. Yeah, have fun. Enjoy the moment. Yeah. Okay. Now, wait. This is a lot. Thank you. Okay. Whoa. Whoa.
Ulises,
Down.
le mueve el disparo.
Whoa. Whoa. What is going on? Fight, bro. Fight. Damn. This is a lot. This is a lot. This is a lot. This is a lot. Damn. Right to the girl. Renata. Whoa. Right to the heart. Right in the heart, bro. That's sad. Yo, of all the place, because of love, you die in the heart. She's not gonna make it. I bet she's gonna make it. Bro, bro. This is a lot. Kitarumo, your wife that I carry inside. I have a reason, thank God, give it to you. Josie with you, I feel nothing anymore. Break me into little pieces on the pillow. Bro, I'm a lover. Hard to love. Hijo, really hurt me. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, finally complete the movie. Finally complete the movie. Yeah, at one part, it's hard, it's hard, it's hard. But this is what I was saying. Like, yeah, this was gonna. I knew this was gonna cause him problem. Yeah, finish the movie. Let's move to the next, next. What I was watching, Hamar Amarte duel película completa. Yeah, let's go to where I was. Where I was, but before I go, let me check. Let me check if I still good though. Ooh, I don't know why my neck is scratching. Come. All right, so wow, I can't see my history. Yeah, but let's watching this.
But I had to stay very close to the microphone to get a full sound,
Those
and it still picked
microphone.
up a lot of my keyboard clicks. So it gets a 6.5 out of 10 with its rich, detailed
Yeah, I
performance
wanna
and
see. I wanna
impressive
see the
build.
best one. I wanna see
And
the
the Rode
best one.
NT USB Plus
Yeah,
takes
it
the
will be
win in
good
this
for like
category with a
yeah.
score of
Hold on,
9.5
hold on, hold
out
on.
of
You
10.
don't have to hold it
Next, we're
the
going to
whole
compare
day.
them on the build quality category, which has a multiplier of
Like
1.5.
I'm holding this the
The
most.
Fi-Fine AM8 USB feels lightweight because of its plastic construction. And while it's solid for its very low price, I found the knobs felt loose and the microphone mount was so floppy that it was hard to keep it in a stable position, which is why it gets a 6.0 out of 10.
Oh,
For the
6.0
Elgato
over
Wave
there.
3, I was impressed by its sturdy metal and hard plastic body. It feels compact and has a satisfyingly firm dial,
Wow.
but the included plastic mount feels a bit flimsy, which makes me worry about its long-term durability and brings its score down to an 8.5 out of 10.
Wow.
The Shure MV6 USB feels incredibly sturdy and punches well above its price in terms of build, with a robust
Wow.
construction that feels like a professional product right out of the box. However, I did miss the tactile feedback of physical gain controls, as all adjustments have to be made through software, earning it a 9.2 out of 10.
Wow.
With the Rode NT USB Plus, the microphone itself is an absolute
Road.
tank with its all metal body and mesh grill that has zero give, but I was really disappointed by the flimsy plastic tripod it comes with, which felt so unstable with the heavy mic that I wouldn't even recommend using it, so I'm giving it a 7.0 out of 10. Finally, the Fi-Fine Amplagame A6T is built around a robust and durable metal frame. It includes a surprisingly stable and flexible boom arm, though the lack of an onboard gain control is a slight drawback for a package that otherwise offers incredible value, landing it at a 7.8 out of 10. The
Oh.
Shure MV6 USB takes the win here with 9.2 points because it simply feels like a premium, professional grade product with a sturdy build that punches far above its price range. Next, we're going to compare them on the features and controls category, which has a multiplier of 1.5. The Fi-Fine AM8 offers a good range of controls, including knobs for microphone and headphone volume, and a touch-sensitive mute button. But the knobs feel a bit cheap, and the mute button's placement is somewhat awkward, giving it a 7.5 out of 10. With
Oh.
its single multi-function dial to control gain, headphone volume, the PC mic mix, plus a convenient capacitive mute button on top, the Elgato Wave 3 is incredibly intuitive, though its all-plastic build feels less premium than I'd like, earning it an 8.5 out of 10. The
Wow.
Shure MV6 is packed with smart features like an auto level mode that adjusts gain for you, a digital popper stopper to eliminate harsh sounds, and a real-time denoiser, all of which work right out of the box with a simple tap to mute button, which is why I'm giving it a 9.5 out of 10. While the Rode NT USB Plus is a simple plug-and-play microphone with some advanced processing available through software, its complete lack of on-mic physical controls for gain or muting is a major drawback in real-world use, leading me to score it a 6.0 out of 10.
Wow.
Finally, the Fi-Fine Amplagame A6T is impressively user-friendly for its price, featuring a very responsive tap-to-mute sensor on top that also controls the RGB lighting and a cleverly hidden gain control knob at the bottom. So it gets a solid 7.0 out of 10.
Okay,
The Shure
7.0.
MV6 takes the win in this category with a score of 9.5, thanks to its powerful and automatic features like auto level mode and a built-in denoiser that make getting great audio effortless. Next, we're going to compare them on the connectivity options category, which has a multiplier of 2x. The Fi-Fine AM8 is a standout because it offers both USB-C and XLR connections, letting me plug it straight into my PC for gaming or run it through a mixer for more advanced setups, though it's a bit of a letdown that it works with PlayStation, but not Xbox consoles. For its flexibility, I give it a 9.5 out of 10. With the Elgato Wave 3, I found its single USB-C connection to be incredibly simple for a quick setup, but its lack of an XLR port feels limiting, especially when a cheaper mic like the AM8 offers that upgrade path, making it feel less future-proof for my studio. It gets a 7.5 out of 10. The Shure MV6 provides a standard USB-C port and a 3.5mm headphone jack for monitoring, but I was disappointed to find it has no XLR output at all, which feels like a major oversight for a mic from a legendary brand and holds it back from being a truly versatile tool. This earns it a 7.0 out of 10. I appreciate that the Rode NT USB Plus comes with a clean USB-C connection and a powerful zero latency headphone output for monitoring my audio in real time. But like the Elgato, it locks you into a USB only
Yeah, let's
ecosystem without any possibility for an XLR upgrade down the line. So I'm scoring it an 8.0
Let's take a
out of
little
10.
bit of
Finally, the Fifine Amplify
cold.
A6T is the most basic of the bunch, offering only a simple plug-and-play USB connection without a dedicated headphone jack on the mic for zero latency monitoring.
For
which
zero
is a
latency
feature I
monitor.
desperately miss for checking my levels mid-game. For this reason, it receives a 6.0 out of 10. Ultimately, the Fifine AM8 takes the win with 9.5 out of 10 points because it uniquely provides both USB and XLR outputs, offering unmatched versatility and an upgrade path that the others in this lineup simply cannot match. Finally, we are going to compare them on the value for money category, which has a multiplier of 3. The Fifine AM8 is an incredible package for the price, offered by and the average price, offering both universal serial bus and XLR outputs, which is fantastic for future upgrades. Though the all-plastic build and slightly loose control knobs remind you it is a budget microphone despite its
Yeah, we
solid
good.
audio quality, giving it a 9.0 out of 10. Next,
We
the
good,
Elgato
we
Wave
good,
3
we good,
provides
we
professional-grade
good to go.
features in crystal clear audio.
First, let me
Despite
check the
the presence of
battery.
sensitivity to background noise, meaning its value is truly unlocked only if you plan to heavily use its powerful software mixer.
Oh, I need to
Otherwise,
start.
it feels
I need
really
to start
expensive to use hardware. So it gets
charging. So we're gonna stop using
the Shure MV6 brings
this.
that sought-after warm broadcast sound and excellent background noise rejection to a more affordable price point, with the complete physical controls and reliance on software for all adjustments.
Yeah, we have to.
Limited and holds it back to true greatness.
We have to
earning it
start
an 8.0
using
out of 10. Rode
charging.
NT USB Plus is a beautifully built microphone that delivers exceptionally clean and detailed sound for a universal serial bus condenser mic. However, it simply cannot compete on value in this lineup when its premium price does not offer a proportional leap in performance over mics that cost a fraction of the price,
You have to
which
start
lands at a
using it.
6.5 out of 10. Finally, the Fifine Ampligame A6T is an absolute value key, providing not just a microphone, but a whole streaming kit with a pop filter and boom arm that sounds surprisingly clear for its ultra low price,
Yeah,
making it the
I think I'm
undeniable
good to
entry
go,
point for
bro.
any new gamer or streamer. And for that, it gets a 9.5 out of 10. It looks like the Fifine Ampligame A6T takes the win
Yeah,
with 9.5 points by delivering the complete, ready-to-use kit with performance that punches far above its weight class for the money. The results of our comparison show each product shines in its own way. The Shure MV6 USB stands out with its score of 82.05. Throughout my time with the Shure MV6, its clean and professional sound quality paired with robust build made it a joy to use. The intuitive features like auto level mode and a digital popper stopper were game changers, making recording and streaming sessions more seamless. Despite the lack of physical controls, the smart features built into the software were ultimately what tipped the scales in its favor for me. Looking at the other contenders, each mic had its own merits. The Fifine AM8 USB, with a score of 81.25, offered excellent versatility with both USB and XLR outputs. While
Like
the
how?
Elgato Wave 3,
Bro say why
impressed with its intuitive interface,
call it
crystal
it's a
clear
scam.
audio, the Rode NT USB
It's
Plus
called it
scored
a scam.
74.0, primarily due to its build
I want
and sound quality,
check it
though at a
out.
higher price point.
I have
Finally,
to
the
check
Fifine
it out.
Ampligame A6T with a
Like,
score of
call it it's a
75.7 delivered exceptional value and a complete kit that belies its budget price.
Let's check it out. Call it it's a scam.
Do you want to spend over $100,000, putting yourself in 20 years of debt?
Wait, but first, I've never checked it out. Yeah, I've never checked it out. Ever since I started going live without microphone. I've never checked it out if the mic's still good though. Let me see. I've never checked it out. Please. Are we good? Please. Are we good? Yeah, I think we're gonna take it like this. I don't have any other choice. Are we good? Yeah, I think we're gonna take it like this. I don't have any other choice. I'm gonna have to slow it down. It's the mic. I don't have my battery, my phone. It's the mic. I don't have my battery, my phone. I feel bad, bro. I feel bad, bro. But yeah, we're gonna do it like this anyway. Let's move it now. Let's leave it. Let's move it now. Yeah, we're gonna do it like this anyway. Let's move it now. Let's leave it. Yeah, I think it's a little bit good. Yeah. Let's leave it like that. Let's move it now. Don't have any other choice. More like moving on.
Moving on, moving on, moving on. Let's get it to where I was going. I want to see like why they say college is a scam. I want to see. I want to see, bro. I want to see, bro. I want to see. Most
Do you
important,
want to spend over $100,000
complete this.
putting yourself in 20 years of debt to learn useless information for 4 years just to end up working at McDonald's? Well, I got just the place for you. College. 39% of people who attend college eventually drop out. And for those who do graduate, 1 in 4 regret the decision of going to college. That means over half of all people who attended college found it a waste of time or money. It's the biggest scam in modern history. The evidence is so incredibly clear, yet we still choose to pour trillions of dollars into this destructive, predatory industry. If you're planning on going to college, this video might change your mind. A college degree used to guarantee success and finding good jobs. Not so much anymore. Over half of college graduates are unable to find a job within 1 year of graduation. Even Harvard graduates with master degrees are struggling to find a job. There's actually been a massive trend of college students graduating, then resorting to fast food jobs. Underemployment means working low-skilled jobs and earning very low wages. For people who've graduated college this year, the underemployment rate is 41.2%. So if you graduate with a degree, there's a very high chance that you'll be working at McDonald's. Now, this would all be excusable if college was an easily accessible form of education. That is, unfortunately, not the case. The average annual cost of attending public university is $30,000. So we're looking at over $120,000 to go to college. For private universities, the cost can be up to $90,000 a year, which means $360,000 for college. And those who can't graduate in 4 years will have to spend even more than that. Compare that to subscribing to the Humanity YouTube channel, which is free. $120,000 is a lot of money. People fresh out of high school don't understand that kind of money yet, making them easy targets of manipulation. With that kind of money, you can invest in a rental property, invest in ETFs. In some states, you can even buy a small house with that money. But instead, people choose to invest that money into 4 years of classes and a piece of paper, sinking them into unescapable debt. The average student borrower takes 20 years to pay off their student loan debt. 3.6 million students now owe over $100,000 in student loan debt. As of September 2025, student loan debt has totaled to $1.81 trillion. Let me get that straight. $1.81 trillion. That's nearly the GDP of South Korea. That's enough money to build 1,113 Burj Khalifas. But instead, that money was spent by college students pursuing a piece of paper. And now this is all bad, but it gets even worse. People are spending billions of dollars to go to college, so you'd hope that money is being spent towards their education, right? Well, unfortunately, the cost of a college tuition has nothing to do with the education that you receive.
Yeah, that's true.
Right, you're not paying for jack. A tuition at Princeton, MIT, or Harvard all cost around the $60,000 range. Hundreds of low-ranked colleges also cost around $60,000. If these colleges are significantly worse than the Ivy League ones, then why do they charge the same amount of money? And anything you buy, the low-quality stuff is always cheaper. But college tuitions are an exception to this rule. Why is that? Well, it's because colleges don't charge you for the education. Their prices aren't based on how good the education actually is. Colleges are charging you for the college experience. Campus museums and parks and cafeterias, beautiful study areas, rock climbing and massive gyms and saunas and gaming lounges and cool-looking dorms. Some universities even have adventure courses and zip lines. Just watch this college commercial and you'll see what I mean.
Somewhere you can hike, slide, strike, shoot, climb, eat.
These features have nothing to do with education. They don't contribute to a student's career whatsoever. But because universities add all this nonsense, it allows them to justify ridiculously high tuition fees. If your university looks fun and exciting, you're much more likely to pay that $60,000. So when you pay that expensive college tuition, you're not paying for education. You're paying for the on-campus BS. But that's not all you're paying for. You're also paying for general education classes, which is what you'll spend the majority of your time in college doing. If you're going to college, you hope that you'll be spending your time preparing yourself to get a job, right? But no. You're forced to spend the majority of your time learning math, humanities, science, and language classes.
Yeah.
Information that's useless to your career. And it's not bad that you're learning these things, but you have to remember, you're paying $120,000 for this. You're putting yourself in 20 years of debt just to learn all this nonsense that's irrelevant to your career. Some people will say that general education classes are important because they make people well-rounded. Well, first of all, nobody needs to be well-rounded to do well in their job. It's a completely irrelevant factor. Second, didn't we already spend the last 12 years in K through 12 schools becoming well-rounded? A high school GPA is all the proof you need that you're well-rounded. There's actually been a recent trend of employers shifting their focus away from college degrees. Instead, employers are starting to care more about work experience and productivity. If you want to land a great job, it's very important to be productive. And a good way to do that is by getting a very good standing desk, like this one, the FlexiSpot E7 Pro. This used to be me. Slouched over, back pain, low energy. Humans weren't designed to sit at a desk for 10 hours a day. The FlexiSpot E7 Pro fixes all of that. The human body needs lots of exercise to be healthy, but for a lot of us, we're just too busy to spend hours and hours exercising and walking every day. Fortunately, with the E7 Pro, you can live an active lifestyle while working. The E7 Pro is the best standing desk on the market. It's the most stable and most durable. Want a taller desk? Press this. Want a shorter desk? Press this. It's really that easy. Want to do push-ups on your desk? Go ahead. It's not gonna break. This desk is also fully customizable. The desktop comes in many different materials and sizes. You can also choose additional accessories like cabinets, drawers, and so on to create the best desk to fit your needs. If you're on a limited budget, you can also check out their E7 desk, another great option for a standing desk. FlexiSpot also sells high-quality L-shaped standing desks if that's what you're looking for. FlexiSpot is going to run a huge Cyber Monday sale from December 1st to December 7th. So this is your chance to get this desk for a big discount. Head over to their website using the link in the pinned comment and use my code YTE730 to get an extra $30 off. Now let's get back to college. You might be thinking, how about STEM careers? Like if you want to be a doctor or engineer, you have to go to college, right? Well, kinda. Although certain STEM careers require training that can only be found in college, other STEM careers have all the essential information available online, like computer science, for example. But also keep in mind that only 18% of college students are there for STEM majors. The rest are there for fields that don't depend on college. By far, the most common category of college degrees falls under liberal arts, general studies, and humanities, aka the useless ones. We're talking about degrees like gender studies, creative writing, philosophy, theater arts. What the do you do with a theater arts degree? This is what people are going to college for. And again, it's not a bad thing that people want to learn these things. But when people are spending over $100,000 for this crap, that's a big problem. At the end of the day, colleges are a business. The college industry exists to make money and nothing else. A college tuition is a product that has been marketed to us non-stop. A lazy river on campus? Marketing. A museum built on school campus? A beautiful garden? It's all marketing. And this marketing has been deeply ingrained into our culture. Before we were even born, our parents already had a plan for us. Grow up, go to college. In high school, we're constantly told to go to college. All the adults in our lives tell us to go to college. Most people don't even know why they're going to college, except for the reason that society told them to do so. Those who don't go to college are seen as losers and bums. Why? Because of marketing. 50 years ago, barely anyone went to college. But as marketing for colleges grew, our culture completely transformed, shaping how we view the world. The endless amounts of ads we see for college says it all.
Access in college, our students. This is your future, your opportunity.
We stand for excellence, respect.
You want a place that has the programs you want to study.
It's marketing for a product, no different than commercials for cars and diamond rings. The college system doesn't prioritize education, it prioritizes money. Since 2000, private university tuition has increased by 32%. From 2000 to 2020, college tuition has risen 111% faster than wages have. And it makes sense from a business standpoint. The demand for a college degree has risen drastically in the last 2 decades. So naturally, colleges will start to increase prices. America's outlook on education has been completely by college marketing, and we need to undo this damage. There's 2 very common myths about college that we need to debunk. 1. To be well educated, you need to go to college. This might have been true 20 years ago, but now we have this little thing called the internet.
Yeah.
We have online courses that cover an entire semester's worth of knowledge for like $20. We have Indian YouTubers explaining complex subjects better than any professor ever will. Look at all these online Harvard and MIT courses that anyone can take. Many of these are free. None of this involves going to college. The second myth, if you don't go to college, you'll make less money. Those with a college degree statistically make more money than those without a college degree. So boom, going to college means earning more money, right?
That's the
Well, not so fast.
business make
People are more
money.
likely to be hardworking. People who never went to college are more likely to be lazy. It's
Business
for this
make
reason why
money.
so many people without a college degree earn so little money. It's not
Business
because
make
they don't
money.
have a degree, it's because they're lazy. The conclusion to be drawn here is that hardworking people make more money than lazy people. Not that a college degree makes more money than no degree. Here's a young man working his ass off in construction. Here's a young man with a degree, gaming in his parents' basement. Which man makes more money? Success is determined by the person,
Yeah.
not the college degree.
Yeah, that's right.
The average salary
So
of an
what's it?
electrician
It's
is
the mind.
$67,000.
The mindset,
A
that's
real
right.
estate broker makes $72,000. Airline pilots make $226,000. These people are earning more than those with a bachelor's degree. Only 44% of jobs require a college degree. And there isn't any evidence that these jobs pay more than the jobs that don't require a degree. Our culture needs to realize that just because someone chooses not to go to college, that doesn't mean that they're lazy or unmotivated. Some of the most important figures in the last century never finished college. Success is determined by the person, not the college degree.
Yeah, that's right.
So far in this video, we've talked about why college is a scam. Now let's go through some actual reasons to go to college. Because, plot twist, there are a few valid reasons to go to college. And people need to understand the difference between legit reasons and BS reasons to go to college. Here we go. Of course, if you want to be a brain surgeon, you gotta go to college. Not all STEM jobs require a college education, but a lot of them do. So this is a valid reason to go to college. Next, for connections. If your career absolutely depends on connections, then yeah, this is a good reason to go to college. And lastly, if you have financial aid or a scholarship to cover your college tuition. These are the only cases when it's actually reasonable to go to college. Anything else is a scam. The biggest piece of advice that needs to be drilled into every young student is that they need to know why they're going to college. They need to know what career they want to pursue before enrolling. Most people who enter college have no idea what they want to do with their lives. And what ends up happening is that after these people graduate, they're either forced into a career that they hate, or they decide to pursue an entirely different career, which means everything they learned in those 4 years was wasted. Students are told that they'll find themselves in college. That's a bunch of BS. The only thing you'll find about yourself in college is that you love drinking and you hate your college classes. College is not a place to find yourself. College is a place to push forward your career. If you don't know what career you absolutely know you want to pursue, don't go to college. Take a gap year, or take several gap years. During those years, stay productive and find work. Whether it be working at a restaurant, starting a business, or learning new skills, just keep yourself busy. If you have a resume full of real work experience, that resume is more meaningful and beneficial than a college degree. Do not go to college until you absolutely know what career you want. It'll save you from the immense regret of losing time and money that you'll never get back. Thank you so much to FlexiSpot for sponsoring this video. Go check their stuff out. Thank you to my Patreons for supporting the channel. And I will see you guys in the next video.
Alright, bro, that was it. That was it. Alright, yo. Hope everything was clear. Was clear into the video. Hope everything was clear in the video. Let me check it out. Everyone, they are just like people are falling down. Is that true? Is it really true that people are falling? Let me check it out. It's true that people are falling. Let me check it out. Let me check it out. Let me check it out.
Average strategy 6.5 out of 10. Fine. The 5 gamble gave me 16.
1 in 4 regret the decision of going to college. That means over half of all people who attended college found it a waste of time or money. It's the biggest scam in modern history. The evidence is so incredibly clear, yet we still choose to pour trillions of dollars into this destructive, predatory industry. If you're planning on going to college, this video might change your mind. A college degree used to guarantee success.
It's a little bit low.
Not so much.
But yeah, we get it. Yeah. Ah, bro. We need a better mic. We need a better mic. We need a better mic. We need a better mic and a better phone. A better phone to cover up the sound, the battery lasts. Yeah, those things. We need those things. I need them. I need them. Alright, let's take this. Let's take this. And then finish.
Something went terribly wrong at the nuclear plant near Pripyat. Around 1 a.m., workers at the nuclear plant began a routine safety test. They wanted to see if backup systems would work during a power failure, but something went wrong.
It was kind of a routine test, but it was conducted in such a way that that routine test turned into a terrible accident.
Energy levels dropped too low. The team tried to fix it, but every move made things worse. Then the reactor exploded. The blast was devastating. Some workers lost their lives. But the radiation that shot into the air was far more dangerous. And Pripyat, just a few miles away, had no idea what just happened. Workers from the nuclear plant understood how bad the accident was. Radiation in the air was lethal. But Soviet authorities didn't want the world to know about their mistakes, so they stayed silent. For the next 36 hours, life went on like normal in Pripyat. Weddings went forward, children played in the streets, and babies were pushed around, all while invisible poison spread through the air. Then people started getting sick. Some experienced severe headaches. Others were coughing and vomiting. A resident recalled the horror.
Later, doctors checked my son and said that his radiation dose was 2 times above the adult norms.
The truth couldn't stay hidden forever. By 11 a.m. on April 27th, evacuation began.
A fleet of 1,200 buses, under the command of Soviet authorities, evacuated the city in under 48 hours.
Within 48 hours, nearly 50,000 people left. Many thought the problem would be fixed so they could return. They never did. Pripyat became a ghost city. In 2011, officials opened Pripyat to tourists over the age of 18. They claimed the area was now safe to visit. Then in 2015, Google sent its Street View cars to drive through Pripyat. They filmed empty buildings, playgrounds, and the famous Ferris wheel. Today on Google Maps, the city looks frozen in time, like everyone stepped out for a moment and never came back. Up next is a village that was packed with something that wasn't human.
Whoa.
The village of memories. Some YouTubers were exploring Japan through Google Maps. Then they came across a strange village hidden in the mountains. It was called Nagoro. At first it looked like an ordinary countryside village. The deeper they clicked into the streets, the more unsettling it became.
Wow.
People were everywhere. They sat on
village
benches,
of
leaned against
memories.
walls, and stood outside small shops. But something wasn't right. Nobody moved, nobody breathed, nobody blinked. Then the truth became clear.
Nobody
These
moved,
were
nobody
real
breathed,
people. They
nobody
were
blinked.
life-size dolls. hundreds of them. They dressed as farmers, students, and shopkeepers. Some dolls sat inside schools as if class just ended. Others waited at bus stops. In Nagoro, the dolls outnumber the humans 10 to 1. But how did this village end up with more dolls than people? The reason was heartbreaking. In 2002, a woman named Tsukimi Ayano returned to her childhood home in Nagoro. Ayano spent most of her adult life in the big city, but when her father fell ill, she came back to take care of him. When she arrived, the village was nothing like she remembered.
だんだん少なくなっていったというのも、ね、だんだん少しお年寄りになっていって、ね、亡くなる人もおればですけど。
As a child, Ayano remembered 300 people living in Nagoro. By the time she returned, only 30 people remained. Most left for the cities. Those who stayed behind were either old or deceased. No children had been born there in nearly 2 decades.
So a lot of people just kept moving out and leaving. But for the 30 left locals that still stayed here, were born here, they wanted to make this feel like it was still alive.
Ayano decided to stay with her dad. She started a small garden outside her house, but the birds kept eating her seeds. To protect her crops, she built a scarecrow. Instead of making a faceless figure, she made it look like her father. She even dressed it in his clothes. Neighbors passing by thought the scarecrow was her father. Some would sometimes say good morning to it. That's when Ayano had an idea. She realized she could bring back everyone who left the village. Not literally, but through scarecrows or dolls. Over the next few years, Ayano made dolls to represent those who once lived in Nagoro. There were even dolls for those who passed away. She built their bodies with wood and wire, stuffed them with newspapers, and dressed them in old donated clothes. She even gave each doll a face, a name, and a place in the village. By 2019, she created more than 350 dolls. Nagoro started to look alive again, but in an unsettling way. Abandoned houses had doll families living inside them. Schools had doll students sitting at desks. Ayano wasn't doing this for fame. Her village was in the mountains of Japan. But thanks to Google Maps, the world eventually discovered Nagoro.
Oh my god. I've never seen anything like this.
By the early 2010s, Nagoro was visible on Google Maps Street View. It caught the world's attention. In 2014, a German filmmaker visited the village and made a documentary called Valley of Dolls. Soon after, tourists began arriving. Bloggers wrote about it. YouTubers visited. The abandoned village was suddenly famous. Ayano became famous too. She started teaching doll-making workshops and even organized a festival so visitors could see the scarecrows up close.
On the first week of October, on a Sunday, they have a Scarecrow Festival, and it's all here. And a lot of people attended.
But it wasn't all fun. Nagoro was soon listed among the scariest places on earth.
All the children scarecrows, though. Look at them all.
Yeah, the village of memories.
I don't trust this place at night anymore.
And while tourists kept coming, the real problem only grew worse. The human population in Nagoro kept shrinking. The tourist visiting in 2023 described what they saw.
25 people, 25. There's more scarecrows than people, obviously. There's only 25 people here left. Before, there was 30.
A sad end to a once vibrant town. Sometimes Google Maps doesn't just capture mysteries, it solves crimes. The man with the body bag.
Yo.
In October of 2024, Google Street View captured 2 shocking images in a tiny Spanish village. The first showed a man pushing a wheelbarrow. Inside was a large white bundle, tightly wrapped and obviously heavy. There were no other people inside. Just one man and the bundle he was moving. But the next image was even more suspicious. The same man was loading the white bundle into the trunk of a red car. He was bent over, unaware that a passing Google camera was filming him. But why were these images such a big deal? Because this man was a suspect in a missing person case. And the police believed the missing person was inside that white bundle. To understand why, we need to start from the beginning. The missing man's name was Jorge Luis. Before disappearing, Jorge lived in Cuba. Reports say that he had a wife named Alicia who lived in Spain. However, in early 2023, Jorge moved to Spain to join his wife. But the reunion wasn't all smiles. When he arrived, he allegedly discovered that his Cuban wife was having an affair with her 48-year-old neighbor. His neighbor's name was Manuel. He was a bartender with a reputation for violence. Suddenly, Alicia was caught between
Chefinho Samuel, save someone, sana model, my
According to police reports, Alicia and Manuel decided to
What's
end
good,
Jorge's
bro?
life. It's not clear what triggered this decision, but most believe that they wanted to continue their affair without him.
What's up,
Alicia and
man?
Manuel took Jorge's life. Then Manuel stuffed the body into
Source,
a sack,
score, no?
into a wheelbarrow, and rolled it down the quiet street. It was pure coincidence that Google was mapping the area that day.
The Google Street View car just so happened to be driving through Tahueco for the first time in 15 years.
Afterward, Jorge's body was buried in a nearby cemetery. But Manuel and Alicia needed to cover their tracks, so they sent WhatsApp messages from Jorge's phone to his cousin. The text claimed Jorge got a new girlfriend and was starting a new life with her. One message read, "I met someone staying here, don't look for me." But Jorge's cousin smelled something fishy. First, Jorge stopped answering calls, and now...
Coming, quickly, chat. All right, chat. Okay. Let's see.
All right, chat. Hope I don't stay for too long. All right, let's continue.
All these texts didn't sound like him at all. By November 2023, the cousin reported Jorge missing. As part of their investigation, police used cell phone triangulation to track the messages. They found that the texts came from the same area where Alicia resided. Police questioned Alicia, but she denied everything. With no body and no evidence, the case went cold. Nearly a year passed with no answers. Then in October 2024, police stumbled upon the Google Street View images.
Images show him stuffing what appears to be a body-shaped package wrapped in white plastic into the boot of a vehicle.
And that was enough
Into
to
the boot of
reopen
a
the case.
vehicle.
Police brought Manuel and Alicia in for questioning. Alicia eventually confessed. She admitted that she and Manuel ended Jorge's life together. Manuel, however, refused to confess. Weeks later, police located Jorge's remains.
The body of the unnamed 33-year-old
Yeah, Karavneti.
only referred to by the initials
Yeah, that's right.
JLPO, was found in a nearby cemetery last week.
The investigation was finally over, but justice almost slipped away. If the Google Street View car hadn't passed that street at that exact moment,
Yeah,
Jorge's
you won't be able to
disappearance
see
would
him.
remain a mystery forever. This next story also involves a missing person.
Whoa.
The Secret of the Water. In October 2006, Davy Lee Niles left the bar after meeting a friend. He drove away into the night and was never seen again. His family searched everywhere.
There were posters. It made news. His face, the car.
There was no trace of Niles or his car. After 5 years of searching, the family began to lose hope. In 2011, they published an obituary and held a memorial service. The obituary read, Niles Davy Lee, aged 72, passed away and only God knows the time and place. It was understandable that they thought that he wasn't alive. Niles was 72 when he went missing. He also had a terminal illness and was struggling with depression. All hope was lost. Then Google Maps revealed where Niles had been all this time. In 2015, a funeral home worker in Michigan was decorating a massive Christmas tree. The tree was so tall he needed a lift to reach the top. From there, he looked down at a nearby pond and froze.
When he got to the top to put up the star and noticed something below.
The water was dark, but from that height, the shape in the pond was unmistakable.
All of a sudden, it's like, whoa, there's
Whoa.
a car out there.
He called the police. The next day, divers arrived. They dragged the vehicle out coated in mud and rust.
No one could ever see it. It was murky and things moving around.
At first, officers thought it might be an abandoned vehicle. When they opened the door, they found a human remains. It didn't take long to figure out who it was. An ID inside the car confirmed it belonged to Davy Lee Niles.
We really do believe that this is Niles because it was his vehicle and they did find his identification in the vehicle.
After years of searching, the mystery was finally solved.
Niles' family came to the scene to see for themselves where he'd been all this time. At last, they say, relieved. They finally have some answers.
Investigators couldn't determine exactly what happened that night, but they concluded it was likely an accident.
At this point, they have no reason to say believe that foul play was involved at all.
After the discovery, people went back to Google's house, and there it was.
The car he disappeared in captured quietly on Google's satellite imaging.
Now everyone who looks up at that image realizes that they're seeing a man trapped at the bottom of the lake. And that counts as one of the strangest and most tragic things ever caught on Google Maps. Google Maps is supposed to make the world easier to navigate, but sometimes it reveals how unsettling the world really is. It shows us that even from above, the darkest parts of humanity leave their mark. Visual venture. So you guys just watched part 2 of the series because there is a part 1 that shows you the most disturbing mysteries.
Yeah, I wanna see the part 2.
Make sure you guys click here to watch it. Love you guys.
Yeah, I wanna see this. It's interesting.
Tonight, a 22-year-old case of a missing man, one step closer now to being solved thanks to Google Maps.
The facts around this case are pretty bizarre.
Look closely. The image from Google Earth reveals a car submerged in the pond in Wellington, Florida.
You know, today, it's just unbelievable. You can get caught when you don't even know somebody's watching.
Google Maps has changed how we explore the world. Every month, over 1 billion people use it to get directions. But sometimes people see things on maps that can only be described
Yeah,
as
because I'm
This
also
photo,
using
which
it.
has
I'm
been
using
called
it
the
to
freakiest image
search
on
whenever I
Google
have
Maps.
like
This
one
picture looked like an army of zombies standing in the field.
idea.
The
I'm
mystery was
searching
quickly
to look
solved
like,
when
yeah,
they
what
realized
is the
that the
most of
army of
these
zombies was
things? How
actually
to
a
do like
scarecrow
this?
art exhibition
No,
in Finland.
like
This is just one of the many mysteries
I'm
Google
using it
Maps has been
like
involved in. Over the years, it's
where
helped
is this
detect
place?
crimes, find
What
missing
is the
people, and
most
put criminals behind bars.
just
Today,
like
we'll
beautiful
explore the
things in the
strangest
world, stuff
mysteries
like that.
solved with
I'm
Google
using it.
Maps and Google Earth, which is a slightly more advanced version
What's the
of
best
Maps.
in
We
those
start
type
with
of
lighter stuff
topic?
and
I'm
end
using
with the
it.
more disturbing cases. My name is Visual Venture. Hope you guys have a wonderful
Visual
week ahead. The
Venture.
mystery of the Mad Mechanic. In June 2014, someone found a picture on Google Maps that was so disturbing, they decided to pick up the phone and tell the police about it. But what kind of image could send someone
Yeah,
running to
what
the
could
cops?
it be?
Now,
What could
look
it be?
down the road past that light blue car on the right. We're one step closer here, and a man appears to be looming over another.
Looking at the image from a different angle paints a darker picture.
Let's get right next to them, and it appears the man in light red overalls is face down, spread eagle. Drive past, and you can see the other man appears to have an axe in his hand.
This weird photo was taken by Google Street View. Street View began in 2007 to create a 360-degree map of the world. Google used cars with mounted cameras to drive around and take pictures of streets. These images were then uploaded online to create street maps. After seeing this picture, the police had one question. What happened to this man? Luckily, Google Maps pinpointed the location of the photo, so the cops knew where to go. They traced the picture to a car repair shop along Giles Street in Leeds,
Whoa.
Edinburgh. However, when the police arrived at the scene, they couldn't believe the story they heard. In August 2012, two mechanics, Gary Kerr and Dan Thompson, were fixing cars in their repair shop when they noticed the Google car coming along the road, so they decided to have some fun. One mechanic, Dan Thompson, laid on the ground pretending to be unconscious, while the other, Gary Kerr, stood next to him holding a pickaxe handle. Thompson said it was the spur of the moment. It seemed like the obvious thing to do, so I threw myself on the ground and Gary grabbed the pickaxe handle from the garage. When the Google car passed, it took a picture of that confusing scene. Over a year later, someone saw the picture on Google Maps, thought it was a real attack, and called the police.
According to Edinburgh Evening News, Thompson was mortified when police showed up. He said officers were actually impressed and left laughing.
The cops realized
They must say hoax.
crimes were committed. Unfortunately, we can't
Hoax.
say the same for our next story because it forced the police to launch a manhunt. The mystery of the vanishing van. Cars don't just vanish. If a car disappears, it means someone took it. That's exactly
Yeah,
what
that's
David
right.
Sones thought when he realized his trailer was no longer parked in his driveway.
Where's the caravan going?
Instead of finding the trailer called a caravan here, parked in the driveway, there was nothing.
The theft happened in June 2009 after Mr. Sones left the family home for just 1 hour. He installed a car alarm and a wheel clamp to prevent anyone from driving it away. But despite those security measures, someone had stolen the van in broad daylight between 9:30 a.m. and 2 p.m. The only thing the thief left behind were the wheel clamps that were used to secure the caravan.
And then suddenly, it dawned on me. It's gone. Then you can feel it.
Weeks after reporting the theft, the police had no leads. David thought we'd never hear about the stolen caravan again. But David's luck was about to change. 9 months after the theft, March 2010, David's 11-year-old son was checking out the Google Street View pictures of his home when he stumbled upon a surprising clue.
Everyone was looking at the house addresses, and then I looked at mine, and then mine was just different because I had a man that I didn't know standing on my driveway.
It turns out that by a massive stroke of luck, the Google mapping car had passed by the house as the robbery was taking place. Google snapped a picture of a large, bald man with spectacles standing next to a green SUV on their driveway. This
Whoa.
image helped them finally understand how the thief moved the caravan.
And the man had an SUV with him, suspected of being the vehicle he'd used to tow the trailer away.
David took the pictures to the cops. If the police could find the green SUV in the image, they'd find the thief. The problem was, Google blurred the license plate of the thief's car due to their privacy policy. The case dragged on for months and months while the police tried to convince Google to unblur the mystery man's plate number.
I can't understand why Google tried to lose it.
It took a year for Google to unblur the picture, but that delay messed up the investigation. By the time the cops got the license plate, the suspect sold his green SUV, making it harder to locate him. However, the police didn't give up. 3 years after the caravan was stolen, the police tracked down the thief and arrested him. This next mystery is about a thief whose stash of stolen items was so huge it could be seen from space. The mystery of Bicycle Mountain. The mystery of Bicycle Mountain began with a rat infestation in Littlemore, Oxford, England. This sudden rat problem was surprising because the neighborhood was pretty clean. However, it didn't take long for everyone to realize where the rats were coming from. A 54-year-old man in the neighborhood stacked a pile of bicycles.
Yo!
This pile of bicycles was so huge and messy that it became a breeding ground for rats that terrorized the area. One of the angry neighbors was Colleen Butler, a 53-year-old resident who's been living on the same street for 32 years.
Yo.
Colleen was more upset than anyone because she lived right next door to this mountain of bikes. Describing the situation, Colleen complained, "I've had rats, I've had arguments with them and other neighbors. I had my fence blown down and people were rude to me because they assumed that I owned the bicycles. It has caused me so much anxiety." When Colleen confronted the man about the bicycles, he gave her what sounded like a reasonable explanation. He told Colleen that the bikes were stashed to be sent to Africa for needy kids. Although Colleen believed him at first, she quickly realized he was lying, because those bikes were never shipped. The pile just kept increasing by the week. After talking to the man, it didn't work. Colleen decided to report her bike hoarding neighbor to the local council. However, the reply she got from the council only added insult to injury. Colleen said, "I called the local council about the rat problems caused by the bikes, and I ended up paying for the pest control myself. The council told me that rats don't mess in bicycles." At one point, Colleen considered selling her house and moving away. However, the bicycles also ruined that plan as well. She explained, "It's devaluing my house. Who's going to want to buy my house with all of that next door?" The situation continued for about 5 years. The heap of bikes kept increasing while the rat problem escalated into a full-blown health hazard. No one still could figure out why this man had a bunch of bikes in his backyard. Eventually, the neighbors pressured the cops to intervene. The first thing the cops did was use Google Earth to assess the situation. Images on Google Earth are taken by cameras on satellites, like an eye in the sky. Users can zero in on any spot on Earth and see the highest resolution images that they have available. When the cops checked, images of the street showed a dark mass covering the man's backyard. The mountain of 500 bikes so large they can be seen from a Google Earth satellite. The cops began investigating and found out that the bikes were coming in by van loads, with people bringing them most nights and during daytime. Eventually, the police raided the house and arrested the man on suspicion of handling stolen goods and possession of criminal property. Colleen looked out her bedroom window and saw the cops raiding her neighbor's home. She felt relieved and thought, great, something is finally being done. After the man was arrested, the police released the photos of the bicycle on social media and started the process of identifying the true owners of the bicycles. So why was this old man keeping stolen bikes in his backyard? No one ever truly knew. However, his neighbor Colleen concluded the bicycle man might have some mental issues, stating that she's had conversations with him, but everything he tells her doesn't come true.
That could be also involved.
The criminals in our next mystery managed to
Could be
hide
also
a
involved.
large-scale illegal operation in plain sight. Now it's time to dive into the more serious mysteries. The mystery of the secret cornfield. Farming is one of the oldest and most respected jobs in history. But what happens when you run a farm by criminals? In 2004, a gang of criminals bought land and started a farm in Switzerland. But this was no ordinary farm. This farm was growing pot. The plan was to grow and sell their product nationwide, making tons of money in the process. But for this plan to work, the gangsters had to keep their massive 2-acre pop farm hidden from the cops, and they knew just how to do it. They surrounded their pop farm with a field of corn. Anyone standing at the edge of the farm could only see rows of tall green corn stalks. Cops could walk into the farm and not realize what was hidden among the cornfields. This trick
That's it.
for 4 years between 2004 and 2008, the gang grew and shipped 7 tons of product around the country, breaking in about 3 to 10 million francs a year, which is roughly 8.7 million US dollars. Swiss cops saw the product on the streets but didn't know where it was from. They knew it wasn't coming through the borders. The assumption was that it was being grown somewhere inside their their country. But where? In 2009, Swiss officers were using Google Earth to find the addresses of a couple of farmers suspected of being dealers. But then they saw something weird. They noticed a massive 2-acre large plantation hidden in a field of corn. And when they zoomed in a little more, bingo, it was a pot plantation clear as day on Google Earth. The police raided the farm, arrested 16 people, and seized 11.1 tons of the product. They also found cash and valuables worth 900,000 Swiss francs, which is about 780,000 US dollars. All the cases so far involve people who are alive and well. In this next chapter, we'll see how Google Maps solved a mystery about someone almost 10 years before it was invented. The mystery of the murky pond. On November 7, 1997, a 40-year-old man walked out of the Florida nightclub and was never seen again. His name was William Moult, and he was seen driving away from the nightclub just before midnight. William also called his girlfriend from the club saying he would be home soon, but that was the last time he ever saw her. That was his back. A missing person investigation was launched by police, but the case went cold. There was no sign of a car crash or a carjacking. There was no record of William going through an airport or crossing at the U.S. border. How could a man and his car vanish without a trace? For 22 years, William's friends and family had no idea what happened to him. That was until August 2019, when someone using Google Earth noticed something strange in a large pond in Wellington, Florida.
I noticed something on Google Maps when I zoomed in. It kind of looked like a car.
The police were called, and soon they were pulling a white sedan out of the pond.
Erica, and she had even had a little video where she showed they had actually pulled the car out of the canal.
After they got the car out, they found the skeletal remains of Mr. Moult inside.
The 40-year-old's clothing and personal belongings were all intact.
The sheriff's office concluded that Moult had probably lost control of his vehicle and driven into the pond that night.
22 years. The bones were still intact, still in the seatbelt. That's crazy.
No one noticed the car was underwater during the first investigation 22 years ago. But as time passed, a shift in the water made the car visible to Google Earth satellites.
On the Google images, it looked so clear. But when you actually stand next to one of these man-made lakes, they're typically brown or green, and it's almost impossible to see what's in the water.
William Moult wasn't the only missing person found with Google Maps. This next person vanished for 20 years, except he wasn't missing, he was hiding. The mystery of the mafia chef. 60-year-old Manuel Mormino was a popular chef who cooked delicious Italian food in Galapagos, Spain. Manuel had a lovely wife and owned a grocery store in the area. However, Manuel wasn't who everyone thought he was. He fooled the entire town. Before he was a lovable chef, Manuel's name was Gioacchino Gumino, and he was the boss of the Stida Mafia group in Sicily. There are many mafia gangs in Italy. However, the Stida Mafia group was one of the most ruthless. The Stida Mafia was founded by former members of other mafia families who were kicked out for disobedience. Therefore, the Stida Mafia didn't care about honor. Their only focus was making money through crime. During his time in the Stida Mafia, Gumino gained a reputation for being extremely tough and merciless. He once ended the life of an innocent man who he mistakenly thought was part of a rival mafia gang. Gumino was also very skilled at hiding from police and evading capture, but his luck ran out in 1998 when he was arrested in Barcelona and sent to Italy to serve a life sentence. However, Gumino had no intention of Gumino escaped in 2002 when a film crew was shooting a movie in the prison. During filming, an alarm sounded because another inmate was trying to climb over a wall. While the guards were trying to catch the prisoner that was climbing the wall, Gumino made his move. He quickly slipped into a crowd of inmates, visitors, movie staff, and film extras who were rushing out of the prison gate. Prison guards noticed within hours that Gumino was missing, and the Italian media reported on his escape the next day. The Italian police organized a large-scale manhunt across Italy, but no one could find Gumino. He seemed to vanish without a trace. Gumino's friends helped him travel to Spain, where he began a new life. He changed his name to Manuel and began working as a restaurant chef.
He establishes himself in another country just outside of Madrid. He changes his name, he gets married, he works as a chef. Italians, we like to eat, we're chefs.
However, the Italian police never stopped searching for Gumino. They heard he was hiding in Spain, but didn't know where. Then, nearly 20 years after Gamino's escape, the cops got a big break. The Google Street View car was driving through the Spanish town of Galapagos when it captured an image of two men chatting outside a fruit and vegetable shop. Italian police believed one of the men closely resembled Gamino, but they wanted to be sure. After some digging, they found something that convinced them the man in the picture was Gamino. The police stumbled upon a Facebook page of a Galapagos restaurant.
Cocina de Manu, meaning Manu's kitchen. It is back in 2018. Also on
Damn, life is.
On the restaurant's Facebook page, there's
No
a picture
matter
of
how
Gamino.
long, they will find you. Camino. Camino.
Dressed in a chef's uniform, standing next to a wood-burning pizza oven. As the police zoomed into the chef's photo, they noticed a scar on the left side of his chin. When they checked Joaquino Gamino's mugshots, he also had a scar in the same place. Police used age progression technology on an old photo of Mr. Gamino to get a sense of what the fugitive would have looked like after 20 years. The face that the computer generated looked exactly like Chef Manuel Mormino. Italian cops contacted the Spanish police unit on the fugitives, and on December 17, 2001, Joaquino Gamino was arrested while he was walking on the street.
An Italian mafia boss.
Whoa, but that's a long time ago. Like how? Aren't they supposed to let that go?
As the cops led Gamino away, he screamed, "How did you find me? I haven't even called my family for 10 years." After 20 years on the run, Google Maps put a notorious fugitive back behind bars to serve his life sentence. But while Gamino was surrounded by gangsters, the person in our next mystery allegedly committed a horrible crime in one of the safest cities in America. The mystery of the toxic lovers. When people get married, they promise to love and protect each other for life. But for Brad and Nancy Cooper, marriage was full of secrets, dangers, and betrayal. Nancy and Brad first met in 1999 when they were both working for IBM in Canada. Within a year, their office friendship evolved into a romantic
1990, that's
relationship.
like.
But although it seemed like a typical love story, Mary had a specific reason for dating Brad.
26.
A reason that would come back to haunt her many years later. Nancy only chose Brad because someone else broke her heart.
26
Nancy
going
always
to
dated
27
popular,
years.
outgoing men. But after her last
Yeah, going to
relationship with a
27.
successful Canadian businessman ended in heartbreak, Nancy decided to play it safe. Brad was quiet, reserved, pretty boring. But Nancy told her sister Brad felt safer, that she thought he could give her children and a steady life. In October 2000, Nancy and Brad got married in a small restaurant in Canada. Soon after, they got moved to America because Brad got a job at Cisco. Nancy and Brad had big dreams as they settled into their new home in Cary, North Carolina. Unfortunately, those dreams would become nightmares just 2 years into their marriage. The first sign of trouble came in 2002 when Nancy went to visit her family in Canada. Nancy told them she was bored and unhappy in North Carolina and didn't want to go back. Her biggest problem was that as a Canadian citizen, she couldn't work in the U.S. without a work visa. And being unable to make her own money, Nancy was frustrated with the loss of independence. It was also difficult for her family to send her money because she didn't have a social security number to open a bank account. Nancy only decided to return to the U.S. because Brad came to Canada and begged her to go back with him. When they got back to Cary, things seemed okay for a while. Between 2004 and 2006, they had 2 daughters. And Nancy was able to earn a bit of her own money by working as a nanny. However, by early 2008, the old problems returned.
Canada. Yeah, we finally reached 200 minutes.
Because of her husband, Brad. First, she discovered that Brad had
Okay.
never applied for her work visa, intentionally making her unable to work and dependent on him. He also cut her off of their credit cards and removed her name from their bank accounts. Brad's explanation for cutting Nancy off was that she was spending more money than they could reward and wanted her to be financially responsible. There was one more issue that damaged their marriage beyond repair. Nancy found out that Brad was having an affair with several women, including a neighbor. That was one of Nancy's closest friends. That's when Nancy decided to cut her losses, divorce Brad, and move back to Canada with the kids. But after being jobless for nearly 8 years, Nancy was in a tough spot. A lawyer told her that if she left the house, she could lose everything, possibly even custody of her daughters. Brad didn't want a divorce, and Nancy's desire to leave only made him more controlling. Brad hacked Nancy's email to read her messages, eavesdropped on her phone calls, and hid the children's passports to stop them from leaving the country. Brad also filled up her car with a limited amount of gas to ensure she could never get farther away than he wanted her to. At that point, the atmosphere at home was very tense. Nancy is left in a separate room with the bedroom door locked and always had her keys in her pocket. On the evening of July 11, 2008, Nancy and Brad attended a neighbor's barbecue with their 2 young daughters. However, the relationship was so strained, they ended up arguing in front of everyone at the party. After a couple of hours, the barbecue ended and everyone left. But as the residents of Cary fell asleep that night, they didn't realize their neighborhood would become one big crime scene the next morning. The next day was Saturday, July 12, 2008. Nancy had plans to meet a friend at 8 a.m. However, Nancy never showed up to that meeting. It wasn't like Nancy to miss plans. After waiting a few hours, a worried friend called Nancy's home to check on her. Nancy wasn't home, but Brad answered. He said Nancy had gone jogging and never returned. And that's when everyone started getting worried.
Saturday morning at 7 a.m., her husband says she left their home in the upscale Lockmere neighborhood and went for a jog. She's not been seen since.
The police were called, and within hours, they had launched a search for Nancy.
Along suburban streets and in wilderness areas, dozens of friends and neighbors of Nancy Cooper fanned out across Cary today. They are looking for a wife and mother who just vanished.
Hundreds of volunteers and law enforcement authorities got involved searching for Nancy Cooper by land, air, and water and distributing thousands of flyers around Cary.
The search for a missing Cary woman is intensifying tonight. Friends, family, and police are desperately searching for 34-year-old Nancy Cooper.
Despite their best efforts, they couldn't find Nancy. Nancy's family flew in from Canada and asked for help at the press conference.
We believe that she will be brought home soon, and we start doing the support being given to the men, ask that they continue in their effort to find our daughter.
Interestingly, Brad wasn't at the press conference with his missing wife's family. The search continued the next day, but still they found nothing. On July 14, 2008, 2 days after Nancy disappeared, a man walking his dog saw a body floating in the drainage ditch about 3 miles from Nancy's house. The man noticed the body because of the vultures hanging around.
He said he called 911 around 7:30 to report seeing a person floating in the pond. The Wood County Sheriff's Office is handling the investigation.
It was Nancy, and she was gone. News of Nancy's passing rocked the city. After her body was found, many turned to Brad as the obvious suspect. But there was no evidence to prove that. Police got a search warrant for Brad's home and vehicles. They also collected a DNA sample from it. However, over 2 months after Nancy's murder, no one had been charged.
They took his DNA, they searched the home, they put crime scene tape around the home. If they think they got their guy, if they think he had something to do with it, what are they waiting for?
And then in October 2008, after 3 months of police investigations, Brad was arrested. Brad's arrest meant that the police found evidence that pointed to Brad as the culprit. The public didn't know what this evidence was, but they would soon find out. Brad's trial began in March 2011. During the trial, the prosecution presented evidence of Brad's financial control and extramarital affairs. However, the main evidence against Brad was what the cops discovered in the browsing history of his computer.
Prosecutors say Brad Cooper had maps on his computer of the exact location of his wife's body where it was found.
Brad swore he'd never been to the spot Nancy's body was found and didn't know anything about it except what he'd seen on the news. However, Brad's history showed that he did a Google Maps search of the area on his laptop the day before Nancy went missing, zooming into that exact spot where she was found.
He cannot explain how to live. This is 12 hours before his wife was, and he's zooming in on where his wife's body was eventually found.
Prosecutors told the jury what they believed really happened to Nancy Cooper. Brad planned the crime a few days before and used Google Maps to choose a place to hide it. Then, on July 11th, family returned from the party shortly after midnight, Brad ended Nancy's life at home and drove his car to drop her there. Brad then returned home to use Nancy's phone to fake a phone call to make it appear she was still alive. Therefore, Nancy never went jogging that morning because she was already in the ditch. However, Brad's lawyers had a different explanation for the Google Maps search. They said it was planted on the computer by investigators to frame Brad. The lawyers argued that an IT expert like Brad wouldn't leave a piece of evidence like the Google Maps search on a laptop if he had truly committed the crime. They also addressed the issues of financial control, saying Brad had to take drastic financial measures to compensate for his wife's overspending, so he took her name off their accounts to put her on a cash allowance to keep the family from financial ruin. Another surprising revelation from the defense was that Nancy herself also cheated on Brad with a neighbor, and her second daughter was born 8 months and 24 days after that affair. Their final point was that the police were so bent on making Brad the prime suspect that they overlooked details that might have led them to a different theory. However, the jury was not convinced by the defense. Jurors came back with a unanimous verdict, guilty. Brad was sentenced to life behind bars, but even with Brad in jail, this story was far from over. 2 years later, in April 2013, the State Court of Appeals overturned the verdict, saying that Brad did not get a fair trial. They said this because the judge refused to let a computer expert testify that the Google Maps evidence had been planted on Brad's computer.
The fact that I had not only one, but two witnesses these maps were planted on that computer would have made all the difference in the world.
A new trial was ordered. Then, in September 2014, while awaiting retrial, Brad did something that destroyed his chance at freedom. Brad pleaded guilty and accepted a plea deal for a shorter sentence. Brad was sentenced to 12 to 15 years, and he relinquished the parenting rights of his daughters so they could be adopted by Nancy's twin sister, Krista. Brad was released in 2020 and was deported to Canada because he wasn't a U.S. citizen. Even though he pleaded guilty before the second trial, many people believe Brad is innocent and he was framed with Google Maps. An anonymous blogger who runs a website called Justice for Brad Cooper wrote, "It's quite painful to hear Brad Cooper plead guilty, knowing that all the evidence points to his innocence." Our final mystery is the most disturbing and complicated. Investigators spent nearly 1,000 hours to solve it. The mystery of the anonymous video. On July 10th, 2018, a 2-minute video went viral on the internet. But unlike other virals that make people laugh, this one contained footage that someone described as one of the worst videos they've ever seen. The blurry video begins with soldiers leading 2 women across a dusty field. It isn't clear exactly where they're headed. As they walk, the soldiers accuse the women of being part of a rebel group that's been causing trouble in the area.
The soldiers accuse them of belonging to the jihadist group, Boko Haram.
The video ends with the soldiers taking the women's life. Unfortunately, apart from a few nicknames and faces captured in the video, nobody knew when or where the footage was recorded, who the soldiers were, or even which country they served. But one thing was certain, this was a crime. The video caused public outrage, and there were calls for those responsible to be punished. But punishing the culprits was going to be difficult, but nobody knew where this atrocity took place. Some people on social media claimed the incident occurred in Mali, while others claimed that the incident occurred in Cameroon. However, the governments of both Cameroon and Mali quickly came out to deny these accusations. Cameroon's Minister of Communication released an official statement saying the soldiers in the video were not wearing the right gear or carrying the right weapons to be members of the Cameroonian army. At that point, it was obvious no one would own up to this crime. That's when a team of BBC reporters decided to solve the mystery themselves and bring the culprits to justice. To do that, they had to figure out 3 things: where it happened, when it happened, and who is responsible. All the reporters had to go on was this viral video, but after watching it many times, they spotted some clues that can help them geolocate it. Geolocating something means figuring out exactly where it is on Earth. Just like using a map to find a location, geolocating uses different tools to pinpoint a specific place. These tools could be things like GPS, which tracks locations using satellites or even clues in pictures or videos. BBC reporters turned to Google Earth to help them with the geolocation. The first step was figuring out where the crime took place. And the best way to do that was to look at the scenery of the video.
For the first 40 seconds of the film, capture a mountain range with a distinctive profile.
Using Google Earth, they found one place that perfectly matched the mountains in the clip. It was near a town called Selvet in the north of Cameroon, near the border with Nigeria. Now that they had an idea of the general area, they used Google Earth to pinpoint exactly where the incident happened.
The video also reveals other details that can be matched precisely to what we see on the satellite imagery. This track, these buildings, and these trees.
After reviewing all the data, they were sure that the incident took place in Cameroon. Step 2 was figuring out when it happened, and that was more complicated. The reporters studied every landmark, building, and tree in the video. Then they compared it to Google Earth satellite images of the area from 2013 to 2018.
The video contains clues. This building is visible on satellite imagery, but only until February 2016. The must have happened before that date.
The reporters concluded the video must have been filmed sometime between 2015 and early 2016. They figured out the year, but they still needed to find the exact month.
The video also reveals this footpath, a path that only appears in the hot, dry season between January and April.
Using the angle and direction of the sun, they narrowed down the time frame to between March 20th and April 5th, 2015. Now the only question left was who were those soldiers? A tip from Amnesty International pointed out the soldiers' uniforms and insignia strongly suggested that they were Cameroonian. To confirm their suspicions, the reporters looked up Cameroonian army members on Facebook. While they were doing this, the Cameroonian government suddenly issued a press release.
After weeks of denying that these took place in Cameroon, Bakari announced that 7 members of the Cameroonian military had been arrested and were under investigation.
Using the government's list of potential suspects, BBC narrowed their Facebook search and soon they found the profiles of 3 men who appeared in the video.
Thank God.
One of them is this man, introduced at the start of the film as Chocho. We found a Facebook profile that links the nickname Chocho to a soldier called Syria Kitana.
But there's even more evidence on Facebook. The journalists stumbled on photos of Cameroonian soldiers in uniforms matching those in the video. 2 months after the video went viral, the BBC team released a documentary revealing what they had discovered. The BBC also presented their findings to the Cameroonian government. Confronted with so much evidence, the government finally acknowledged that the video was carried out by Cameroonian soldiers.
We put these findings to the government of Cameroon, who responded.
7 soldiers were arrested, disarmed. They are under investigation right now. I can confirm that all 7 of them are in prison.
Google Maps has helped us uncover hidden crimes and solve unusual mysteries. It's a powerful tool for finding the truth. We can't help but wonder what other secrets are waiting to be discovered. Visual Venture. Wait, before you go, make sure you guys click subscribe here and then click this playlist to watch more dark internet documentaries because our goal is 700,000 subscribers by the end of 2024. Love you guys a ton. Peace.
Yeah, it was fun. Let's check out this.
Google Earth has revolutionized the way we look at the world, giving us the opportunity to explore the planet from the comfort of our own homes. And some people have discovered unusual and bizarre places that no one knew existed. Let's count down the top 15 creepiest places found on Google Earth, starting with number 15, the Forest Haven Asylum in Maryland.
Whoa.
The Forest Haven Asylum, which is in Laurel in Maryland in the U.S., is a haunting memory of the past and the way that mental health used to be treated in the United States. Opened in 1925, it was originally designed to be a progressive care center for people with intellectual disabilities and meant to be a self-sufficient retreat where they could live, learn, and work in a peaceful setting. As time passed, though, the approach at Forest Haven gradually changed. By the mid-20th century, it turned into an overcrowded and understaffed institution where reports of neglect and abuse were rampant. The living conditions here were terrible, and the lack of adequate medical care and awful treatment became increasingly common, leading to a number of inquiries and lawsuits. Amongst many controversies, investigations revealed systemic neglect, inadequate staffing, and unsanitary conditions, which contributed to the suffering of many residents, and the public outcry over these conditions led to a class action lawsuit in 1976. And eventually a federal court order demanded the closure of the facility. Forest Haven was officially closed in 1991, but the buildings still remain there, with decaying structures that are slowly being reclaimed by nature. It's cordoned off and access is limited, but it's become popular with urban explorers wanting to venture into an undeniably creepy place. Number 14, Zvikov Castle, Czech Republic. Zvikov Castle. It's a stunning historical building that sat above the place where the Vltava and Otava rivers meet in the southern Bohemian region of the Czech Republic. It's played a significant part of Czech history since its construction began in the early 13th century, under the reign of King Otakar I. There's a dark side to the place too, featuring an interesting blend of Romanesque and Gothic architectural styles. As it went through a series of construction and renovation stages across the centuries, the massive walls and imposing towers were designed not only to provide plenty of living space, but also for defense, as it served to protect the kingdom's borders and control the important river trade routes. Since being built, it's been home to many Bohemian kings and noble families, each leaving their mark on its structure and history. One of the most distinctive features of this castle is the Royal Palace, which contains the Chapel of St. Wenceslas. This chapel is known for how well preserved it is and the early Gothic frescoes that cover its walls, some of which are among the oldest in Central Europe. The castle also has a mysterious stone known as the Devil's Stone, which according to legend brings bad luck to anyone who moves it from its resting place. With so much history, Zvikov is linked to a number of myths and legends, including stories of a ghostly guard who appears when the Czech nation faces danger, and a Zvikovsky Ramesek, a mischievous sprite said to cause disturbances within the walls. These tales have led to it being known as the most haunted place in the country, and one where visitors often experience unnerving events. Number 13, Nagoro Village, Japan. Nagoro Village, which you may know as the Scarecrow Village, is an eerie place in the Iya Valley on the island of Shikoku in Japan. The small, secluded village has become well known around the world because of its unusual population, as instead of seeing people everywhere, you'll see hundreds of scarecrows. The reason for this is a sad story in itself, and the tradition began with Tsukimiya Yano, a local woman who returned to her village after years away and found a community that had dwindled significantly due to young people moving to cities for work. Faced with the loneliness and abandonment that affected many rural villages in Japan, Ayano began making scarecrows to replace her neighbors and friends. Each scarecrow is handcrafted with an incredible level of detail and positioned throughout the village in everyday scenes. You'll find a fisherman by the river, students in classrooms, and old people sitting on benches, all of which are dressed in old clothes, often ones that once belonged to the people they're meant to represent. Over time, the project has grown to include over 350 of them, each placed at various locations around Nagoro, making the village feel both populated and haunting at the same time. Nagoro has become a destination for travelers looking for a strange and creepy experience, with visitors able to walk through what has essentially become an open-air museum. This has, in a way, meant the scarecrows have breathed new life into the village, but it's definitely a strange place to set foot in, or to even explore through Google Earth. Number 12, the Stanley R. Mickelson Safeguard Complex, North Dakota. During the Cold War, communities around the world took precautions just in case the worst happened, and the Stanley R. Mickelson Safeguard Complex is a fascinating but uneasy example of this. Located near the town of Nakoma in North Dakota, it was the first and only operational anti-ballistic missile defense installation in the United States, constructed during the height of the Cold War in the early 1970s. Its purpose was to detect and intercept incoming ballistic missile threats as part of a larger initiative known as the Safeguard Program, which aimed to develop a defense system capable of protecting the United States from a potential nuclear attack. The facility in North Dakota was chosen due to its proximity to the Minuteman missile silos in the area, which were seen as being likely targets in the event of a nuclear conflict. The complex featured a range of advanced radar systems and missile interceptors, including the Missile Site Radar and 4 remote Sprint and Spartan missile launch sites designed to track and destroy incoming missiles. The architecture of the place is complex, and it's unusual, particularly the pyramid-shaped MSR building, which housed the radar and computer systems necessary for the detection and interception. The operational life of the Safeguard Complex was surprisingly short, though, having become fully operational in April 1975, but due to high operational costs and strategic limitations, it was decommissioned in February 1976, less than a year later. Today, it's a Cold War relic and a reminder of a period in military history that saw rapid technological advancements and intense geopolitical tensions. The site has since been partially dismantled, though the iconic pyramid remains as a haunting memory of how dangerous those times were thought to be. Number 11, the Jouronkainen Sculpture Garden in Finland. Found in Parakkala in the southeast of Finland, the Veijo Runkonen Sculpture Garden was meant to be a welcoming and endearing artistic attraction, but it instead became one of the strangest and sometimes creepiest places you could ever go.
Whoa.
It was created by the self-taught artist Veijo Runkonen, who spent over 50 years populating his garden with nearly 550 concrete sculptures. But despite his as a haunting memory of how dangerous those times were thought to be. Number 11, the Jouronkainen Sculpture Garden in Finland. Found in Parakkala in the southeast of Finland, the Veijo Runkonen Sculpture Garden was meant to be a welcoming and endearing artistic attraction, but it instead became one of the strangest and sometimes creepiest places you could ever go. It was created by the self-taught artist Veijo Runkonen, who spent over 50 years populating his garden with nearly 550 concrete sculptures. But despite his extensive practice, he never really managed to perfect the human face. Originally employed as a paper mill worker throughout his life, the artist began creating his garden in 1961 at the age of just 16. Over the decades, he built a world filled with life-sized human figures, each taking on a different expression and pose. These sculptures are depicted in various activities such as playing instruments, dancing, or engaging in yoga poses, and many of them are fitted with real human teeth and eyes made from glass orbs, making them quite odd to look at. Also in the garden are a number of buildings, including the artist's home, and decorated environments that incorporate elements of Finnish folklore and Ronkanen's personal mythology. One of the most interesting features are soundscapes, as some sculptures have internal speakers that play recordings, such as deep breathing, which makes it feel even stranger. Walking through the sculpture garden, you'll experience a combination of wonder and discomfort, getting a glimpse into the artist's inner life and a sense of isolation. Ronkanen rarely left his home and was known to be reclusive, preferring to let his art speak for itself. Number 10, the Clown Motel, Nevada. Nevada is a place where you'll find somewhere to stay that caters to virtually any need you can possibly imagine. Is the Clown Motel in Tonopah, with the landscape to one side and the historical old Tonopah Cemetery to the other. It's best known for its extensive collection of clown memorabilia and themed rooms. First opened in 1985 by Leona and Leroy David, it was initially a tribute to the couple's father, who was an avid clown collector. The motel's lobby is home to over 2,000 clown figurines, paintings, and life-size statues, ranging from delightful to eerie, and from classic circus clowns to more contemporary designs. The collection has grown through the years, largely due to donations from guests and clown figurines. No two visits will ever be the same. The motel's closeness to the cemetery, which ended burials in 1911, and houses the graves of many of the original miners, adds another layer of creepiness to this day. With guests often reporting strange occurrences and plenty of stories of hauntings both in the motel and in the nearby graveyard, it's this combination of clown theming and ghostly tales that makes it a truly unique place. If you dare stay, each room is clown-themed and named and decorated after famous clowns. There's also a gift shop offering clown memorabilia, giving a chance for visitors to take home a piece of their peculiar experience, as well as booking a space on a ghost tour, which is particularly popular around Halloween. Number 9, Lawang Sewu, Indonesia. Lawang Sewu, which translates from Javanese to mean 1,000 doors, is a notoriously haunted building that's in the city of Semarang, which is the capital of Central Java in Indonesia. Its name comes from its design, which features countless doors and windows within the structure, many of which don't actually lead anywhere. Despite the name, there aren't actually 1,000 doors, but you rarely see a building with more entrances than this one. In 1904, during the Dutch colonial era, it was originally the headquarters of the Dutch East Indies Railway Company.
All right, let's get to it. Let's get to it.
Architecture, combining
Finish.
European local influences. Its construction was completed in 1907, blending Gothic and Roman elements, with high ceilings, large windows, and
Damn.
beautiful stained glass. The building didn't remain as office space for long.
Where is
Though,
this
as
coming
during
from?
World War II, it was taken over by the Japanese forces and used as their main base.
All right, let's go. Let's go back.
Or around Halloween.
I think I missed a lot.
Number 9. It's largely due to donations from guests and clown enthusiasts. Discomfort, getting a glimpse into the artist's inner life and a sense of isolation. Isolation. Rarely left his home and was known to be reclusive, preferring to let his art speak for itself. Number 10, the Clown Motel.
Clone Motel.
Nevada is a place where you'll find somewhere to stay.
Clone Motel?
Virtually any need you could possibly imagine. But probably the creepiest option is the Clown Motel in Tonopah. With the landscape to one side and the historical Old Tonopah Cemetery to the other, it's best known for its extensive
All right, let's get it.
collection of clown memorabilia and
The
themed
Clone
rooms.
Motel.
First opened in 1985 by Leona and Leroy David. It was initially a tribute to the couple's father, who was an avid clown collector.
Oh, the West
Motel's
Coast
lobby
kids.
is home to over 2,000 clown figurines, paintings, and life-size statues, ranging from delightful to eerie, and from classic circus clowns to more contemporary designs. The collection has grown through the years, largely due to donations from guests and clown enthusiasts, ensuring that no two visits will ever be the same. The motel's closeness to the cemetery, which ended burials in 1911 and houses the graves of many of the original miners, adds in another layer of creepiness to the stay.
Yo.
With guests often reporting strange occurrences and plenty of stories of hauntings both in the motel and in the nearby graveyard. It's this combination of clown theming and ghostly tales that makes it a truly unique place. If you dare stay, each room is clown themed and named and decorated after famous clowns. There's also a gift shop offering clown memorabilia, giving a chance for visitors to take home a piece of their peculiar experience, as well as booking a space on a ghost tour, which is particularly popular around Halloween. Number 9, Lawang Sewu, Indonesia.
Lawang Sewu.
Lawang Sewu, which translates from Javanese to mean 1,000 doors, is a notoriously haunted building that's in the city of Semarang, which is the capital of Central Java in Indonesia. Its name comes from its design, which features countless doors and windows within the structure, many of which don't actually lead anywhere. Despite the name, there aren't actually 1,000 doors, but you'll rarely see a building with more entrances than this one. Built in 1904 during the Dutch colonial era, it was originally the headquarters of the Dutch East Indies Railway Company. The building was designed by Dutch architect C. Citroen and was a stunning example of colonial-era architecture, combining European aesthetics with local influences. Its construction was completed in 1907, blending Gothic and Roman elements, with high ceilings, large windows, and beautiful stained glass. The building didn't remain as office space for long, though, as during World War II it was taken over by the Japanese forces and used as their main base. This meant that it also served as a site of imprisonment and torture during the time, and the spirits of those who were held there are said to still roam the halls to this very day. After Indonesia proclaimed independence, Lawang Sewu was repurposed for various different uses, including becoming an office for different Indonesian railway companies. Having witnessed critical periods in Indonesian history, including the struggle for independence and the post-colonial era, it's a hugely important structure. But it's the scars of war and the remnants of its use as a detention facility during the Japanese occupation that have had the biggest impact on the place. Local legends are common, even with efforts to restore it over the past decade. There's a spooky feeling at every turn. It's become a popular tourist attraction, though, with people wanting to see the incredible architecture. But there's no avoiding its creepiness, and it's become the go-to destination in the country for anyone wanting to confront the paranormal. Number 8, Poveglia Island, Italy. Venice is, of course, one of the most famous tourist destinations in the world. But the lagoon in which the city is found also has several other islands. One of these is known as Poveglia. It's off limits to visitors because of its complicated past, and it's one of the creepiest places on the planet. The island once had a thriving community, but this all changed in 1348 when the Black Death swept through Europe. Poveglia became a quarantine colony as one of the Plague Islands, where the Venetian Republic exiled many of its infected citizens. It's estimated that over the centuries, more than 100,000 people who were sick or suspected of carrying the plague were sent there. As a result, the island became a mass burial ground, with some estimates suggesting that the soil on Poveglia is composed as much as 50% of human ash. The island's dark history didn't end with the plague, though, as it continued being used as a quarantine facility until the late 19th century. And then, in the 1940s,
no
the
change.
buildings there were repurposed into an asylum for the mentally ill.
I need to wash my hair,
Another
bro.
legend, a doctor at the facility tortured and performed experiments on the patients, driven by a quest to understand the mysteries of madness. Said to have eventually succumbed to the revenge of the spirits on the island, the asylum was closed in 1968 and completely abandoned. Nature began to reclaim the structures with vines and wildflowers covering the decaying hospital. All of this creates a truly ghostly atmosphere, with a few people who managed to actually set foot on it regretting getting anywhere close. In recent years, the Italian government auctioned a 99-year lease for Poveglia in an attempt to develop into a vacation or commercial destination. However, resistance from local communities and the continued paranormal activity has put a stop to those ideas. And for now, it remains empty. Moving on to number 7, Eastern State Penitentiary, Philadelphia. Eastern State Penitentiary in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, first opened in 1829 on the outskirts of the city, and at the time it was seen as an architectural wonder and a completely new approach to how prisons were built. It was designed by John Haviland. The Gothic structure was conceived with the intent of inspiring penitence, which is why it was called a penitentiary, and it introduced a new model of solitary confinement based on Quaker ideas. The philosophy guiding Eastern State was one of solitary confinement that allowed inmates time to reflect upon their crimes, something they believed would help their moral reform. Each inmate was housed in an individual cell with a skylight representing the eye of God, and the design included private outdoor spaces attached to each cell where prisoners could exercise alone, maintaining their physical and mental health without the corruption that was thought to come from mingling with other inmates. This system of isolation was referred to as the Pennsylvania system, or separate system, and became quite influential, with many other prisons around the world being based on it. However, the practice of solitary confinement eventually came under scrutiny, with critics arguing that it led to mental harm rather than rehabilitation. By the early 20th century, Eastern State slowly abandoned its solitary system due to overcrowding and changing philosophies towards how prisoners should be treated, and transitioned towards a system more similar to those seen in modern prisons. While it was open, Eastern State housed some notorious criminals, including bank robber Willie Sutton, and most famously Al Capone, whose luxuriously finished cell contrasted sharply with the stark conditions experienced by other inmates. It was, though, eventually closed in 1971 after 142 years of continuous use. The abandonment led to the building's rapid deterioration until, in 1994, it was reopened as a museum and historic site. Now it remains a reminder of the changing approaches to prisons over time, and an undeniably creepy place to visit when you feel the cold isolation around you that countless prisoners experienced, often with no hope of ever leaving.
Whoa.
Number 6, Scott's Hut, Antarctica. Located on the edge of the Ross Ice Shelf in Antarctica and built in 1911 during the British Antarctic Expedition, also known as the Terra Nova Expedition, Scott's Hut was constructed to be the base for Captain Robert Falcon Scott and his team as they took on their mission to become the first to reach the geographic South Pole.
Whoa.
Things ended tragically, though, when they failed to return from the pole in 1912. But their hut remains in place as a monument to a time when exploration involved extreme isolation around you that countless prisoners experienced. Continuous use. The abandonment led to the building's rapid deterioration until, in 1994, it was reopened as a museum and historic site. Now it remains a reminder of the changing approaches to prisons over time, and an undeniably creepy place to visit when you feel the cold isolation around you that countless prisoners experienced, often with no hope of ever leaving.
What?
Number 6. Scott's Hut, Antarctica. Located on the edge of the Ross Ice Shelf in Antarctica and built in 1911 during the British Antarctic Expedition, also known as the Terra Nova Expedition, Scott's Hut was constructed to be the base for Captain Robert Falcon Scott and his team as they took on their mission to become the first to reach the geographic South Pole. Things ended tragically, though. They failed to return from the pole in 1912. But their hut remains in place as a monument to a time when exploration involved extreme bravery and huge risks. The hut is a timber structure built from prefabricated panels that were designed to withstand the extreme conditions of the Antarctic. The design and construction were based on the principles learned from the people who lived in the Arctic, optimized to retain heat and resist the fierce winds and chilling temperatures that the region is known for. Inside, the hut was divided into various sections, including living quarters, a kitchen, and a storage area, and it was stocked with provisions, scientific equipment, and personal items. The hut is remarkably well preserved, with contents that are almost exactly as they were left by the Terra Nova expedition over a century ago. Inside, you can still see the beds, reindeer sleeping bags, clothing, and even a box of Huntley and Palmer's biscuits. Scientific instruments, tools, and personal objects are still there, frozen in time. It's like stepping into the past. The isolation and extreme cold have helped preserve the hut and its contents, although the site faces threats from increased tourist activity and climate change. Conservation efforts are ongoing to ensure its preservation as both a historical site. It's also been meticulously imaged by Google, so instead of traveling all the way there, you're better off just exploring it from the warmth and comfort of your own home. Number 5. Airplane Boneyard, Mojave Air and Spaceport in California. The Mojave Air and Spaceport in California is a hub for aerospace innovation and development, but it's also home to one of the most fascinating and creepy places related to aviation, the Airplane Boneyard. Deep within the Mojave Desert, this boneyard is a retirement home for hundreds of aircraft that have reached the end of their service life. The desert's dry conditions and hard pan soil make it an ideal location for storing them, as it prevents corrosion and preserves the aircraft in a state suitable for potential reuse or salvage. Spanning several acres, the Mojave Boneyard is a bizarre landscape filled with rows upon rows of parked airplanes, ranging from small private jets to massive commercial airliners. Some have been stored whole for potential future use, but others are destined for parts reclamation or recycling. The sight of these decommissioned planes, though, can be strangely somber. Each was in service for decades, making thousands of flights, transporting millions of passengers, and visiting all corners of the globe. And this final resting place sums up the transient nature of transport technology and the human impact on our planet. It's not somewhere you can just visit, though, meaning the best way to see it in all its glory is
It's
through
not somewhere
mapping
you can
services.
visit, though.
Some of the aircraft being held here still contain
Sleepy wants to
classified or extremely
become
valuable
involved, bro.
components, and it's on a private site that has
Want to
commercial
become
interest.
involved.
Alongside the boneyard, the Mojave Air and Spaceport operates as a pioneering facility for the aerospace industry, hosting companies that test and develop new aircraft, space vehicles, and associated tech. This has created a unique contrast between the old and deteriorating with the cutting edge and new, further piquing the interest of photographers, aviation enthusiasts, and plenty more people. Number 4. Spree Park Amusement Park, Berlin, Germany. Around the world, parks aim to be some of the happiest and joyful places you can visit. But both because of the state it's currently in and the criminal behavior of its creator, the Spree Park Amusement Park in Berlin, Germany is the complete opposite of what it set out to be. Originally, it was known as Kulturpark Plantewald when it opened in 1969. It's along the banks of the River Spree and operated under East German control until the fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989. It was the only amusement park in East Berlin, covering 73 acres and attracting up to 1.7 million visitors a year at its peak.
Whoa.
After German reunification, Spree Park was taken over by Norbert Witte and his family, who transformed and rebranded it. The park introduced more Western-style attractions, including a giant Ferris wheel, roller coasters, water rides, and an English village. But despite these efforts, they soon began to struggle financially. Attendance dwindled with the increased competition from elsewhere and poor management decisions. And by 2001, the park was forced to close its gates, leaving rides and attractions to fall into a state of disrepair. Following the park's downfall, Norbert Witte secretly shipped some of the most valuable rides to Lima, Peru, supposedly for repair and renovation, Instead, he attempted to open a new amusement park in Lima, which ultimately failed. And then in 2004, he was caught trying to smuggle almost 400 pounds of cocaine from Peru to Germany in the masts of the flying carpet ride, which led to his imprisonment. Since its closure, Spree Park has become a destination for urban explorers and photographers, drawn by its continual decay and the surreal sight of its rusting attractions that are being reclaimed by nature. In recent years, there's been a renewed interest in the park, and the Berlin government purchased the site in 2014 with plans to rejuvenate it, preserving its historical and cultural significance. Part of the proposal involved restoring some of the original rides to modern attractions and providing spaces for cultural events. But this is, of course, a massively costly project, so for now, it remains off limits, except through Google Earth. Number 3, Centralia, Pennsylvania. Centralia in Pennsylvania in the United States is a near ghost town that's become more famous for its underground coal mine fire than for its history or the small number of residents who still live there. Located in Columbia County, Centralia was once a bustling place, benefiting from the riches that came from the large coal deposits in the area. The town was settled in 1841 and incorporated in 1866, and at its peak had several thousand residents, as well as plenty of businesses, schools, and churches. Fortunes began to change for the town, though, and its residents in 1962, with a series of events that couldn't be recovered from. A fire was lit in a landfill near the entrance to an abandoned coal mine to clean up the site, which, while it may sound extreme, was actually a common practice. That backfired, however, when the fire ignited an exposed vein of anthracite coal. And when efforts to extinguish the fire failed, it spread to the extensive network of mines underneath the town. This fire has been burning ever since. Okay. The environmental impact and safety concerns led to intervention by the government, and in 1983, Congress allocated more than $42 million for relocation efforts. By 1992, the Pennsylvania governor invoked eminent domain on all property in the town, which was a controversial move, but was upheld by the courts in 1993. Today, Centralia is essentially abandoned, with only a few people remaining, refusing to leave their family homes despite the risks. The streets that were once alive with miners and their families are now mostly overgrown with vegetation and snow rising from the cracked earth, a continual reminder of the ongoing fire below. With the fumes that are being released by the fires deep beneath the ground, though, it's not exactly safe to be there for too long without the risk of developing long-term health conditions. Number 2, Bangalore Fort, India. Bangalore Fort, which is in the Alwar district of Rajasthan, India, is said to be the most haunted place in the country. Located at the edge of the Sariska Tiger Reserve, the fort is surrounded by hills and it's steeped in legend and mysteries. It was built in the 17th century and was a great example of the conditions that were typical in Rajasthan at that time. The fort complex includes temples, palaces, and multiple gates, each intricately designed with architectural.
All right. Let's continue.
Style of the period. Among these, the most impressive structures are the temples, which feature beautiful stone carvings that have remained in surprisingly good condition to this day.
Wow.
According to local legend, though, the fort is terribly cursed. The story centers on a wizard named Singhiya, who fell hopelessly in love with a beautiful princess. Knowing that his love was unrequited, he attempted to use magic to win her heart. The princess, however, saw through his plans and found a way to turn the spell against him. In his last breath, the wizard cursed Bangar, dooming it to destruction and desolation. Not long after, Bangar Fort was attacked and sacked by invaders from neighboring states, leading to its abandonment, and the locals now believe the fort is haunted by the restless spirits of those who fell victim to the curse. What makes the fort really unusual is that, despite welcome visitors, authorities have expressly banned visitors from being there between sunset and sunrise because of the dangers of the hauntings, making it one of the only places in the world that paranormal activity has been confirmed by a government. This, of course, only tempts more people to the place to try to experience all the ghoulish happenings for themselves, as well as taking in the splendor of the architecture, with the bizarre royal palace and several temples still looking like they did originally. Number 1. The Darvaza gas crater, Turkmenistan. If you ever wondered where the door to hell might be located, then the answer is probably the creepiest place on Earth, and can be found in the Karakum Desert in Turkmenistan. Officially known as the Darvaza gas crater, this geological anomaly has, worryingly, been burning continuously since 1971, in a place to try to experience all the ghoulish happenings for themselves. Of Rajasthan in India is said to be the most haunted place in the country, located at the edge of still rising from the cracked earth, a continual reminder of the ongoing fire below. With the fumes that are being released by the fires deep beneath the ground, though, it's not exactly safe to be there for too long without the risk of developing long-term health conditions. Number 2, Bangalore Fort, India.
Oh, Bangalore Fort. Bangalore Fort. India. Bangalore Fort.
This, of course, only tempts more people to the place to try to experience all the ghoulish happenings for themselves, as well as taking in the splendor of the architecture, with the bizarre royal palace and several temples still looking like they did originally. Number 1, the Darvaza gas crater, Turkmenistan. If you ever wondered where the door to hell might be located, then the answer is probably the creepiest place on Earth, and can be found in the Karakum Desert in Turkmenistan. Officially known as the Darvaza gas crater, this geological anomaly has, worryingly, been burning continuously since 1971 and shows no signs of ending. The story of how this happened dates back to the late 1960s to early 70s, when Turkmenistan was still part of the Soviet Union. Soviet engineers were searching for resources when they stumbled upon a cavern filled with natural gas. The ground beneath the investigating rig collapsed, though, creating a large hole with a diameter of about 230 feet and a depth of around 66 feet. Fearing the release of poisonous gas, the engineers decided to burn off the gas, believing that the subsequent fire would extinguish within a few weeks. So, according to reports, they set it alight with a couple of grenades. As soon as they found, however, that it was a much larger deposit of gas in the area, and the fire has raged ever since. It's located about 160 miles north of Ashgabat, the capital city of Turkmenistan. The Darvaza gas crater is surrounded by eerie, almost apocalyptic landscape. The fire inside the crater lights up the night sky with an ominous glow. The heat near the crater is intense, too, and the smell of burning sulfur can be overwhelming. Despite its popularity, especially as it's one of the only major tourist attractions in the country, there are real concerns about the long-term damage that the crater is causing. Recently, there's been discussions by the Turkmen government about extinguishing the fire or exploiting the area's gas reserves more effectively. But so far, such initiatives have yet to materialize, mostly because no one can agree or know for certain quite how to extinguish a blaze like this. It's likely then that it'll continue to be a creepy burning crater for many years to come. Being both a fascinating place to visit, but also a reminder of how destructive human activity can be without proper management or environmental awareness. Thanks for watching, everyone. I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you to our channel members.
All right. Wow. Celebrities killed by obsessive fans. All right. Let's check it out. This is all we gotta do.
Unfortunately,
So
her life was
now in the middle, close in the middle, exactly 50-50%. Another 250 minutes. Whoa, that's fire. All right.
cut short by an obsessed fan.
I can't believe that the poor guy died. It makes absolutely no sense whatsoever that he would die in such a senseless manner.
It's always giving people the benefit of the doubt, you know, and look what it got her.
The problem with being famous is that anyone can become your fan, even dangerous people. And when those dangerous fans strike, the consequences can be fatal. Today, we'll talk about celebrities who were ended by their own fans and the tragic events behind each case. Hello, friends. So my goal this year is to give you guys double the amount of videos without sacrificing quality. And in order for me to do that, we got to keep Visual Venture growing. So 75% of you guys are not subscribed, and it would mean the world to me if you did, and I promise to give you more fire content. John Lennon. We're starting off this video with a bit of an older case. John Lennon was one of the world's biggest musicians, but in 1966 he said something that made his own fans turn against him. John Lennon was a member of the Beatles, which you guys have definitely heard of, but just in case, they were a super successful rock band. While talking about their success, Lennon said that the Beatles were more popular than Jesus.
Man, bro.
They are having more influence on kids and things than anything else, including Jesus, but I said it in that way, which is the wrong way.
For many Christians, this wasn't just a statement, it was an insult to their faith. And angry fans boycotted the band and even sent him death threats. However, as the years passed, the uproar died down and life moved on, at least for most people.
I don't know the Beatles. Like everyone, even if it's a child, they know who Jesus Christ is. Everyone know. Whenever there is problem, everyone know Jesus. Like you know, like yeah. Yeah, let's move on. Yeah, let's move on. Let's move on.
But one man, 25-year-old Mark David Chapman, thought Lennon's comment was unforgivable, and he wanted to do something about it. Chapman started out as a fan of John Lennon. However, after the more popular than Jesus comment, Chapman found other reasons to resent him. To Chapman, John Lennon was a hypocrite. Lennon sang about living a simple life and rejecting materialism. But Lennon wasn't practicing what he preached. At the time, Lennon was worth around $200 million, equivalent to $620 million today. He lived in a lavish home, owned a custom Rolls Royce, and enjoyed a luxurious lifestyle. Chapman described his feelings, saying John Lennon told us to imagine no possessions, and there he was with millions of dollars and yachts and country estates, laughing at people like me who believed the lies and built a big part of their lives around his music. Chapman decided Lennon needed to be punished, and he came up with a plan to do just that. On December 8, 1980, Chapman put his plan into motion. He went to the New York apartment where Lennon was staying. But when he arrived, he was disappointed by what he saw. There was a crowd of fans outside the apartment waiting for pictures and autographs from the star. After a while, Lennon came out. He signed some autographs and took pictures with fans. Chapman blended in with the crowd and even posed for a picture with John Lennon. Lennon had no clue that the man standing beside him was plotting to end him. After signing autographs, Lennon and his wife left their apartment heading to a recording session. From a distance, Chapman watched them go. But instead of returning home, Chapman waited nearby. Around 10:50 p.m. that night, Lennon and his wife returned. It was dark, the fans were gone, and the street outside their apartment was quiet. As Lennon and his wife emerged from their car, Chapman stepped out of the shadows and ended John Lennon. Neighbors rushed to the scene and drove Lennon to a hospital. Sadly, Lennon didn't survive.
Former Beatle John Lennon, who was 40 was shot and killed last night outside his luxury apartment in New York.
What makes this story even stranger is what Chapman did after the crime. Chapman remained at the scene and appeared to be reading a book when New York City police officers arrived. He didn't resist arrest. In 1981, Chapman was sentenced to 20 years to life in prison. Since then, he's been denied parole 13 times, but his most recent was rejected in 2024. This next case is a head-scratcher involving angry fans, cover-ups, and stories that don't add up. Albert Abbasi. When we think of celebrities, we usually picture actors and musicians. Footballers are celebrities too, and I'm not talking about American football. Just like other stars, these athletes sometimes have fans who take things way too far. Albert Abbasi was a soccer player from Cameroon, a country in Africa. In 2013, he got his big break, a chance to play for a top team in Algeria. Traveling to another country to play was a big deal, and Albert did not disappoint. In his first season, Albert was the league's top scorer with 20 goals in 36 matches. He also helped his team finish second in the league. Albert was a hero. Fans loved him and his teammates relied on him. But all that changed on August 23rd, 2014. That day, Albert's team, JSK, played against their rivals, MC Alger. The match was a big deal for Algerian football. The rivalry between the teams was intense and fans were on edge. It was a close game, but in the end, Albert's team lost 2-1. As Albert's team walked off the pitch, anger erupted in the stands. Angry fans threw sticks, bottles, and other objects at the players. It was chaos, and the flying objects were dangerous. The players ran off the field, heading for the safety of their dressing room. At first, this didn't seem like a huge deal. The fans had a reputation for being rowdy, but hours later, devastating news broke. JSK announced that Albert was hit on the head by an object thrown from the crowd. He was rushed to the hospital, but didn't make it.
A Cameroonian footballer playing in Algeria has died after being struck by what appeared to be a piece of concrete.
Algeria's sports minister released a statement claiming the object that hit Albert was a slate tile, like the ones used for flooring or roofing. That made sense because construction work was going on near the stadium. It seemed like a tragic case of fan violence.
I can't believe that the poor guy died. It makes absolutely no sense whatsoever that he would die in such a senseless manner, especially after scoring the only goal for his side in that match.
But while everyone accepted his explanation, Albert's family felt the story didn't add up, so they launched their own investigation. Doubts began when Albert's dad saw a video of Albert leaving the pitch to enter the dressing room after the match. In the video, Albert didn't seem hurt at all. Albert's family hired an independent pathologist to perform a second autopsy. What they discovered completely changed everything. The new report said that Albert's injuries couldn't have been caused by an object hitting his head. It stated it can't be a slate tile, as the Algerians stated in the report, because if someone threw a tile even at high speed, it couldn't cause such severe wounds like the ones I found on the body. The object that hit him came from close range. But the pathologist had his own theory. He said Albert's injuries could only be explained by a physical attack, especially because some of his wounds are showing signs of struggle. When this report came out, it led to speculation that Albert was attacked by someone in the dressing room, leading to his demise. Albert's father believed this theory. He said it wasn't a rock, it wasn't a seizure. My son was murdered. Following the new autopsy, the Algerian Ministry of Justice promised a deeper investigation. The weeks turned into months, and still no answers came. Meanwhile, the Algerian Football Federation and the government paid Abbasi's family $100,000 in compensation. Despite the money, Albert's father was determined to uncover the truth. He declared, "All I want there to be is justice. If investigations are done properly, they will find out who killed Albert." Unfortunately, what happened to Albert Abbasi is still a mystery. Was he ended by his angry fans, as the official story claimed, or was it a cover-up for something darker? What happened to this next celebrity was so tragic that the government passed a law to prevent it from happening again. Rebecca Schaefer. When she was just 19, Rebecca Schaefer landed a role on the TV sitcom My Sister Sam. But the show didn't just bring her fame, it brought a deadly stalker. His name was Robert John Bardo. It was no secret that Robert had issues. As a teenager, he was diagnosed with bipolar disorder. He also spent time in a psychiatric facility to treat emotional problems. Due to his mental issues, Bardo developed an extreme obsession with female celebrities he saw on TV. His fixation began with actress Samantha Smith. He sent her letters and even tried to meet with him. Sadly, Samantha passed away in a plane crash in 1985. So with Samantha gone, Robert needed a new focus. That's when Rebecca Schaefer caught his eye. Rebecca was an actress, model, and star of the sitcom My Sister Sam. Bardo first saw her in a commercial for the show in 1986.
Hi, I'm Patty Russell. This is my sister Sam. I used to live with her aunt and uncle in Oregon, but a few months ago I changed that. Before she moved in, I had my life totally together. When you having any fun? I hate it when she's right.
Robert was obsessed right away. The first thing he did was send Rebecca a letter expressing his admiration. Rebecca didn't realize how troubled Robert was. To her, he was just another fan, so he replied to his letter. But one reply wasn't enough for Robert. He bombarded Rebecca with dozens of letters. However, this time, Rebecca didn't respond. As Bardo waited for her to write back, his frustration grew. Eventually, Bardo decided to stop waiting and visit Rebecca in person. He prepared like a date. He bought flowers and a teddy bear and traveled to a Hollywood set where Rebecca was shooting a movie. But Bardo was in for a huge disappointment. The security on the movie set refused to let him through because Rebecca wasn't expecting any visitors. All his effort was for nothing. Now Bardo was mad. He returned a month later armed with a knife, but security guards again prevented him from gaining access. At this point, it seemed like he would never meet Rebecca. Over time, his fixation on Rebecca started to fade. Then, one thing brought it all back. In 1989, Bardo saw Rebecca doing a love scene with another actor in a movie. Bardo was enraged by the scene, apparently out of jealousy. In his disturbed mind, Rebecca was no longer sweet and innocent, and she needed to be punished for becoming another Hollywood whore. Bardo paid a private detective $250 to find Rebecca's home address. Once Bardo knew where she lived, he got a weapon. On July 18, 1989, Bardo showed up at Rebecca Schaefer's home in Los Angeles. Inside, Rebecca was waiting for someone to deliver a script when she heard a knock at the door. Expecting the delivery person, she opened it only to find Bardo standing there. Bardo showed her the letter she had sent him and an autographed photo. He told her he was her biggest fan, but Rebecca was busy. She politely told him that she had an interview to get ready for. She shook his hand, wished him well, and shut the door. In Bardo's disturbed mind, Rebecca just rejected him like he was following her. He went to a nearby restaurant, ordered a meal, and sat there replaying their encounter in his head. Anger and frustration consumed him. An hour later, he returned to Rebecca's apartment. This time, she recognized him as soon as she opened the door. Rebecca said, "You come to my door again. Hurry up. I don't have much time." Then Robert ended her. He was only 21. After the crime, Bardo fled the scene, but didn't have a solid escape plan. He was later seen wandering around aimlessly in traffic and arrested by police. Bardo was found guilty on first-degree murder and sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. Rebecca's passing was a national tragedy, but it brought attention to the dangers of stalking. Rebecca's demise led to the passing of America's first anti-stalking laws in 1990. For the first time, stalking was classified as a crime with punishments like jail time and fines. Our next story is something most of you might remember. I was also a fan of hers back in the day. Christina Grimmie. Meet and greet is an event where fans can meet a celebrity, usually for a photo, autograph, or a quick chat. But after what happened to Christina Grimmie at her meet and greet, some celebrities now fear being in the same room with their fans. Christina was one of the first musicians to become famous on YouTube. She blew up in 2009 because of one song.
Hi, I'm going to sing Party USA by Miley Cyrus. When it gets to the high notes, I don't really, kind of difficult for me to sing. My voice has been going through a lot of crappy problems. I hope you like it now.
The video went viral and suddenly millions were watching her online.
So I gotta get my model on. Not that I'm a model, because I'm so not a model.
Christina caught the attention of big names in the music industry. Before long, she got a management team and her career took off. Christina released EPs, went on tour with Selena Gomez, and even competed on season 6 of The Voice. By 2014, Christina Grimmie had over 2 million YouTube subscribers and a devoted fan base. She was on the brink of major success. Then she locked eyes with a man who would end her life, Kevin James Loibel. 27-year-old Kevin felt like he was a loner. He rarely left his room, spent hours on his computer, and had almost no friends. Most described him as socially awkward and detached. Then, sometime in 2015, Kevin discovered Christina Grimmie on YouTube, and he was mesmerized. For the next 6 months, he spent most of
waking hours watching Christina on YouTube and monitoring her social media accounts. As Kevin watched her, he became convinced that Christina was his soulmate. He decided to track her down and try to get into a relationship with her. First, he needed to make himself presentable. Determined to impress her, Kevin transformed his appearance. He lost 50 pounds, underwent LASIK surgery, and had his teeth whitened and got hair implants. In 2016, Christina announced that she would be performing in Orlando. Kevin felt it was the perfect opportunity to finally meet her, so he drove over 100 miles to the event. But this meeting was not going to end well. On June 10th, 2016, Christina performed at Plaza Live in Orlando. After her set, she hosted a meet and greet. Fans lined up to take pictures and get autographs. Christina, ever so kind and humble, made everyone feel special. At exactly 10:24 p.m., Kevin James Loibel reached the front of the line. As he stepped forward, Christina opened her arms for a hug, but instead of hugging her, Kevin ended her. Christina's brother Marcus tackled Kevin to the ground, but Kevin managed to break free. Then Kevin backed against the wall, ended himself.
Remy's brother Marcus immediately dove over a merchandise booth and tackled the gunman to the ground.
By the time the paramedics arrived, it was too late to save Christina. She was gone. This tragedy wasn't just heartbreaking, it was confusing. Why did Kevin obsess over Christina and then end her when they finally met? Kevin James had no criminal record or history of mental illness. Why did he suddenly turn violent? To this day, no one understands why he did it. To preserve her legacy, Christina's family created a foundation to support families affected by gun violence. It's called the Christina Grimmie Foundation. This next story is about a rumor that made a celebrity a target for execution. Dimebag Darrell. Fans are sad when their favorite band breaks up, but eventually they get over it. However, when heavy metal band Pantera split, fans were so mad that someone ended up losing their life. Pantera wasn't just any band. They sold 20 million records with 4 Grammy nominations, making them one of the most successful bands in heavy metal history.
Cowboys from Hell made Pantera a household name, and their subsequent albums, Vulgar Display of Power and Far Beyond Driven, were released with much success.
Despite their success, the band members didn't really get along. Creative differences and personal clashes made things tense. By 1996, it was so bad that they couldn't even record an album together in the same room. They had to work separately. The tension lasted for another 7 years. Finally, in 2003, Pantera split. For Pantera's loyal fans, it was heartbreaking. But one fan took his disappointment to a dangerous extreme. That fan was Nathan Gale. Nathan was not a happy guy. For most of his life, he struggled to hold down a steady job. In 2002, he joined the Marines hoping to turn things around. But even that didn't work. He was discharged from the service after being diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia. Nathan refused treatment and returned home where his mental health worsened. He started making strange claims, like saying God wanted him to eliminate Marilyn Manson. He would talk to himself, laugh at nothing, and even play with an imaginary dog. One of the few normal aspects of Nathan's troubled life was his deep love for Pantera. Their music was his escape. Nathan would often hang out at a tattoo shop near his apartment, ranting about heavy metal music. But as Nathan's mental state worsened, his love for Pantera became distorted. He started to think Pantera's songs were actually his. He even showed people notebooks as evidence claiming Pantera copied their songs from him. Nathan's delusions were at their peak when Pantera announced their split in 2003. Nathan was crushed. He still loved the band and couldn't imagine life without new music from them. Filled with anger, Nathan tried to figure out why Pantera split. Who was to blame for destroying his favorite band? Soon he got his answer. Nathan watched a 2004 interview where Pantera's vocalist Phil Anselmo accused another member, Dimebag Darrell, of causing problems in the band. Anselmo said Dimebag would attack him verbally and get into heated arguments with him. Although Anselmo didn't directly say Dimebag was responsible for the breakup, the rumor stuck, and some fans believed Dimebag was to blame for the split. Now, Nathan had someone to blame. In his disturbed mind, Dimebag Darrell was the enemy. In December 2004, Nathan heard that Dimebag Darrell would be performing at a nightclub in Ohio.
Nathan attended the event. Then he made his way through the crowd, trying to get close to the stage. When Nathan was close enough, he jumped on the stage and yelled at Daryl, "This is for breaking up Pantera." Before Dimebag could respond, Nathan ended Daryl's life. People screamed and scrambled to escape, but Nathan didn't make it out. In the midst of the panic, a police officer at the scene shot him before he could hurt anyone else. The next day, the headlines read, "Band split, set off Slayer." It was one of the saddest days in rock music. The next story also involves a singer, but the one who ended her life was the last person anyone expected, Selena Quintanilla Perez. Any fan would love the chance to work with their favorite musician, but when Latin singer Selena got into business with her biggest fan, it set off a chain of events that cost Selena her life. Latin music is massive today, but it was Selena Quintanilla that helped make it happen. Selena made music that was a blend of traditional Mexican and American music styles. After releasing her first album in 1989, she churned out hit after hit. By 1994, she won a Grammy for Best Mexican American Album. That same year, her latest album became one of the best-selling Latin albums in the United States. Selena performed at sold-out concerts across the US and Mexico. It was at one of these shows that Selena met 31-year-old Yolanda Saldivar. Yolanda swore she was Selena's biggest fan, but she didn't want to be an ordinary fan anymore. She wanted to start a Selena fan club. It sounded like a good idea, so Selena agreed. Unfortunately, that decision to start a fan club would lead directly to Selena's demise. At first, Yolanda seemed like the perfect fan club president. She even quit her career as a nurse to run the club full-time. And although she was earning less than she made as a nurse, Yolanda was dedicated. Her efforts paid off. In just a few years, the fan club grew to over 8,000 members, becoming one of the largest in the San Antonio area. The success brought Yolanda and Selena closer. They became friends. Selena trusted Yolanda so much that she hired her to manage a chain of clothing boutiques Selena owned. It was an important job. Yolanda was authorized to write and cash checks and had access to bank accounts associated with the fan club and boutiques. But not everyone trusted Yolanda. Before long, people close to Selena started raising concerns about Yolanda's attitude. Employees at Selena's boutiques were the first to complain. They said Yolanda was always nice when Selena was around, but treated everyone terribly when the singer was away. Yolanda was also power hungry, firing anyone she didn't like. Soon, the employees at the boutiques dropped from 38 to just 14, but it got worse. By January 1995, fans began complaining that they hadn't received the fan club merch they paid for. At this point, Selena was concerned. She didn't want to look like she was scamming her fans, so Selena's team launched an investigation, and they finally understood how bad things were. They realized Yolanda embezzled more than $60,000 using forged checks from both the fan club and boutiques. This was a serious crime. When Selena and her team demanded answers from Yolanda, she had a bizarre reaction. Yolanda simply stared at them without denying the accusations or answering questions. They considered reporting her to the police. But before they could cut ties completely, they needed one last thing from Yolanda. Yolanda still had bank records, statements, and financial records necessary for tax preparation. Yolanda agreed to return the documents on one condition. Selena needed to meet her in person to get it. Selena agreed, and Yolanda asked Selena to meet her in a motel room. When Selena arrived at the motel, the two women got into a heated argument. Guests in nearby rooms heard their voices echo through the walls. The argument escalated until Yolanda pulled out something dangerous. Selena tried to escape by running to the motel lobby, but before she could make it, Yolanda ended Selena. The staff tried to help Selena by calling the ambulance. However, by the time paramedics got her to a hospital, it was too late. Selena Quintanilla was only 23. After the crime, Yolanda tried to escape in her truck, but police blocked the road. What followed was a 9-hour standoff as Yolanda sat in her vehicle, refusing to come out.
Assistant Police Chief Ken Bung tells us that they have provided the suspect with a telephone and have been in constant contact with her, trying to get her to give herself up. However, as you can see, their effort is still fruitless.
Finally, Yolanda surrendered and was arrested. In 1995, Yolanda was sentenced to life in prison with no eligibility. eligibility for parole for 30 years. In 2025, Yolanda applied for parole, claiming she was being targeted by other inmates who want justice for Selena. She's currently in the parole review process. Selena could have had a much longer career, but Yolanda took that future away. So for Selena's fans, justice means Yolanda stays behind bars forever. Everyone makes mistakes, including celebrities, but what happens when an angry fan decides a celebrity's mistake can't be forgiven? Andres Escobar. Before the 1994 FIFA World Cup even started, Colombians were certain their team would win the tournament. The team was on fire, winning 25 of their last 26 games. Confidence was through the roof. But this positivity had a dark side. The expectations were so high that if the team didn't deliver, Colombian fans would be heartbroken or angry. All that pressure fell on the players' shoulders, and in soccer, pressure leads to mistakes. Colombia entered the tournament as the clear favorites, but they got off to a horrible start. They lost their first match 3-1. Colombians were outraged. Fans demanded the team step up
Wow.
the next game, but instead of making a comeback, things went from bad to worse. And it was all because of one of Colombia's star players, Andres Escobar. Andres Escobar was one of the best players in the Colombian team. Fans called him the gentleman because of how calm he was. However, during Colombia's second match against the US, Andres made the worst mistake of his career. Andres tried to block a pass from the Americans, but instead of stopping the ball, he accidentally deflected it into his own net. That goal gave the US the lead, and Colombia went on to lose the game. Just like that, their World Cup run was over. Colombian soccer fans were furious, and many directed their anger at Andres Escobar. As the Colombian team flew home, Andres knew millions of angry fans were waiting to confront him. When Andres returned to Colombia, he tried to calm the nation by writing a letter to the media. Part of his letter read, "We must be gallant in victory, but much more so in defeat. But please let the respect remain. See you soon, because life doesn't end here." Unfortunately, his words didn't do much to calm tempers. A few days after returning from the World Cup, Andres decided to go out to a nightclub with some friends. Not everyone thought it was a good idea. His coach warned him to lay low, saying the streets are dangerous. Andres, stay home. But Andres didn't take the warning seriously. At the nightclub, two substance traffickers named David and Santiago Gajon spotted Andres as he walked in. They started mocking him, taunting him for scoring an own goal. Soon, the teasing turned into insults, and Andres decided to leave the club. But the Gajon brothers weren't done with him.
Understanding the gravity of the situation, Escobar decides to leave and goes to his car. Yet, he doesn't realize that the four people who initiated the nuisance in the bar followed him.
When Andres got into his car, the men were right there. Before driving off, Andres tried to explain one last time that the own goal was just a mistake. But then, one of the men pulled out a weapon and fired. Then the men fled. Andres Escobar passed away at 27. Andres' murder was an embarrassment for Colombia. How could a soccer player lose his life over a game? If fans hurt players every time their team lost, sports wouldn't survive. Eventually, the Gajon brothers were arrested and charged. But instead of taking the blame, they pinned it on their bodyguard. They allegedly paid their bodyguard to take the fall, and he confessed to the crime. The bodyguard was sentenced to 43 years in prison. However, he was released for good behavior after just serving 11 years. To this day, some people believe that the case was covered up and that the real culprits got away. Up next is the story of a man who conquered the fashion world only to be cut down in his prime. Gianni Versace. If Gianni Versace knew that someone was coming to end his life, he could have hired dozens of bodyguards to protect him. After all, he was worth $807 million. But the way he was murdered was so...
Whoa. All right, all right. For sassy.
Shocking, so unexpected that there was almost nothing he could have done to stop it. Gianni Versace started his fashion label in 1978. His unique designs were an instant hit.
I like his clothes because I think he's got a unique perspective, and there's always a sense of wit to his clothes. Some little thing that you think, oh, I never thought of that.
But it wasn't just his clothes that people loved. Gianni Versace himself became a celebrity, but that fame came with fans. And one of Versace's fans, named Andrew Cunanan, was about to become a criminal. Andrew Cunanan loved attention from a young age. He grew up in a wealthy family and never lacked anything.
He got everything that he needed. My dad gave him a sports car, and actually he had the answer for his own bath and everything.
But his perfect life didn't last. In 1988, the police discovered that Andrew's rich dad was involved in financial crimes. To avoid getting arrested, his dad fled the country, leaving Andrew behind. Almost overnight, Andrew, who was used to a life of luxury, was penniless, but he was ready to do anything to maintain his lifestyle. Anything except getting a real job. Andrew befriended wealthy older men who spoiled him with money and gifts. For a while, this allowed him to keep up appearances, but it wasn't just the money he wanted. Andrew craved status.
Being accepted in high society and by wealthy people was what he expected. If he didn't get them, he was lost.
Andrew was always lying about being friends with celebrities. The one name he dropped the most was Versace. He never missed a chance to brag about his close friendship with Versace. But Andrew's life continued to fall apart. Andrew started using substances and developed a violent temper. His erratic behavior scared off the wealthy men who were supporting him. One by one, they cut him off. Andrew felt abandoned and desperate, and when he was 27, that desperation turned deadly. On April 27th, 1997, Andrew Cunanan snapped. Over the next 12 days, he went on a crime spree, taking the lives of 4 men across 3 states. The police identified Andrew as the culprit and launched a manhunt to catch him. But for 2 months, Andrew managed to stay hidden. However, on July 15th, he came out of hiding to go after his next target, Gianni Versace. That morning, Versace went to a news cafe to pick up some magazines. As he walked back to his Miami mansion, Andrew was waiting for him, and Andrew fired. The demise of Gianni Versace made headlines worldwide.
The designer to stars like Princess Diana and Madonna gunned down in broad daylight right in front of his Florida mansion. Within hours, a suspect is named. It's Andrew Cunanan, who's at the top of the FBI's 10 most wanted list.
Police doubled their efforts to find Andrew before he could hurt anyone else. 8 days later, their search ended. Andrew was found lifeless on a houseboat in Miami Beach by his own hand.
Reign of terror brought upon us by Andrew Cunanan is over.
But many people still have questions about this case. Andrew was a huge fan of Versace, so why did he target the designer? Did Andrew and Versace know each other? The Versace family denied that Gianni ever met Andrew. Even the cops couldn't explain it. After extensive investigations, police said that they do not know why Versace was killed. Fame can bring success, admiration, and opportunities, but it can also attract dangerous people. No matter how big a celebrity is, they're never truly untouchable. And what's so unfortunate is that sometimes their biggest threat was the people who claimed to love them the most. So maybe we're lucky we're not that famous. Visual venture. Before you guys go, make sure you guys watch this playlist on the darkest internet documentaries, because it'll show you that our channel is worth watching, which will allow me to push out even more videos for you guys. Love you guys. Peace.
Yeah. Let's check out this.
Allegedly,
Jack had posted his ad.
Yeah, let's check out this.
For sentence for falsely
Let's
claiming
check
a
it
couple
out.
tried to kidnap her kid. There is somebody who is
Yeah, let's
all
check it out.
because you wanted to cancel someone?
Fame can bring out the worst in people. Some influencers will do whatever it takes to
Yeah,
stay
yeah,
relevant,
so
even if it
it's not
means
like we are not communicating with the chat, but we ain't got no one in the chat for now. But yeah, we keep focus on the chat. Yeah, we keep it running. Yeah, mine right now to complete the challenge. That's it. Yeah, we gotta complete this to move on to the next one. So yeah, that is what is important right now. Yeah, we have to do it right away. Yeah.
ruining the lives of innocent people. I'm Visual Venture, and I hope you guys have an amazing day ahead. The kidnapping hoax. From Sonoma, California, Katie Sorensen was just your average mother of 3. On the side, she was a self-proclaimed mommy influencer, documenting her kids' lives on her Instagram Motherhood Essentials. But her content took an extreme turn when Katie shared a terrifying story with her followers.
Whoa.
On December 7th, 2020,
What
Katie
was
was
that?
shopping inside a local Michael's in California when she felt uneasy. She was with her 1-year-old daughter and her 4-year-old son, but as she was shopping around, she couldn't help but notice that there was a couple that seemed to be lingering around them, acting suspicious.
They walked kind of close behind me. I definitely felt the heebie-jeebies. I didn't feel good, but I thought I was judging a book by its cover.
Also saying they, quote, weren't clean-cut individuals and made comments about her kid's appearance.
They're saying that blonde hair, blue eyes.
Katie's fear only got worse when she overheard the couple talking on the phone, describing what her kids looked like. She even made disturbing comments like this.
A gentleman said, whoever he was talking to on the phone or whatever, like, well, it'll be easier because he's not wearing a mask, so he's not going to hurt about it.
Paranoid, Katie quickly finished up her shopping trip and headed out of the store to her car. But Katie's attempt of escaping this couple wouldn't work, and she wasn't prepared for what would happen next.
In that hair of a second, they had taken 2 steps forward towards the stroller, then 2 steps back, then 2 steps forward, then 2 steps back. It made no sense. It was obvious what they were doing. In that last time, he reaches for the stroller, and by the absolute grace of God, someone is parked just a few spots away, just close enough to see what's going on.
After this kidnapping attempt on her kids, Katie immediately went to the Petaluma Police Department to report the incident. Then a week later, she decided to talk about the incident in a story time on her Instagram page. Katie released 2 separate videos, parts 1 and 2. In these videos, she talked about what exactly had happened that day in Michael's. She also warned mothers to be more mindful of their surroundings to protect their kids. Katie's videos went viral. The videos accumulated over 4 million views, and in just a few days, she gained over 70,000 new followers. Everyone on social media was in support of her, proud of her for sharing her story. But what the people didn't know was that Katie's story was far from the truth. After Katie reported the incident to the police, they launched an investigation. One of their first steps was taking a look at the CCTV footage from both inside the Michaels and the parking lot where Katie's story took place. After reviewing the footage, police were surprised to find no evidence that would match Katie's report. A week later, on December 14th, 2020, the Petaluma Police Department released a statement. They watched Katie's videos, and she included information in those videos that she did not report to the police. Something is definitely up. The Petaluma Police Department also posted a CCTV photo of the suspected couple, saying that they are persons of interest but remain innocent until there's enough evidence to support Katie's story. Soon after the statement was released, Katie privated her Instagram account, which was weird. But Katie was doing interviews with news outlets and being praised for her bravery, while the couple that she accused were living a nightmare. Not only were they subject to police questioning, but they were also labeled as criminals even though they did nothing wrong.
So what went through your mind when you realized the severity of this?
At first, we laughed. And we started to see and get kind of upset and angry.
Being labeled a child offender, it's upsetting. It's heartbreaking. It's life-changing.
Investigation finally came to a close once Petaluma police realized that Katie's story was nothing more than a bold-faced lie. The CCTV video
Whoa.
showed that the couple maintained a safe distance away from her and her kids and made no attempt at kidnapping them. Instead of walking away with the clout that she wanted, Katie would walk away with a jail sentence.
The influencer Katie Sorensen learning her sentence for falsely claiming a couple tried to kidnap her kids.
She was convicted of one count of making a false police report and was immediately taken into custody. In June of 2023, Katie finally received her official sentencing. She was sentenced to 90 days in jail, along with 12 months of informal probation. This meant absolutely zero social media usage and search and seizure of all her electronic devices. So what makes me especially upset about this situation is the fact that Katie was really playing it off. Like, she legit looked like a person who was a victim of this tragedy. I mean, if I saw that on Instagram, I would definitely believe her without even thinking twice.
Yeah.
But thankfully, Katie suffered the consequences of her actions, but that can't be said for our next influencer.
Me too.
With over 150,000 followers on Twitch, Jaden is a streamer that's become well known throughout the League of Legends gaming community. She first started streaming in 2014 and since then gained a ton of fans. Despite her following, she's not actually as popular as some might actually think, because throughout her career, Jaden's made a big mistake that ruined her reputation. She had a secret. Jaden wasn't always her username. She started streaming with the username YourPrincessLol. It was under this username that she released a twit-longer statement that shocked the entire gaming community. On July 2nd, 2020, Jaden posted a tweet titled, "My Experience with CLG Tuesday." She linked it to a 700-word twit-longer. For context, twit-longer allows users to post longer messages than Twitter's character limits. She was talking about Jean-Sebastien Ferry, aka Tuesday, who was League of Legends player on the team CLG. In Jaden's statement, she wrote about how Tuesday allegedly tried to flirt with her without consent. This supposedly happened after a League of Legends champion game where she, Tuesday, and other CLG players went back to Tuesday's hotel room to hang out. According to Jaden, after everyone else left, Tuesday attempted to make a move on her, even though he had a girlfriend at the time, but Jaden did not reciprocate. This is how Jaden told the story. She wrote about how when she was wiping off her makeup in the bathroom, he put his arms around her. Minutes later, he pulled her onto his lap. She explained how uncomfortable Tuesday's actions made her, especially since she saw him as a trusted friend and he even had a girlfriend too. She mentioned that she confronted him multiple times, expressing how wrong she thought the situation was. Jaden ended her statement with a message for others, telling them it's okay to speak up against those who make you feel uncomfortable. The response to Jaden's statement was mixed. Some supported her, while others believed it was just a misunderstanding and wanted to hear what Tuesday had to say. Jaden released screenshots of her DMs with Tuesday as evidence, but Tuesday fought back. A week later, he tweeted a Google Doc link filled with context, screenshots, and testimonies from others involved. Tuesday started off by showing proof that he and Jaden had flirted with consent for years, showing receipts of their DMs. He also told his side of the story of what happened that night. According to Tuesday, Jaden's friend encouraged him to flirt with her, saying she had feelings for him. Tuesday wrote that Jaden was the one that asked to go with him that night. He also denied Jaden's claims that they were alone in the room together, stating that there were two others. One of these people even provided a statement to support Tuesday's arrest. Tuesday ended the document by apologizing to both his supporters and his girlfriend for the drama. After Tuesday's statement was released, almost everyone switched sides. Since this was during the height of the Me Too movement, many people criticized Jaden for putting out a false statement with a twisted narrative. Despite the backlash, Jaden's career didn't suffer. She was even asked to be the captain for a Twitch Rivals team, which is a famous streamer competition. But on January 11th, 2021, when the Twitch Rivals roster was released, the public was furious that Jaden's name was on the list. Tuesday opened up about how hurt he felt, yet Jaden never apologized for what she did. Because of Jaden's false allegations, he almost lost his girlfriend and his supporters, but Jaden didn't seem to care. Being a team captain, Jaden needed to invite others to join her team, but no one wanted to be tied to her, considering what she's done to an innocent man.
I officially declined with her. Please don't go on hating on whatever. Like, I don't want to associate myself with that, you know?
She then dropped out of the Twitch Rivals tournament after the backlash. Even with this major controversy, Jaden continues to stream today. This next influencer ruined an innocent old man's life, and to me, this one's personally heartbreaking. The biggest mistake.
What is up, Drummer Nation? I'm your host, Killer Keemstar. Let's go right into the news.
Keemstar, or better known by his handle Drama Alert, is one of the most famous news reporters on the internet. With over 5 million subscribers on YouTube, Keemstar is arguably one of the first people to kickstart the drama commentary channels on the platform. For years, thousands of people have turned to his page for his latest on pop culture and social media news. But with great popularity comes a great responsibility, and Keemstar made a huge mistake. On January 8th, 2016, a video went up on his Drama Alert channel called RuneScape Offender Returns. In his video, Keemstar talks about a news article from 2011, which talks about a Massachusetts man who inappropriately met up with a younger player from RuneScape. The man in the article was named John Phillips and was in jail. But Keemstar believed that the man was released from prison, changed his name to Tony, and was actively streaming on Twitch.
John was arrested for this, and he recently got out of jail, and the first thing he did was stream RuneScape on Twitch.
The streamer that he showed in the video was 62-year-old Tony Ray Winchester, or known online by his username RS Glory and Gold. Tony just started streaming on Twitch on December 8th, 2015, but Keemstar put that to a halt. At the time of this upload, the Drama Alert channel had over 800,000 subscribers, and after this video went live, many Drama Alert fans flooded Tony's Twitch channel with negative comments and false allegations. You see, John and Tony were not the same people, but Keemstar kept pushing that narrative. Tony was in no way connected to the perpetrator aside from having a few similar facial features, but they were not the same people. The actual offender was still in jail.
The guy who actually did commit that crime with the whole RuneScape team thing, he's still in jail. He's still in jail. He's in there for life, actually, so he's never getting out.
Some people even launched DDoS attacks on Tony and exposed his personal information. The next day, during a stream, Tony's chat was bombarded with harassment. Even though he was innocent, Tony couldn't help but break down. He made a teary statement to his stream, once again reminding everyone that he's done nothing wrong and he wasn't going to let false allegations stop him from doing what he loved, streaming.
Now, everybody in the world knows my real name's Tony Ray Winchester. I'm 62. I'm retired because I'm not going to let somebody run me off. Now that the whole thing's cleared up, you guys know I'm a good guy, I'd like to go take a break.
Tony's speech was clipped countless times and touched the hearts of many in the community. More and more people also started pointing out that the actual criminal was already in jail. This pushed Keemstar to retract his statement and issue an apology. Keemstar uploaded a video onto the Drama Alert channel. The title was, "We got it wrong, I'm sorry, and we'll do better."
I'm so proud of how successful my show has been becoming. But now, as I sit here in front of you, I don't feel proud at all. I feel ashamed. I feel like a dirtbag.
In the video, Keemstar addresses the controversy. He says that he's removed the original video and expressed how ashamed he felt about putting out the wrong information. He also informed the subscribers that the person on his team that pushed this story has been fired and that he will be taking care of any damages that he caused to Tony.
This guy didn't do anything. He didn't do anything wrong. And because of me, he was harassed for about 2 hours.
With the truth out there, it seems like the saga was finally at its end, but unfortunately, that wasn't the case. On May 20th, 2020, a Twitter user by the name of Return of Wild posted a thread accusing Tony of the exact same crime.
This Twitter user was one of Tony's chat moderators, Rebecca Hart's. The thread was immediately dismissed by most of the public. People were quick to point out the obvious Photoshop flaws in the screenshots, like the partner badge not being added in or the capitalization being wrong. The original poster, Return of the Wild, was also called out by many people as being an untrusted source, since he had a problematic past in the RuneScape community. But Keemstar did it again. He retweeted the post, tagging Tony and telling him to come clean and to stop blaming him for the hate that he's gotten. Tony once again had to defend himself. He made a video where he showed proof that Return of the Wild lied.
I think it's pretty cool to spend time with you. As long as you don't mind my age, 25, I don't mind your age. See, it's right there. The girl says, as long as you don't mind my age, 25, I don't mind your age.
In 2022, Tony passed away after losing his battle with cancer, but he had a community filled with loving supporters until the very end. Even after Tony was proven innocent, Keemstar still couldn't let it go. And you guys are probably familiar with our next influencer. My family is in danger.
Hello, friends, it's me.
Some know her from her compilation reactions, others know her from her Call of Duty videos, but you've probably heard about her through the insane amount of drama she's been in these past few years. As a Sniper Wolf, her real name, Aaliyah Marie Shalesh, got her first start on YouTube back in 2013. But many people know her by her nickname, Leah. With over 34 million subscribers, Leah's become one of the most recognizable faces on the internet. However, her journey to this point has been rocky. She's been in a ton of controversy, but undoubtedly her biggest scandal yet was her massive feud with fellow YouTuber Jack's Films. Jack Films, like SS Sniper Wolf, has been part of YouTube for as long as anyone can remember. He has almost 5 million subscribers and has uploaded videos for almost 20 years. His content is mostly comedic short films and parodies, but he's also made multiple videos condemning reaction channels for their lack of creativity. One of the channels that he's been most vocal about is Leah's SS Sniper Wolf channel. Jack has openly criticized Leah for her content style, claiming that her reactions are low effort with ideas that are recycled from other creators. But it wasn't until October 26th, 2022 that things really started to escalate. On that day, Jack posted a video on his main channel where he made an announcement that nobody would have expected.
I've created a brand new YouTube channel called Jack's Films. And so far, I've only uploaded one video titled TikToks That Gave Me a Tummy Ache. Oh, it says your mama. That's not very nice.
The channel and its first video was essentially a parody of Leah's account, even down to the daily uploads. On the channel, Jack continued to upload multiple reactions to Leah's videos. This led to the two of them beefing on Twitter. Although Jack and Leah had multiple Twitter standoffs, this one was different. On June 22nd, 2023, YouTube posted a tweet with a quote from Sniper Wolf, where she says she gets her video ideas from fans. Jack had a lot to say about this. He believed that Leah wasn't a content creator, but a content thief. And Jack made a video on July 26th, 2023 talking about it.
Seeing YouTube and VidCon boost this kind of activity is so disheartening. It sends a terrible message to creators, and that is, don't create, steal. Why make content when you can curate it?
Jack discusses his Twitter exchange with Leah and criticizes YouTube for promoting low-effort content. He also highlights how Leah does not credit the creators of the content that she reacts to or who she takes her ideas from, and the comments proved his point. The pinned comment on his video was from a creator who claimed Leah stole their content. So I completely understand that content is recycled on YouTube sometimes. For me, I take title and thumbnail inspiration from other YouTubers, but the research is from a ton of different places, right? It is basically an entirely new video, taking only inspiration on the title and thumbnail. So if you guys think that it looked similar to somebody, you're probably right. Jack kept uploading on his Jack's Films channel, being more critical of Leah's videos. He created a game with his viewers called SS Sniper Wolf Bingo, using a custom bingo card that included actions that he believed Leah did often in her reaction videos.
Sniper Wolf will read the caption verbatim.
I opened my beats the wrong way.
Yeah. Please go to your bingo cards and used to like reading
Slavery
caption
can be
words.
coming involved. Oh yeah, we finally reached the
On August 16th,
300. Now we still have
2023, Jack made another
200 more
video
to
about
go.
Sniper Wolf titled SS
306.
Sniper Wolf is getting worse. Here's
No,
more.
we
In
still
it,
have
he highlights 3 instances
194
where Leah
more
allegedly
minutes to
stole
go.
content without adding
Close
anything
there.
new. In one example, he shows Leah including a TikTok
We're
video
going.
in her compilation without reacting
Yeah,
to
but
it at
anyway.
all.
We're all trying to predict what Sniper Wolf will say, how she'll react, etc. Here's my real-time reaction to what happens next.
About 2 months after this video was posted, Sniper Wolf did something that she couldn't take back.
Allegedly, Sniper Wolf has just doxed Jack's films.
On October 13th, 2023, Sniper Wolf posted a poll on her Instagram story asking her followers if she should go to Jack's house. But that wasn't the problematic part. Her next story was. Her followers were shocked when they saw a video of Jack's house address with the caption, "Let's talk like adults." Leah even tagged Jack in the story. After fans accused her of doxing, the story was removed. But Leah defended herself, posting that she didn't dox anyone and that Jack had posted his address online himself. Meanwhile, Jack and his wife lived in fear, knowing that their house was shown to millions of people. Jack was extremely vocal about the situation, calling Leah a stalker and pushing for YouTube to take action. The next day, Jack posted this video called SS Sniper Wolf Came to Our Home Last Night. It's time for YouTube to step in. He pushed for Leah to be banned from YouTube, and plenty of people supported him.
In my 17 years on YouTube, I've never once had someone come to my home and vaguely threaten me. Sniper Wolf needs to be deplatformed.
6 days later, on October 20th, 2024, YouTube announced that Leah's channel received a temporary demonetization. Less than an hour later, Leah made a public apology to Jack on her Twitter. But everyone thought it was insincere since it was immediately posted after YouTube announced that her channel was no longer monetized. Luckily, Jack and his wife weren't harmed, but unfortunately, that isn't always the case because for our next influencer, the damage was permanent. The tragic story of Inquisitor Ghost. Vincent Plici, known as Inquisitor Ghost, was a popular TikTok cosplayer, especially loved in the Call of Duty cosplay community. His username was Inquisitor3, but most people called him Inquisitor Ghost due to his infamous portrayal of the character Ghost from Call of Duty. With a following of over 100K and multiple viral videos, it seemed like Vincent was well on his way to a successful social media career. But sadly, he didn't get a chance to see that through because of 3 evil individuals who wanted to see his downfall. In September of 2023, screenshots began circulating around the Call of Duty community. These pictures contain private DMs between Inquisitor Ghost and his video editor AJ, who was a minor at the time. These screenshots showed conversations between Inquisitor Ghost and the editor. In them, Ghost was saying things like, "I love you and I'ma marry you," but these messages were taken out of context. At first glance, these messages seemed highly inappropriate to send someone that age. But there was a reason why only a few specific screenshots were being shared. It involved 3 people: AJ, Ghost's editor, Tito, AJ's boyfriend, and Keegan's mask, a friend who leaked the screenshots first. In Ghost's bio, he wrote, "Minors DNI. Do not interact," meaning he didn't want minors talking with him. When AJ first reached out, Ghost quickly shut her down.
His personal Discord, and he said, "You should ask in general if you can DM me." "Oh, sorry, can we get to know each other?" "No, why? I'm not a minor. I'm not interested. I'm sorry."
AJ lied about her age, which led to more conversations, with Ghost eventually becoming his editor. But AJ had other plans. She and her boyfriend Tito aimed to ruin Ghost's reputation by baiting him into saying inappropriate things. Once they had some incriminating screenshots, they got their friend Keegan's mask to leak them. When the screenshots were leaked, Ghost denied the allegations, but stayed under the radar, barely posting on his page. And on September 27th, 2023, he would post his last TikTok ever. 2 weeks later, Inquisitor Ghost started a TikTok live stream, but instead of seeing Ghost's usual mask and outfit, all fans would see was a dark room. The chat was also completely disabled. Then, out of nowhere, things would take a heartbreaking turn. Off camera, you could see panicked voices shouting, glass breaking, and crying. Everyone knew that something devastating must have just happened. An attempt. On October 12th, 2023, Ghost's entire account was removed from the platform. News of his passing would hit headlines.
There is somebody who is dead, all because you wanted to cancel someone?
AJ, Tito, and Keegan's Mask were accused of causing Ghost's passing. To try and defend themselves, Tito posted videos explaining their actions, but that only managed to backfire on them as they exposed their cruel plan to the world.
And here's what I want you to do. I want you to keep flirting with him and see where it goes. If he starts to get... then I will expose him. We just need better and more proof. Isn't that a lot of proof? Baby, we need a reason for him to get cancelled.
Tito shared screenshots that revealed that the three of them were plotting to ruin Inquisitor Ghost's life. Tito encouraged AJ to manipulate Ghost into saying things that could be incriminating. While the actual reason why is unclear, many people began to speculate that it was because of Tito's jealousy as a cosplayer. It seemed like Tito was trying to gain clout to become an influencer too. Keegan's Mask, who first leaked the screenshots, later apologized in a TikTok video claiming she acted on what she believed was true and didn't intend to harm Ghost. All three of them have been terminated from TikTok. As for Ghost, fans created a petition to get a Call of Duty skin honoring him in the next game. And it's reported that Call of Duty agreed to release a skin in his honor. Rest in peace, and I wish his family well. The stories we've covered are a chilling reminder of the responsibility that comes with influence. My friends, consequences can last a lifetime. I know we're almost reaching 700,000 subscribers, so I promise to never take advantage of you guys. I want you to be the very best that you can be. Visual Venture. Wait, before you go, click subscribe here, and then watch this video where I talk about disturbing YouTube channels that were banned. Love you guys. Peace.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I think I'm... I don't know, I keep watching. Keep watching. Let's see what this one say. The influencer who was shockingly arrested on live stream. That's interesting.
In a YouTube video, the creator already knows exactly what the video is about before you even watch it. When live streaming anything, and I mean anything, can happen on camera, like getting arrested. These are the most infamous arrests caught live on stream, starting from the least famous to the most famous streamer. An influencer driving under...
Okay. Yeah, anything can happen on live stream.
The influence. We currently live in an...
Okay.
In a YouTube video, the creator already knows exactly what the video is about before you even watch it. When live streaming anything, and I mean anything, can happen on camera, like getting arrested. These are the most infamous arrests caught live on stream, starting from the least famous to the most famous streamer.
Wow.
An influencer driving under the influence.
Oh.
We currently live in an era filled with live entertainment, but back in 2015, the concept of live streams and content creation was still gaining traction, which is why when Whitney Beal's stream happened, people were speechless. In October of 2015, a woman in Lakewood, Florida named Whitney Beal broke the internet by live streaming herself committing an actual crime for the entire world to see. Whitney, who was only 23 years old at the time, had been live streaming herself on the mobile app Periscope to around 50 viewers. She started her live stream in the parking lot of a bar, sitting in her car. From her slurred speech to her over-enthusiastic demeanor, it was obvious that Whitney was not sober. But when it was time to go, instead of calling a cab, Whitney decided that she was going to drive herself home. So naturally, she had a bunch of people speak up in her chat, calling her out for her actions and begging her to get a ride home, while others simply just insulted her for being so irresponsible. But Whitney didn't seem to care and didn't seem to realize how dangerous it was to drive. All Whitney cared about was the number of people watching and not not realizing that the viewers weren't watching for her. They were watching because she was putting herself and others in danger. Then she begins to drive home, but it wouldn't be long before one of many concerned viewers puts a stop to it all. Around 40 minutes into her stream, you can hear sirens in the background.
Damn.
Whitney soon realizing that the cops were now on her tail. Turns out, once the stream was reported to the police, they were able to use Whitney's Periscope live stream to track down her real-time location, stopping her before she was able to make it to her destination. Whitney was given a field sobriety test, which she failed almost immediately, and when asked to take a breath test, she refused to comply with the officers. She was promptly arrested for driving under the influence, which also came with a 6-month license suspension, 10 months of vehicle impoundment, and 12 months of probation.
That's
The
a
story wasn't wild enough, don't worry. October 2015 had more than just one infamous arrest that was caught live on stream. This next incident, which involves a Twitch streamer by the name of Mr. Big, is a series of unfortunate events that was fully captured on camera. Mr. Big's noise complaint turned robbery. Mr. Big was in his apartment streaming the multiplayer zombie game New Z to his Twitch channel, Mr. Big. But his gameplay would soon be interrupted by a sudden bang on his door. With no idea who it could be, Mr. Big opened it to find officers standing in the hallway. The police told him that they're there for a noise complaint. Immediately, the conversation with the officers goes south. It was clear that Mr. Big was not happy about the police randomly showing up at his house, and lets the police know through his angry tone of voice. The officer is quick to call Mr. Big confrontational. That only frustrates Mr. Big even more. He then goes on to tell the officer that their entire interaction was being live streamed, and that there were viewers witnessing everything happening in real time.
62 people watching you right now.
62 people
From that point
watching
on, the
right.
conversation starts ramping up, with the officer and Mr. Big getting into a heated back and forth conversation. The officer's objective? To get Mr. Big to identify himself, but he refuses, stating that he is aware of his right to remain anonymous.
I know my rights. That's the thing. You don't know my rights. You're trying to violate my rights.
The officer claimed that he had observed a crime happening at Mr. Big's apartment.
I know
It was,
my
according to Mr. Big, just a loud sound. But since he was live streaming a video game, the alleged loud sound could have just been his reaction to the game. During this conversation, you can see another man walking around in the background of the hallway. That man was Mr. Big's neighbor, and according to Mr. Big, the man had been taking pictures of his apartment and making him uncomfortable for some time now.
This guy's taking pictures of me, and I feel like he's here to harass me. Can you please tell this individual to leave?
Mr. Big tried to change the topic by mentioning that his neighbor was eavesdropping and that he was suspicious of him. The cops brushed that aside, continuing to press Mr. Big for his name and identification. After a few more times of Mr. Big refusing to cooperate, the police put him in cuffs, telling him that he's being arrested for failure to identify. The police removed Mr. Big from his home as the stream continues to roll. But just when you thought all the action was over, something unexpected happened. Mr. Big's intuition about his neighbor was right. Not even 2 minutes after Mr. Big and the officers leave the building, the suspicious neighbor enters the apartment. The man is seen looking around the room before grabbing a pair of shoes and then exiting the frame.
Whoa.
Not long after, he re-enters the apartment. This time, he's searching around the apartment, looking inside drawers and shoving items into his pockets. He does this for a little while before he leaves again, never to return. Whether or not he was aware that Mr. Big was live, no one knows. But Reddit had a lot to say about this incident that was caught on stream. Many Redditors speculated that the neighbor was the one who called the cops on Mr. Big. They believed that he did that intending to rob him after he was arrested. Carl the Creep.
That's a lot.
It's wild to think how live streams can capture moments we did never expect, showing us the unpredictable side of life. And speaking of showcasing, let me introduce you to today's sponsor, Displate. So, what are Displates? Displates are beautiful, premium quality metal posters with an incredibly easy mounting system. You just clean your wall, wait 10 minutes, place the protective leaf, stick the magnet on, and that's literally it. I learned how to do it as soon as I took it out of the box. Displate has over 1.5 million designs by artists from all around the world with a ton of different themes, from anime and movies to comic heroes, sports, nature, and history. There's something that's super sick are their licensed collections. So they have official designs from Star Wars, Marvel, DC, League of Legends, Overwatch, and the list goes on and on. So I got a display of an island in the Philippines called Palawan because it's the most beautiful place I've ever been to. And now I have a piece of it every time I make these videos for you guys. Display has super fast delivery with our expected delivery time being only 3 3 to 4 business days. I encourage you guys to get a display that resonates with you, and I'm sure you'll find one. To get a discount, make sure you guys use my link display.com/visualventure or my discount code VENTURE to access my special promo on all designs. If you order one display, you get 25% off. Order 2 or more, you get 35% off. If you're a Moist Critical fan, you might have heard of this guy, infamously known as the creepy streamer. This content creator's live streams have been criticized by almost every person that's watched. The streamer goes by the name of Carl, currently having almost 15,000 followers on the streaming platform Kick, where he does just chatting live streams. But before his move to Kick, Carl was a broadcaster on Twitch, and a decently well-known one. His Twitch streams went viral because his entire character revolved around making people uncomfortable, particularly women. Carl would turn on his live stream and then start harassing women on the street that he didn't even know. He would approach these women, strike up a conversation, and regardless of how they felt, he would stalk them around the streets. No matter how much they would protest his actions, Carl wouldn't care. He would keep following these women around. Sometimes he would even laugh in their faces after he saw how uneasy they looked. Twitch didn't want this sort of content on their platforms. Whatever he wanted, even if it made some women scared.
Just really quick to stop right now. People are wondering.
For a lot of women, this is a terrifying situation. Carl was a random stranger who approached them at night, openly admitting that he wouldn't leave them alone no matter how many times they told him to stop. So eventually, people began taking matters into their own hands. During one of his live streams, Carl was up to his usual antics. He handed his phone to his friend to record so that he could speak to a group of women on the street, who, judging by their body language, were not trying to talk to him. With Carl's full attention on the women, he did notice that there were a few officers that were slowly approaching him behind his back. So when they put their hands on him to get him in cuffs, he was completely blindsided, and his reaction? Shock. His friend, who was holding the camera, continued to stream the entire incident. He even says from behind the camera that Carl has done nothing wrong.
Arresting Carl, guys. Carl did nothing wrong.
When in reality, his arrest was completely justified, with everything that he's done completely documented on Carl's Twitch channel. Even though this incident left a sour taste in a lot of people's mouths, that didn't stop Carl from pursuing content creation. He now streams on Kick and continues to make IRL content. But while Carl may have gotten into confrontations with strangers that he didn't know, this next streamer was airing out dirty laundry with an ex-business partner, all live on stream. The meltdown of a crypto creator. Ben Armstrong is a well-known crypto influencer and also former host of the popular YouTube channel BitBoy Crypto, which he ran with Cassie Wolf. He was very well established in the crypto community and even had his own cryptocurrency named after him called Bencoin. With a flourishing YouTube career and a growing community of fans, things were going great for Ben. However, he would throw it all away in just 37 minutes with a live stream that would change the course of his life forever. On September 25th, 2023, Ben went to his Twitter to post a special announcement. The tweet said, "I'll be going live soon from a very special location on YouTube, so get ready. This is going to be good." At the time, fans didn't think too much about it. Content creators made posts like this all the time, and they were likely under the assumption that he was going to reveal a new project or another altcoin. But when the viewers found out what this very special location was, they were completely caught off guard. The special location that Ben mentioned was the home of his former business partner, Carlos Diaz. Ben and Carlos have worked on several business ventures together, none of which have taken off. Not much is known about these projects, but with what Ben did next, it was obvious the relationship ended on a bad note. During the live stream, Ben made several claims that Carlos had ties to the Houston Mafia and made a bunch of other defamatory remarks about him. He even claimed that Carlos had stolen his Lamborghini, which is why he was currently outside his house. He wanted that Lamborghini back. When fans questioned his actions, Ben defended himself by saying that Carlos had been manipulating him to the point where he couldn't take it any longer. He had to take a stand.
Man, who that threatened me?
My Lamborghini, bro.
This is who you're with.
Already, there were a few holes in his story. He said that upon arriving at Carlos' house, he tried to confront Carlos directly, but Carlos ran away.
I do not
However, the doorbell camera footage told a different story.
He shows up, goes to the door.
After this, I don't have to go and check it out, bro.
For the
have
first
to go
half
and
of the
take a
stream,
walk.
Ben can be seen erratically ranting at the camera, all while
I would
claiming
love
that
to
he
go
was
with the
completely
camera, but
fine
the
mentally.
camera,
He
the
stated that what he was
Wi-Fi
doing was
gonna
not
reach.
out of paranoia or because he was
That would miss
crazy,
like
but
the whole
because it
place.
was
So I have to
necessary.
like
At one point,
finish
Ben even tells
first.
the stream that someone texted
I
him
don't
saying
want
that they were
anything
going to
like
call the
nothing
police.
to missing in the stream.
They're gonna call the cops.
Yeah, I
I
don't
will-
want
I will
nothing to
really
mess
enjoy
up. So I have to continue to complete it.
I really enjoy it. I really enjoy it.
At around the 19-minute mark of the stream, police arrived on the scene. The first thing that they did was question Ben, asking if he had anything dangerous on him. Ben responded that there was nothing on him, but there was something in his car.
Oh, yeah? No. Oh, stop. I couldn't hear. No, I do not. I do not. I have one in my vehicle, but I do not have a weapon on me.
When the police went to investigate his car, they found that there was another person inside the vehicle. That person was Cassie Wolf, who was the co-founder of BitBoy Crypto. The live stream caught Ben having an affair with this woman. Just 1 minute into Ben's conversation with the police, the officers turned the camera face down, leaving the viewers to stare at a black screen. Through the audio, you can hear Ben trying to explain the entire situation from his point of view to the police, but to no avail. Eventually, he got arrested for loitering and simple assault by inducing fear in another. This next content creator went from YouTuber to kick streamer, and her transition has been insanity. Inside the viral kidnapping victim prank. Natalie Reynolds is a content creator with over 4.5 million subscribers on YouTube, 2.4 million on TikTok, and 355,000 followers on Instagram. She rose to fame when
That's
she and her
massive, that's
ex-boyfriend
massive.
Zachary Hulsman created several joint couple social media accounts under the username Nat and Zach. But the two have since broken up, with Natalie taking over all the accounts and rebranding them as her own. Although Natalie already has a pretty big following on social media, recently all her efforts have been going toward her growing Kick channel, which has 13,000 followers. Natalie tried to be different on the platform by streaming a wide variety of pranks, usually pretty out there content, some of which landed her in some serious controversy. In December of 2023, Natalie went live on her Kick channel with a brand new prank, one that pushed the boundaries of what was okay when it comes to content. The prank was that she would drive around town in a white van trying to hand out candy to children.
You want some free candy?
Many of the parents were not pleased with this prank and even openly expressed that to her face during the stream. But to make matters worse, Natalie would approach actual families and point them in the direction of her van, telling the kids that there was candy inside.
Does anybody want free candy? You want free candy? Does anybody want free candy? No? They want free candy. This is your once in a lifetime opportunity to get something for free. Something.
Come on in.
Here.
When they got in the van, what they saw was enough to scare the kids and adults. As the stream went on, Natalie and her friends continued to drive around the streets of Miami in their van looking for more people to prank. But it seemed that their prank escalated way too far because the locals ended up calling the police to report the van as suspicious. When officers arrived on the scene, they were quick to demand everyone in the vehicle to get out and have their hands up. The officers were clearly on high alert given the nature of the situation and the possible crime that could have been happening. The stream then ends suddenly as the camera falls to the ground just as Natalie and her companions were being forced out of the vehicle and onto the ground. The clip soon went viral online with many people, particularly on X, criticizing Natalie for this poorly executed social experiment. And while Natalie's charges have not been confirmed, she's since returned to streaming on Kick and making content for her other social media pages. But while Natalie may have accidentally gotten caught up with the law, this next content creator is well aware of the crimes they've committed. Jadion's warranted arrest. On April 17, 2023, popular YouTuber and former Twitch streamer Jadion was streaming on Instagram Live driving around Houston, Texas. He was just cruising around talking to his chat when he got pulled over by an officer for a traffic stop. Now, what normally would have been just a ticket, if not just a warning, turned into something much more when the officer realized that the YouTuber had an active warrant out for his arrest. So instead of getting a citation, Jadion ended up with a pair of handcuffs on his wrists. Right when the cop had pulled him over, Jadion had told his audience of 22,000 viewers that he might be getting arrested.
Oh, you guys might see me get arrested live on camera. Not in a cab. Oh my god.
Although the traffic stop was just for going over the speed limit, Jadion himself knew that he was likely going to see a jail cell because he had already previously been informed of his arrest warrant, but didn't do anything about it. Back in February of that same year, Jadion had participated in a prank with fellow content creator Dami that landed him in a bit of trouble with campus security. In a video titled "My College Professor Rejected Me," Posted by Dammy, the two had visited the University of Houston campus to film some content. The idea of the video was for the two YouTubers to hand out flowers and teddy bears to female professors as part of a Valentine's Day prank. Of course, the reactions to their prank were not positive. The two were asked to leave the campus multiple times because they were disrupting the students, but continued filming. They got the police called on them, and that's when Dammy and Jadion finally left the school. During that time, an arrest warrant was issued for trespassing
Damn.
on the college campus and evading the police. 2 months after the video went live, Jadion received a call from the Houston Police Department informing him of his warrant. He took to Twitter to post about this call on April 10, 2023. Instead of addressing the warrant, Jadion instead decided to make another tweet the next day announcing that he was back in Houston. There was nothing that the Houston Police Department could do about it. Jadion then went about his usual ways in Houston, driving around a bit recklessly on the road, which led to the traffic stop and ultimately his arrest. The entire arrest was documented on his Instagram Live, which had over 20,000 viewers at the time. The officer even told him that he had initially just planned on issuing him a warning, but because of the warrant, he had no choice but to take it in. Even though he was getting arrested live on stream, Jadion was so unaffected by the entire thing that he even asked the police officer if he could pose for a thumbnail.
Does it go like a thumbnail? A who? A thumbnail? Before you put the ankle sign? I'll let you do that once we get to the station. Okay.
Jadion's arresting officer ended up being pretty chill, but the other content creators were not so lucky. While Jadion committed a victimless crime, other YouTubers have done much worse on college campuses. The creator who shut down the university. When it comes to infamous arrests, the one at the top of everyone's mind is undoubtedly Arab Andy's. This content creator who was once full of potential is now turned into nothing more than a lesson learned for anyone doing in-real-life streams. YouTuber and Twitch streamer Arab Andy was known for pushing the limits when it came to his content. He was also a prime example that you need to be careful with text-to-speech donation alerts, because if the wrong message was read aloud, your entire career could blow up in your face. On May 31st, 2015, Andy was streaming himself walking around the University of Washington campus, sitting in on lectures and even interacting with some students. But just minutes into the stream, a donation alert with a text-to-speech message would play on his phone. For some context, a text-to-speech alert is a type of notification that streamers use to let...
Hey, Harry.
Donors write personalized messages that are read aloud. The message then plays on stream. This incident, the message that was attached to a $4.20 donation was a fake bomb threat.
Attention. Message successfully activated. Countdown successfully started.
Instinctively, everyone ran out of the classroom. No one wanted to risk being a victim of an explosion. A student in the classroom detailed their experience on a Reddit forum, saying that Andy walked in suspiciously, lingering by the door and with a large backpack. Although, looking back, it seemed a bit obvious that it was a prank. In that moment, no one wanted to take any chances, especially since Andy was a complete stranger. Never been seen before in that class. After the alert went off, Andy remained in the classroom so that he could film the students and the professors running away for his stream. It seemed as though Andy wasn't understanding the severity of the situation. He continued to stroll through the hallways as if nothing had even happened. He made it as far as a nearby town before the police caught up to him.
That's crazy. Everyone is running like they think it was serious.
During this arrest, which was captured,
That's a lot.
Andy is telling the police officer that he didn't do anything wrong and that he shouldn't be arrested.
But that's a lot. You could put some of the older people in jail, like they could get like on hard upset, you know.
Before it eventually goes dark, with only audio being heard from the stream. And if the situation wasn't already serious enough, Andy's community took it upon themselves to make things even worse. They once again sent more inappropriate text-to-speech donation messages. One of them being an audio snippet of NWA's F the Police.
Great Arab Andy, you did nothing wrong. This is a misunderstanding, officer.
Oh, this is a misunderstanding.
This wasn't even Andy's first
That is
time
the problem of the chat.
disturbances. He had been previously under fire for playing messages containing slurs on public transportation, which stirred up a bit of controversy. But the scale of this prank was much higher than usual. An entire college campus had to be evacuated and shut down because of his trolling, which is why he was arrested and given a hefty bail of $75,000. After this incident, Arab Andy has seemingly disappeared from the internet. No one knows if it's for good, but there hasn't been any word of his return since. While Andy's decline can be traced back to his inappropriate text-to-speech messages, some content creators are responsible for their own downfall. The most well-known case, FouseyTube. Into the insane mind of FouseyTube. FouseyTube, a famous YouTuber and now Kick live streamer, has been one of the biggest content creators out there for years. I mean, I used to love watching his prank videos like ages ago. But recently, his content has shifted and fans have become more and more worried about his mental well-being. Since Fousey had started focusing on live streaming, it's become easier for his fans to see the red flags in his behavior. With streaming, everything was happening in real time, which meant that there was no edits or changes to the footage. This made it much harder for Fousey to hide his mental state from his audience. In August of 2023, Fousey has been doing a subathon for his Kick channel, which is a continuous live stream that goes on for as long as the timer is running, with the timer increasing with every new subscription and donation. The stream was live 24/7. During the subathon, Fousey had shown some strange behavior. For example, he decided to walk through the traffic on a busy freeway, which caused many of his fans to be concerned as to why he would do such a thing. Things really started to unravel on August 23rd, 2023. Fousey was streaming from his Miami hotel room and started to become insanely paranoid. He'd already openly expressed to his community that he'd been struggling with some mental health issues due to excessive internet hate. And in his stream, you could see how all of this was affecting him. Fousey was clearly wound up about something and looked extremely scared. He kept telling his stream that he had a stalker who knew his hotel room number and he felt unsafe in this room. He also claimed that the stalker had been calling him and his mother, making threats to their lives. Fousey escalated this to the cops as a result. While live on stream, he talked to a dispatcher, convincing them that he was in real danger. Fousey would even go as far to say that there was a gun pointed at him to try to get the police sent to his hotel.
Send the car.
Help you. I'm not gonna argue.
Hello, ma'am, he left. Ma'am, he left. Help, get them. Help, help, 2027.
After a call with the dispatcher, Fousey then proceeded to record videos for his other social media on his phone. And when concerned friends started calling his phone to get him help, Fousey took to his stream to address everyone.
I don't know you. Every single one of you, I don't know you. I don't know you further than to throw you. If I wasn't famous, money, I would be. I don't know any of y'all. If you knew me, you don't know me no more.
A few minutes later, 4 Miami police officers arrived at Fousey's hotel room.
I don't know.
After searching the room and seeing
What
there
is
was
cleared
no
up, bro?
immediate danger like the dispatch call had claimed, the officers began asking him some questions. Fousey mentioned he didn't feel safe because someone had been making threatening calls to him and his mother. Even though the cops were listening to his story, Fousey was frustrated that they weren't taking any action, which led him to become even more aggressive.
You guys don't even seem like you're serious, officer. We're gonna do everything. We're recording. That's what we're recording. You guys, you're gonna arrest them. Why is in the car looking for him right now?
Fousey continuously tells the officers that although he doesn't know the identity of the stalker, he does know their address, and expressed his desire for the police to arrest the stalker right in that instant. Despite what he was saying, officers could tell that Fousey was ultimately safe and that they were planning on leaving, but Fousey would not let that happen. That's when he started screaming and shouting. He was swearing at them, calling them idiots because he was clearly in danger and they needed to protect him.
What do you want to look for him if you don't know where he is? I have an address. I said grab my security 20 minutes ago.
With no actual leads and a mentally unstable person in their midst, the officer decided that the best course of action was to arrest Fousey. Despite multiple attempts to get him to calm down, the police officers couldn't get Fousey to relax, and they ultimately had to put him in cuffs and take him away. Fousey was enraged by this and threatened the cops with public shaming from his community as well as legal action. Even as he was being arrested, Fousey didn't stop screaming and yelling things like "Free Fousey" while he was being taken down to the station live on stream.
Hey, free Fousey! Hashtag free Fousey!
We said later on that although Fousey was detained for a brief period, they recommended a mental health evaluation and a stay in a mental institution rather than a jail sentence, as the cops believed that he needed severe help. My friends, let these incidents remind you of one important thing. The internet is written in pen. not pencil. Visual venture. Wait, before you go, click this playlist to watch more videos about the dark side of internet culture because it would mean the world to me. Have an absolutely beautiful week, everybody. Peace.
Wow. Fortune baby. To smile for the camera. Smile for the camera. Let's check it out. Let's check it out.
Now,
Smile for the camera. Freeze. Oma. So let's say I got like 1 hour. Okay, that's fine. Okay. Let's start packing some other stuff. Packing some of that to free up more space. Free up more space. After all, I don't really need this for now. Smells good. Smells good. Okay. So, coming quickly, chat.
you can see
Okay. Those are very interesting. $414. Yeah. Coming. Yeah. The sun is on big your head. Yeah. All right, chat. We back. We back. We back. We back. The sun is a little bit here, so I have to go. I'm drinking water a lot, so I have to pee first, then wash my face. Yeah, the sun. It's crazy.
Both sets of people look
Yeah.
very similar.
Also a little bit
The theory
confusing.
going around is that Bebop and BB are this
Yeah, a little bit confusing, especially the hut of this place also, you know.
The
Ah.
attempted kidnap.
The momfluencer Katie
All right,
Storey is running for
let's
president
see
for
what is
falsely
going
claiming
on
a couple tried to kidnap her kids.
on this side.
Were you ever forced? Were you ever threatened?
Some people will do anything when it comes to achieving social media fame, even if it means hurting others along the way. And sometimes the people they hurt are none other than their own children. We'll dive into the insane world of influencer parents and how each parent went too far for fame. My name is Visual Venture, and I hope you guys have a wonderful week ahead. Bebop and BB. With over 8.3 million followers on TikTok and over 500,000 subscribers on YouTube, Bebop and BB are arguably the most famous mother and daughter duo on social media right now. Over the past few years, the two have been able to gain a ton of internet stardom through their unique content, which has been controversial to say the least. At first glance, the Bebop and BB TikTok account seems like it's full of your usual family content, but after you take a closer look, you might start to notice some strange things about their videos. For starters, both the daughter Bebop and the mother BB are always seen with dramatic makeup in their posts. And by the way they talk and act, it seems like a lot of their content is scripted beforehand. Both Bebop and BB behave in very strange ways, with some even describing it as AI-like. This caused a lot of fans to speculate that maybe Bebop and BB are being forced to make content. And once this theory started, it quickly got out of control. Fans started doing deep dives into Bebop and BB's page and found a bunch of signs pointing to the possibility of them being held against their will. People started noticing that in the background of their videos, you could see a lock at the bottom of the door. Then they started zooming into other parts of the room, claiming that there were cameras inside watching their every move, or that they could see other people behind the camera from the reflection.
Whoa, that's a lot.
Every video they've made, the background is always the same. Even the furniture and the toys are always in the same place. And if this is not weird enough, there are speakers on the walls and locks on the bedroom doors.
People even went as far as to theorize that Bebop and BB were actually Kate and Ava Baldwin, a mother and daughter duo that have been missing since 2015. Kate Baldwin had taken her daughter Ava and ran away with her, hiding from Ava's father, her family, and the rest of the world for years. And some started to point out the physical similarities between the two pairs, hinting at the possibility that they were the same people.
Now, as you can see, both sets of people look very similar. Here's another example of how similar they look. Now, the theory going around is that Bebop and BB are this missing mother and daughter duo.
Damn.
As these theories started to circulate on the internet, fans who believed in them started to take action. They wanted to help, so they would comment things like, wear red if you're in trouble, or put a green heart in your caption if you need help. Scarily enough, Bebop and BB actually did these things. In their videos, they would regularly do the action that the top comment asked them to do. And during their lip-sync videos, fans swore that they were mouthing words like help instead of the actual words. After multiple videos of Bebop and BB doing these requests, fans were almost certain that there was something much darker going on behind the scenes. Some believed that the two were kidnapped. Others thought that there was someone else controlling them. In some of Bebop and BB's videos, they feature men like Bebop's brother or her father, both of which fans have speculated could be forcing them to make videos. Needless to say, Bebop and BB became the focus of social media's most trendy conspiracy theory. And with such a popular theory being tied back to their page, it was expected that they would gain some new fans. But not just a few, hundreds of thousands of new fans. The Bebop and BB page was getting millions of views a day, with curious TikTok users flocking to their accounts to try and be part of this investigation. But while none of the theories were ever confirmed, a new theory emerged from all of the conspiracies. One that seemed to make a lot more sense. Bebop wasn't kidnapped. She was being
There's been some inappropriate videos of Bebop that make many people uncomfortable considering her age. There's been live streams where BB purposely plants things in the background and fuels conspiracy theories, such as handcuffs. People actually have told her to touch her nose, tilt her head, or say specific things to show that she is in danger or kidnapped.
As fans started to look even deeper into Bebop and BB's content, they began noticing that it was primarily BB that fed into the kidnapping conspiracy. Rather than someone else controlling both of them, it could be very much possible that BB was making Bebop pretend the theory was real so that there would be more traction to their social media accounts. And once people started researching Bebop and BB's past, this didn't come as a shock anymore. Because before the two of them started a TikTok page, they were actually heavily involved in the child beauty pageant scene. BB had enrolled Bebop with a ton of kids beauty pageants from a very early age.
What's up?
Judges and live audiences. So already Bebop was experienced when it came to
Yeah, bro.
the show. Not to mention, the child beauty pageant industry is known for creating talk.
Yeah. All right.
Parents who use their children not just for fame, but also money. So many began to think that BB was just exploiting her young daughter for social media stardom. And what further fueled the fire was when Bebop and BB finally decided to speak up and address the theories. They locked their statements behind hefty paywalls.
But apparently now, after all this time, they are breaking their silence in a news interview, but it's crazy because they're making you pay. I'm sorry, but what? You've taunted people on the internet for years, but now you want people to pay to hear your story.
The interview was eventually canceled, likely due to the backlash of the paywall. And the truth was never brought up by BB or Bebop again. But if that wasn't convincing enough, people also dug up past messages from Peyton, Bebop's brother, who was featured in some of the account's earlier videos. In these screenshots, Peyton allegedly claimed that his mother had tried to force him to make content, which is why he no longer wants to appear in the videos anymore.
Screenshots of DMs allegedly from Peyton claim that Peyton tried to expose his mom for forcing him to make content, and that's why he disappeared from their videos.
But after these screenshots surfaced, Peyton made another video addressing the situation. It wasn't what people expected.
I lied, and I hurt them. I hurt their business, what they were trying to do. Something that they enjoy, and it was something that I shouldn't have done. It was very stupid of me, and I'm very sorry to both of them and to everything that they were trying to accomplish.
And what did you lie about?
That I was forced.
Say it.
That I was forced.
Were you ever forced?
No.
Were you ever threatened?
No.
This video raised a few red flags. People still believe that BB could very much just be forcing Peyton to say these things to save her reputation and maintain her social media fame. At the end of the day, none of these theories about Bebop and BB have ever been confirmed. It seems pretty clear that BB is using her young daughter, Bebop, to make content for her own personal gain, and that she's willing to fake a kidnapping conspiracy to keep growing her page. And Bebop isn't the only young girl being forced to make content. In fact, there's some influencer parents who do things that are much worse to keep their male audience happy. Ren Eleanor. Before we talk about the disturbing case of Ren Eleanor, I want to thank this video's sponsor, War Thunder. War Thunder is a vehicle combat MMO game featuring over 2,500 tanks, planes, helicopters, and ships from early 20th century biplanes and vehicles to fighter jets and tanks of the modern age. The game's environment is beautiful with lifelike graphics and sound effects. Something that makes War Thunder unique is its intricate damage model, where every vehicle is broken down to its individual components like the engine and fuel tank. If a vehicle is destroyed, the X-ray view shows the exact impact point of where the vehicle was damaged and what components were affected. Not to mention, this game has in-depth customization options. They have an array of camouflage, historical markings, and decorations for every vehicle, including ones created by you guys, the community. So I have a gaming computer to create these
Welcome in the chat.
But even then, games like Apex still
Yo, what's up, Kiki? What's good, bro?
Optimized to give you a lag-free
What's up?
regular machines. This
How's
game
everything
has a
going, bro?
player base of over 70 million people that you can PvP. And if you're into military history, this game is free.
Happy
Play
Kids
War
Day
Thunder
also,
for free
bro.
on PC,
Happy
PlayStation,
Kids
and
Day,
Xbox
man.
now by using my
And also
link
Happy
in the
Friday.
or
There's a lot.
New and returning
It's a
players
lot
have
for
played
today.
in
Happy
6
Friday.
months across across all
Happy Kids
platforms
Day.
get a massive bonus pack. That includes the
It's a
Hero
lot,
of
bro.
Valor, 100,000 silver lions, and 7 days of
It's
premium
a lot.
only for a limited time. Ren Eleanor has become one of the most recognizable faces when it comes to child influencers. At just 4 years old, Ren is famous with over
Oh, that's
17
cool, bro.
billion
I'm
followers
also
on
good, bro.
TikTok
Thanks for
and over
asking, bro. Thanks for
600
asking.
million likes. The account is run by Ren's mom, Jacqueline, who films her daughter participating in all
Yeah,
sorts of
bro.
social media challenges and in her
All
dates.
the best. So how's the day going,
Her
bro?
daughter, who's bubbly and personable, soon
How's the
became
kids'
one
day
of the
going
most
so far?
beloved child influencers on the platform, and one of the richest too, securing major brand deals with companies.
This is me for
All
today.
that success comes at a cost.
I'm trying to
especially
complete this
for such
challenge
young
on
girls
Kids
like
Day, you
Ren.
know?
Because while many of her followers are just people who find her content fun to watch, others keep up with her content for more unsettling reasons.
Start finding
Pac-Man.
comments like this, and also comments
Pac-Man.
like this, and even random grown men duetting a TikToks of a little 3-year-old girl calling them pretty. Then you
He was in
find out that
another
there are loads of fan accounts of
comment
this 3-year-old
section.
girl. And yeah, this comment comes from
Yeah, one of
the
my
accounts that
latest
somebody
video.
was saying that they were putting the photos
He
of
was
this
there
girl
also.
on his bedroom wall.
With such a growing male adult fan base,
He was
they
there.
feared that Jacqueline would want to do all she can to protect her.
Bro!
But instead, she creates content specifically for
I don't
that
know.
demographic. More than once, Jacqueline has been a source of controversy
I left,
for the nature of the
if I
content
tell
that she
you, like,
posted onto the
I
Ren
left
Eleanor
blue
In one video, Ren is
baby
doing her daily activities. The video
in one
has
of
been
my
saved by over
backpack.
14,000 people, which is already
You know,
kind of suspicious.
I can't
Yet
find
so many
it.
strangers would want a video of a
I don't
random
know who
child on their
took it,
phone in the first place.
where it
But
go. Like, I'm
after
still
video,
confused
Ren
till
is doing her
today,
best.
bro.
This
I'm still
video got
confused.
over 3 times as many saves.
Jacqueline had Ren
I don't know where it
posed
goes.
this way for videos on multiple occasions. The most infamous incident was when Jacqueline had Ren play with a feminine
Last
hygiene
month,
product on camera as if it were
I
a
was
toy.
trying to
That
looking
video
for it.
was
I was
saved
asking
over
some of my brother at
300,000
home,
people. All these
like
videos
if they saw
intense
if they saw
backlash and have since been
my
deleted,
blue
but that
baby,
doesn't mean that the damage wasn't already done.
The comments on some of
but they
Ren's
say
videos
no.
were absolutely
Like I'm still
disgusting
curious,
and
bro.
disturbing. And to be honest, Jacqueline should be embarrassed
But I'm
and
gonna get
ashamed for
another
not
one.
monitoring what these monsters on the internet were saying about her now 4-year-old daughter.
And comments like that were normal on all of Ren's videos.
I wanted to put
increasingly obvious that
put
big
it on
part of
my
Ren's fan base
on my
are people
key.
who should not be consuming her content,
Yeah,
but rather
and that's
taking
when I
preventive
realized
measures and
it was
Jacqueline
gone.
tries to defend herself and her parenting. This video back in 2022.
Do not mom shame me because we have different parenting styles. I look forward to making more videos with my daughter.
So how's the day? How's the day going, bro? By the way, how's the day going?
Back on. I will filter the end to remove offensive comments and report and block accounts as necessary.
Although Jacqueline promised to monitor the comments to protect her daughter, she didn't take action for months, which allowed the comment section to grow into a place filled with disgusting messages.
Whoa.
Soon things got even worse. On TikTok videos, there are suggested searches that pop up which showcase the most commonly searched terms of a
Just be
specific account and video. And for most of Ren's videos,
busy eating some pancake, bro.
topics like Ren Eleanor
I wake
hot
up
dog
early
or
this
Ren
morning
Eleanor pickle. Upon seeing these
to make
videos
some
comments, a TikTok movement led primarily by
pancake, you know.
concerned mothers started taking over the platform.
I wanted to
This
try
movement
something
was meant to
different.
encourage TikTok to remove kid-focused content for the sake of protecting children and their privacy, especially from
Right
those
now, I'm
who
busy
shouldn't be consuming
learning how to make
as of this video, she's since
how
turned
to
off all of her
make
comments,
it
but that's all
more
that actually
delicious, you know.
because the controversy
Yeah,
started, Ren's
more
content has
tasty.
only gotten more questionable. But while Jacqueline may use her child to make content, there are other mothers out there who use their kids to make money in other ways.
Wow.
Jasmine Moss. Jasmine Moss is your standard mom influencer. She works a regular 9 to 5 while also creating content on the side as a hobby to earn a little extra income. Jasmine is a beautician who posts content for her daughter as well as her day-to-day work on Instagram, particularly in waxing. Waxing videos have become a popular niche on social media.
Yeah.
People like watching the wax remove hair quickly and seamlessly. It's part of the growing trend of satisfying beauty treatment videos like pimple popping or blackhead removal. But while her fans have gotten used to her posting these videos, they never expected that she would bring on someone new to wax her clients. Someone who is definitely not qualified.
A mother is in jail after police say her daughter helped to wax clients at a waxing studio. That's what police say that child was only 5 years old.
account, Jasmine shared content of her daughter doing wax services on her clients. In the post, she boasted to her followers about how her daughter had allegedly waxed 24 people in just 8 hours. Several concerns came from these posts. The
What?
first being that the wax was extremely hot and not safe for a child to be handling. But most importantly, Jasmine's daughter wasn't just doing any regular sort of waxing. She was specifically doing bikini waxes for women. Not only was the young girl being subject to hot wax, but she was also being forced to get extra close with them to do the waxing. Once these photos were posted, concerned followers started to share these images with the police. The Memphis Police Department received several complaints following this post going live. They decided to investigate the situation. Jasmine was eventually arrested and charged with child neglect and other related charges, with Instagram content being used as primary evidence. But if you thought getting your child to work for you like this was bad, then you might want to brace yourself because this next one takes it one step further. Jessica Gasser. When children have rare illnesses, it's a heartbreaking story, which is why it's no surprise that when TikTok user Medical Mama Jazz shared her 3-year-old daughter's journey with a rare medical illness, she gained a ton of supporters. Jessica Gasser, a 27-year-old mom, would share content about her young daughter and her road to recovery to her 25,000 followers on TikTok. But it was recently revealed that while Jessica had been making a ton of content about her daughter's rare medical condition, none of the videos had
My bad, bro. I just saw it.
Actually, her daughter wasn't sick at all.
Ah.
The real problem was
Have
Jessica
a wonderful day,
pretending
bro.
her daughter was ill to get attention.
Ah.
She's been hospitalized repeatedly.
On social media and in doctor's offices, 27-year-old Jessica Gasser allegedly claimed her 3-year-old daughter was medically complex. But the Tarrant County Sheriff's Office said she was fine.
Although Jessica's daughter was perfectly healthy, Jessica still did everything she could to keep that going. She was taking desperate measures to try and make her child seem sick or convince herself that she was. For the past few years, Jessica had been taking her daughter to several hospitals throughout the Dallas and Austin areas trying to get her a medical diagnosis. The affidavit showed that Jessica was being accused of doctor shopping, which meant going into countless doctors' offices and lying about medical history to try and get the results that she wanted.
They're presenting a false medical history to a medical provider who rely on that history in order to form a diagnosis.
Jessica would ask the doctors to run blood tests and a wide variety of other tests to attempt to fake a medical condition for her daughter that wasn't there. That way she could get prescriptions for the medication that she would show in her content, and also be able to film her daughter during medical treatments to keep the lie going. It got so bad that her daughter even had to be hospitalized a few times for these abrasive tests. All of these procedures caused her daughter to end up with several injuries. Doctors in Texas caught on after Jessica and her daughter visited several hospitals and
Welcome to
medical
the
centers.
chat. Where are you watching from? Is this your first time?
Initially taken her daughter to the Texas Medical Center, where her daughter was given a feeding tube since she wasn't eating enough. Months later, when Jessica moved onto a different doctor, they ruled out stomach issues and offered to remove the feeding tube because her daughter seemed healthy. But Jessica refused. That's when medical professionals in Texas began their suspicions about Jessica and how she was treating her daughter. So in June of 2022, the first report to the Department of Family Protective Services would be filed, along with a second report just 4 months later in October of 2022. Around that time, many Texas doctors started refusing
Oh, that's
to
cool.
run
That's
any
cool.
tests.
Welcome in the
Instead of
chat. Feel
stopping,
free ask
Jessica
any
just went to
question.
hospitals in
I'm
other
super
states.
free. Yeah,
She
I'm
visited
super
medical
free.
facilities in 3
So,
different states for checkups.
where are you
and
watching from?
diagnoses that ended up totaling over
My name is Quincy.
$200,000, all to look for medical illnesses that her daughter simply
Oh,
did not
Oklahoma,
have. But all that
Oklahoma
money
City.
didn't come out
Where
of
is that?
nowhere. Using her
Which
social
country?
media page as promotion,
I think I've
Jessica
heard of
ran
that
a
city.
successful Etsy shop called
Which
Enchanted
country? Which
Beauty
country?
Tapes, where she sold custom designed tape,
My name is
feeding
Quincy.
tubes, and other medical tools. The shop has over 749 5-star reviews and over 3,000 sales. And like
Are you
most
trying to get me
influencers that fake illnesses,
scared?
Jessica also ran a GoFundMe page. According to the page, all donations were going towards
It's not like I'm scary, but you know I wanted to be sure.
which she and her daughter needed to go to for
There's
medical
no
treatment.
one
The
there. No
treatment
one
has
there.
since been confirmed by doctors as
There's no
unneeded,
one
and
there.
Jessica had gone through with the GoFundMe anyway,
My
earning
name is Quincy from
$683,
Suriname.
along with
Yeah,
receiving a
I'm doing live.
$1,638 donation from a philanthropic organization to cover both their flights there. And Jessica knew that what she was doing was wrong. During the police investigation, it was revealed that her search history was filled with things like is lying to a doctor about a child illegal and countries that take families on asylum from CPS. The daughter has since been removed from Jessica's care and is perfectly healthy without medical treatments. And Jessica is being investigated by the Tarrant County Sheriff's Office for alleged medical abuse. Jessica has since deleted all her social media content, with the lasting
Bro,
effects on her
are you
daughter
sure?
cannot be undone. This next case is very different.
It's not like I'm
Instead of
scared.
having
I'm
the
not
kid
scared,
take
but
an illness, he used his
I want.
to help with his TikTok thirst traps. Pepito Fonzie 1. We already know that some influencer parents like to use their children for views on social media. Few manage to cross as many lines as Pepito Fonzie does. This TikToker, known for his thirst traps and his gym content, is no stranger to showing off his physique. But things got much
Yeah,
weirder
yeah,
when he
yeah.
started to show his foster children in his videos.
He also posted another video of him
All right,
showing
bro. I
his
think.
daughter this with the
I think I need help, bro. It's not like I'm scary, but I need help.
In his former videos, many of which are deleted, he would use his foster
What?
children, a young daughter and a baby boy, as props
You just
in his
left?
videos. The videos
Ah.
have suggestive captions or even actions which
Ah.
are highly uncomfortable
Thank God,
to
bro.
watch, considering that Pepito is their adopted father. Pepito purposely phrases his words
Bro,
and
come
frames
on.
his videos to form a narrative
Come on,
in
bro.
his
Come.
head, making it feel very unsettling. And the narrative he builds in his videos are highly inappropriate for a father to
Bro.
have with his kids. Some of these videos weren't
From what
just
you are doing right
suggestive,
now,
straight up
you just remind me of one of my friends in the chat. He loves to like. He's behind you. He's behind you. Always like he's behind you. He just remind me of one of my friends in the chat,
in
bro.
the corner of many of his videos, Pepito would
What's your name? What's your name,
an
though?
account
What's your
where he
name?
had spicier or adult content. And when more and more people started to
Yeah,
see
what's your
his
name?
videos, they knew
I'm not
they had
scary.
to
I'm
take
not scary.
action. So they
I'm not
started
scary,
reporting
but
his videos to
I
Child
just want.
Protective Services, and the children were
What?
eventually taken away. This next parent also posted similar content, but arguably
What? Bro. Now you are making me feel unsafe, bro. Come on. I'm not scared. I'm not scary. I'm not scary, but it's kind of like. I have to got my eyes on the place. Yeah, this is my work. I have to got my eyes. That it's not like I'm not scary, but all right, all right. I think you get me, bro. What? Yeah, that's my name. Yeah, that's my name. Bro. Nah. At, at this time of the day, bro, you want to rob me? Nah. That's nah, bro. I can't let that happen. It's not like I'm scary, but at that time of this time of the day, we are almost at 2 more minutes to go to reach 3 p.m. 3 p.m. Bro. Nah, bro. But this time, yeah. Yeah, what's your name? What's your name, bro? What's your name? What's your name? And also thank you for saving me for the rob. You know, thank you, bro. Thank you. Yeah, I would have been robbed by now if it wasn't for you. So thank you, bro. Yeah, but all right. Nice one, bro. Nice one. I must say, you did it. You did it again, bro. Nice one. Yeah, bro. You finally did like another one. Congratulations, bro. All right. And I promise you, this is gonna be the last one. I promise you, this is gonna be the last one. No more prank. No more catching me in prank, bro. I promise. So does that mean I run it for no reason? I was just doing it for no reason. All right, bro. Yeah, bro. That's the question. That's the question. Yeah, I've been seeing it like, yeah, I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. But yeah, I've never done it, and I believe this is gonna be hard. Like, you still have that in mind. Like, yeah, I promise you. Like, I'm gonna get you back to you. It's gonna be hard, bro. You know, I wanted you to forget think completely about the prank. Then I wanted to wait for the right time. To get you. Ah, that's the question, bro. But yeah, I'll get you. I'll get you. I'm just gonna wait till you completely like forgotten about it. Then I'll get you like, yeah, unexpected. Unexpected, bro. Unexpected one. Yeah, bro, bro. Enjoy your lunch. Have a wonderful day, bro. Yeah, have a wonderful day. I will have been giving you one of these, bro, but you are far away, bro. You are far away. I will have given you a mango. Yeah. Have a wonderful day, bro. Enjoy your day at work. Yeah, see you tomorrow, bro. All the best. Much love. Appreciate, bro. Yeah. But that was it. That was it. Amazing one, bro. The prank. That was tricky. But yeah. So let's see what is going on. Let's check the minutes. So we got like 120 24 more to go. That's like that's like 2 hours. 2 hours. 2 hours. Okay. Yeah. Let's get it.
Because while Theo seemed to only post questionable scenarios,
Questionable scenario.
Out. Katie Boogie. One of the most common types of content for mom influencers includes doing dance challenges with her kids. But Katie didn't want to take that approach. Instead of dancing with him, she decided to dance on him instead. This type of dancing combined with the suggestive captions are enough to make a person sick to their stomach. But this wasn't the only video posted of this nature. Most people were quick to call out Katie for this disturbing behavior, but others, they thought differently.
She made several dancing videos with her child. Now let's read some of these creepy comments that were left on her videos. You did nothing wrong. He clearly wants it.
Unfortunately, there is no further news as to what happened to both Katie and her child after these videos started gaining traction. Jenny Popock. Rosalie Aritola was only 15 years old when she became one of the most famous stars on social media. Taking on the persona Jenny Popock, Rosalie would gain over 7 million followers on TikTok before she suddenly disappeared from the platform. Like other girls her age, Jenny posted videos of her lip syncing and dancing, but many people who watched her videos found themselves disturbed by the end of it. Unlike most 15-year-old girls who did this for fun, Jenny clearly had another motive. She wanted to attract a certain audience.
People found it quite shocking how Jenny was wearing bikinis and very revealing outfits just to film TikTok videos when she was only 15 years old.
Despite her young age, Jenny was posing suggestively in almost every video and wearing clothes that seemed like they were for a much older age group. She was regularly seen wearing swimsuits, crop tops, and short bottoms in her videos and lip syncing to suggestive songs with multiple lyrics. And many people who watched these videos grew concerned, and for a good reason. Jenny spent a lot of her life on social media, and with all of her content being this suggestive, they feared that she was putting herself at risk of being taken advantage of. In most cases like these, the parents would usually want to take action to prevent their child from being possibly harmed, but not Jenny's. They didn't seem to care. In fact, they seemed to support it. Jenny's parents are advocates for the type of content that she makes, often encouraging her to keep posting the way that she does. Jenny's mom, Maria Ulacia, is especially fond of Jenny's social media fame. In an interview with Bloomberg, Maria was asked about the allegations that were going around about her exploiting
The
allegation,
allegation.
calling it funny and proudly saying that she and her daughter loved the attention that was coming from her growing following. But these answers shouldn't come as a shock to anyone who knows who Jenny's mom is. Back in 2020, Maria caught massive heat after she took then 13-year-old Jenny and a few of her friends on a trip to the Hype House. The Hype House was a content house known for personalities like Charlie D'Amelio, Addison Rae, and Lil Huddy. Their house was a large-scale mansion in Los Angeles, and Maria decided one day that she wanted to take a visit. Instead of asking for a tour, she decided that she was just going to break in. On June 12th, 2020, Chase Hudson, aka Lil Huddy, took to Twitter to post this tweet where he talked about how a group of girls and their mother had broken into the Hype House and stole his clothes. The girls and the mother in question were none other than Jenny, her friends, and her mom, Maria. And to make matters worse, they didn't just trespass onto the property, they also filmed content inside. Maria shot several videos in different rooms of the Hype House, posting them onto her own personal Instagram and TikTok accounts. What she considered to be content would turn out to be incriminating evidence. After all this broke out to the public, Jenny posted a statement on her Instagram saying that she had obtained special permission from the caretaker at the Hype House to enter. This incident was what created many people's first impression of Jenny and her mother, and it wasn't a good one. To many, it seemed like Maria was encouraging questionable behavior with her daughter. Jenny was only 13 at the time when this all went down, clearly incapable of making proper decisions. Another major red flag was a viral video from Christmas 2021 that Jenny posted that featured her younger brother. There was a trend going around TikTok where couples would be dancing together with one person being covered in wrapping paper. The other partner would then spin them around and unwrap them, revealing a different outfit underneath. Often it was something revealing, and Jenny hopped on the trend. The suggestive outfits had already been a common part of Jenny's content, so that wasn't the biggest issue anymore. The real concern was that the person who was unwrapping her in the video was her very own brother, who was unwrapping her to reveal Jenny in a swimsuit.
When her brother unwrapped her to reveal her swimsuit. It did not take a minute for TikTok to flag Jenny's video.
At this point, there was no denying that Jenny needed guidance because clearly her parents weren't capable of doing the job. Since then, fans have started pointing out Maria's terrible parenting and attempted to understand why she was so determined to use her daughter in this way. One of the reasons was just how obsessed Maria seemed to be with not only her daughter's fame, but also Jenny herself.
She is a 16-year-old who is being basically exploited by her mum. Her mum is basically trying to live through her. And why do I say this? Take a look.
Wearing my clothes.
What happened? Are you wearing my clothes? I've just been trying them on. What's like the problem? I didn't make a problem. I'm just saying, like, I just said, are you wearing my clothes? Yeah, I've been trying to be rude all the time.
To many, this seems like a classic case of a parent trying to live through their kids' experiences. Maria herself has openly admitted that she knew she would be famous one day, and that her daughter is her destiny to obtain that fame. This could explain why she would go to such extreme lengths, such as forcing her to wear revealing clothing or dance provocatively, just to get that fame she so badly desires. Jenny has since left TikTok, but she still makes content on YouTube and Instagram. This time, she's ditched the persona, now using her real name, Rosalie Aritola, to post videos. The content seems to be a bit better than before. However, her mother is still very much involved. Katie Sorensen.
My children were the targets of attempted kidnapping.
Katie Sorensen went viral in 2020 after she posted a storytime video on her Instagram account, Motherhood Essentials, about a terrifying experience that she had in a Michael's craft store in California.
Yeah, we got
One
this
that left
already.
her on edge and her viewers on the edge of their seats. She was shopping for necessities with her 4-year-old son and 1-year-old daughter, and after getting everything
We got
she
this
needed,
already.
she and the kids headed towards the car in the parking lot. But it wouldn't be a quick trip to the car, as there would be one horrifying obstacle in the way. A couple that wanted to steal Katie's children. After escaping their grasp, Katie immediately called the Petaluma Police Department to report the incident as an attempted kidnapping. A week after the report, she went and retold this story on Instagram. Katie claimed that she made this video to raise awareness of kidnappings and to remind parents to keep a close eye on their children at all times.
And what kind of clothes did you use? I don't the heebie-jeebies. I didn't feel good, but I thought I was judging the book by its cover.
Also, they quote weren't clean-cut individuals and made comments about her kid's appearance.
They're saying that blonde hair, blue eyes.
The video instantly blew up with countless concerned viewers in the comments wanting to know more. The video ended up getting 4 million views, which for a smaller creator like Katie was a stepping stone to a prosperous social media career. But while many people believed this story online, there was one unexpected twist. It was all a lie. And that while there was a couple near Katie and her children at Michael's, the couple did not commit the crime that Katie was describing. The police were quick to expose the truth behind the video after reviewing CCTV footage of the parking lot, which did not support Katie's story at all. In fact, the couple she accused were fully cooperative with the investigation and were quick to clear their name against the false allegations.
Say, the investigation has produced no evidence or witnesses corroborating the account provided by Sorensen. Evidence gathered has served to support the account provided by the couple from the store.
From this incident, Katie not only lost social media followers, but also her freedom.
The mom influencer Katie Sorensen learning her sentence for falsely claiming a couple tried to kidnap her kid.
Katie was sentenced to 30 days in jail and 60 days of work release for making a false report of a crime, along with 12 months of probation where she was not allowed to use social media. Zakiya Duncan. Zakiya Duncan seems
That's
like
like
an
a
average
whole
mom
year.
on social media. She didn't
After
have a huge
finish your
following,
con.
but she did regularly post content, mostly with her kids. In videos, you can see her dancing and laughing with them inside their beautiful home in Texas. But appearances can be deceiving, especially in Zakiya's case. Underneath that big, happy family facade, those kids were living in a house of horrors. It was so bad that 2 of her kids actually had to run away from home.
New surveillance video shows the twins going to a neighbor's home early yesterday morning begging for help. Police soon got involved, and that's when the twins' mother and her boyfriend fled with their 5 other children, sparking that Amber Alert.
Turns out, Zakiya's life wasn't as perfect as social media made it seem. The twins, who were the eldest of the kids, weren't being taken care of at home. They were always locked inside a room, underfed and dehydrated. They would only get sandwiches made of mustard and relish once or twice a week, and when they did have something to drink, it wasn't nutritious. The twins weren't allowed to leave that room or allowed to participate in the TikTok videos that their mom made. Online, Zakiya took on the persona of a family-oriented, loving mother and constantly posted videos like this with her 5 kids.
Family time is always the best time, so get your family time in, you guys, always. Come here. Family time, family time. You love your family? Love your family.
She would post all of this while the twins were fending for themselves in the other room. While it's unclear why Zakiah had such a preference for the other 5 kids, this sort of behavior wasn't new. 10 years ago, she'd also gotten similar charges. After the twins were able to free themselves and get help, police began looking for the couple. They attempted to run away with the rest of the kids, which sent a statewide Amber Alert for Zakiah's 5 kids who were aged 7 to 14. They were all eventually found in Baton Rouge.
Okay,
Okay. However, the children were ultimately returned
Yeah.
to Tiffany Raquel Smith.
Whoa.
Piper Smith is arguably one of the most famous teen YouTubers today. Ever since she joined the platform in 2016, she's earned over 11.9 million subscribers and 3 billion channel views. She posted what any regular teen influencer would: challenges, skits, and other lifestyle content. But all of Piper's popularity can't be credited to her. Piper's channel is managed by her mother, Tiffany Raquel Smith. Many of her videos also feature her content group, The Squad, which consists of other teen creators who are all Piper's friends, some of which were pretty well. Tiffany oversaw a lot of the content being created for
But
Piper's
first,
channel.
before I continue with this, let me run a little quick. Watch this mango and go on. Yeah, watching, see what is going on. Yeah, let me go and watch the mango and continue. It's a mango.
Oh boy.
All right. Come on. Moving on.
Acted as not only a guardian, but also a mother figure for a lot of the squad. At least that's what it looked like on camera. The truth was far from that.
This young lady's amassed more than 10 million followers on YouTube, shooting silly videos with her friends. Now Lisa Guerrero reports some of those now former friends and their parents are suing, alleging they were exploited.
A 147-page complaint was filed in January of 2022 and had 11 of Piper's friends involved, each suing for emotional distress and other mistreatment from Tiffany between the years of 2017 and 2022 when they worked for her. Each kid and their parent is suing for an estimated $2 million each, bringing the total to $22 million.
We got kids as young as 9. So yeah, a lot of these allegations, frankly, they are very counsel.
Behind the scenes, Tiffany wasn't just giving guidance, she was pulling the strings. And when it comes to Piper's channel growth, she found one strategy that she believed always worked, even if it wasn't the best for the kids involved. Tiffany would treat the squad members as if they were actors, so they could grow fake crushes so that she could pair them up to create ships of drama that were pulling the views. This not only strained relationships between the teams themselves, but also opened the window
Yeah.
to be online. Even after generating billions of views for Piper's channel, none of the members of the squad ever got credit for all the energy and time they put into the videos. While Piper had almost 12 million subscribers, none of them ever got close to her level of popularity, even though they were putting in just as much work. And they never got paid either. Although it's unconfirmed whether or not they were promised money in the first place or just publicity. But even then, their personal careers also suffered at the hands of none other than Tiffany herself. The complaint that was filed claimed that Tiffany had conspired to ruin the channels of the members of the squad by using bots and falsely recording their videos to drive down their views and growth so that they would not outshine Piper. The complaint also touched on other issues like the comments and actions that Tiffany had done over the years. Despite the ages of the squad members, Tiffany regularly said things that she shouldn't have to them, particularly to the male members. But if you thought this sort of treatment was only restricted to the squad members, that would be false, because Tiffany also exploited her own daughter Piper. One of the worst instances, which was outlined in the complaint, was when Tiffany took some of Piper's undergarments and mailed them to an unknown individual. And when her daughter confronted her about this, Tiffany just said that the person likes to smell this stuff. Tiffany has since tried to counter-sue for $30 million, saying that the mothers of the Piper squad members were trying to extort her, but this case was dropped almost immediately. Piper and ex-members of the squad continue to regularly post on their YouTube channels or other social media platforms. My friends, let these stories be a reminder that on social media, it's almost never as it seems. There's always more than meets the eye. So keep your eyes peeled. Visual Venture. Thanks a ton to War Thunder. Play for free on PC, PlayStation.
Yeah, let's see the next one.
Now by using my link below. New and returning
long time.
in 6 months across all platforms will get a massive bonus pack.
Mine passed already. Yeah, let's say it is. Yeah, it is.
Click this playlist to watch
Yeah.
internet documentary.
What did you got today, bro?
700,000 subscribers by the end of
How's the day going, bro? How's the day going? Happy Kids Day, man. I know I said.
I'm concerned.
How's the day going so far?
Driver of that youth mental health crisis.
People like with filters or like people.
Just because you eat some mango.
Unimaginable bodies that are all fake and perfect, and it's like, why can't that be me? You know.
42% of Gen Zers said they could not stop using social media if they tried. The most common words they associate with platforms like Facebook and
Oh, sleepy time.
depressed,
Oh, yeah.
and alone.
Yeah.
We've all heard people say that Gen Z is addicted to social media, but is this just something people like to claim?
What's the time right now?
Really true?
I have
This video explores the answer to that. Right off the bat, it's clear to see how destructive social media
15:21. Yeah, that's
to Generation Z.
almost.
I'm technically part of Gen Z too, so when I speak
Yeah,
to you,
3
I speak to myself.
3:21 p.m.
And make sure you guys watch the whole video because it unpacks a lot. Damage to the brain and the body.
We're gonna go very soon at
known
4.
as the internet generation. They are society's digital natives, spending an average of 7 hours and 7 minutes a day on their phones.
That's
or
midnight.
Social media. On average, Gen Z spends over
Whoa.
49 hours a week on their devices, which is more hours than a full-time job. With so much time in
How was the day,
cyberspace,
bro?
They have time for the real world. The answer is they don't. Alexis Spence was only 11 years old when she discovered Instagram. From then on, her life changed forever. At first, Alexis signed up to find more content about Webkins, a kid's web game about stuffed animals. But soon she fell into the endless content rabbit hole. She found accounts of models and fitness gurus, which made her feel self-conscious about her own looks. Seeking comfort, she turned to online communities, but the people she met there were far from friendly. Instagram's algorithm suggested harmful accounts for her to follow, encouraging unhealthy behavior. Being 11 years old, Alexis didn't know better. She was easily influenced by these pages. Through these accounts, she found a series of group chats. But these group DMs only made Alexis feel worse about herself, with the members peer pressuring her to continue her newly found bad habits.
She was on social media at 11 years old without our knowledge, without
All
our
right.
consent. And from there, she very slowly.
I need to go and wash my hand.
She began to use our daughter.
And by 12, Alexis was
Oh,
completely addicted
I'm
to
working.
She started
Let's see.
drawing
7 till 7. 7. 8. I'm started from 7. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12 hours. A half day. Yeah, 12 hours.
12 hours a day. I'm free. My off day is on Saturday. Yeah, it's on Saturday. That's why you kind of like see me most of my stream, all of them. I'm doing them at work. Yeah, while I'm at work, then I'm doing the streaming also. Yeah, yeah. So what? I need to go and wash my hands. I'm coming. Let me quickly go and wash my hands. Very, very quickly. All right. All right, all right, all right. I think I've stayed for too long. Ah, yeah, my talk about India is to visit India in the future, bro. That's my job. I want to experience more about India, you know. Yeah, I've seen like a couple of stuff in India, some beautiful place. Yeah, different kind of place I've seen. One of them is the rock that I forgot the name. It's the rock. It's impossible to coming down. I think it's kind of like this. Yeah, yeah. A lot of people have been trying to pull it, pulling the rock down, but it's not going. It's impossible to fall down. But it's at the same time, it's unbelievable. Like how long can this rock stay there? Fire right Coley. No, let me check it out. Let me check it out. Yeah, let me check it out. Let me check it. Fire right Corey. Yeah, let me check it. Fire right. Fire right. Fire right. Oh, India cricketer. Oh,
In my mind, I've already achieved what I wanted to.
oh, you have a motivational speech. Let me check it out. Let me check it out. Let me check it out.
In my mind, I've already
He's a
achieved
cricketer.
what I wanted to as a leader, which is to create an environment and a culture where people strive for excellence every day.
Yeah.
And when I see us practicing now, every session that we play, no one's wasting their time on the field. That for me is so important, because I would rather have an hour of quality practice and I've done everything that I had to do, rather than lurking around for 2 hours, 2.5 hours, fooling around for an hour in between. I don't see anyone doing that anymore. It's absolutely precise. It's absolutely professional. Even at the age group level, if you want to play for India, you got to be fit. You got to have a certain kind of fitness level. Fast bowlers who are coming in now are ready to bowl 20 overs, easy, and they are fit. They hardly have any niggles. So I feel I've done my job in the transitional phase. After MS left, cricket evolved. It changed. The pace of the game started, moving notches higher, and we moved with time. We stayed up to speed, and the results of which in the last 5-6 years is for everyone to see. We are probably the one team in world cricket that everyone's
still
aware
like,
of when we travel. I really enjoyed being part of it, but for me the game
whoa,
changed when AB was
that's
bought
fire,
in
bro.
2011 and Chris was signed mid-season in 2011. I just felt like when Chris came in, and AB was doing what he was doing, and I was
That's
feeling,
cool, bro. That's cool.
confident like I'd never felt before. I felt like something special could happen, and we reached the finals in 11, Champions League finals in 11, and the kind of cricket we played, like with the focal point being three of us, was something which is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, for us to feel so powerful stepping onto the field that we knew
I know.
we could intimidate bowlers. It's such an amazing feeling, because you're literally not
Shah
thinking
Rukh
on anything else.
Khan,
The bowler's thinking when you're running the ball.
Salman Khan,
Three of these
and
guys
I
flew
know.
back together for a while.
I forgot the real name of this guy. He played the
So
movie.
that has been the most amazing thing.
Thank you. He played the movie
The
of
contribution of Chris to the
Bala.
franchise obviously
Bala.
remains very
Bala.
special.
That's a very.
AB
I love that
is a
movie, bro.
RCB legend. So is
Bala.
Chris.
Bala.
But I
You
think
can
three of us
see the
together,
Bala.
and
Bala.
then
Bala.
that
He shaved
year of 2016,
he shaved
which
his hair,
KL
but
came
after
to his own. I think I
yeah, it was a
personally
couple
feel
of
like,
years.
and he
It was a
believes
fight
KL reached
at
that as well.
of the palace.
So his career graph changed after that.
I love that movie, bro.
That IPL was
Bala.
the time
It's
where
funny,
teams saw what KL
dramatic.
could do, and from there on he got opportunities to play for India.
That
and then
movie fire,
he
bro.
is the player he is today. That season was obviously unbelievable. That was so amazing in a way that you have four guys performing at their peak, game in, game out, which is so rare to see in T20 cricket. And we just got on a roll where we felt like, fine, even if you're not doing well in the season, we could still make it. That belief never went away, which I think is very difficult to create again and again. And that happened very, very naturally that season. Being a part of this great team and just showing what he can do. And the way he batted.
I've seen him before, bro.
That was a great transformation of seeing a player who was.
Yeah, I've seen him on YouTube, but
becoming
I didn't check the name.
Beast in 6 months' time, and from there on he's carried through. Same with Yuzi. He wasn't getting many opportunities before in the IPL, and he came to Bangalore, and a guy who always wanted to take the ball and bowl the way he did in Chinnaswamy was unbelievable, and his life changed from there. So these two are the two stories that I can think of, which in front of me I felt like were huge milestones in their careers, and that happened because of IPL and the opportunity it presented. I love joking around. I love making people laugh. You've been around the group for a long time. We played a lot of cricket together. You would know I genuinely like people having a good time.
They say this is like one of the best sport that actually good for.
Sitting in a place going unnoticed, but if I
one of the best sport that's actually good for your body. I've never played it before, bro. I want to see like how it feels like.
Have fun. Just enjoy this moment. Face the fear. Look it in the eye.
Yeah, like experience it how it feels like.
Keep coming at you, and that's how I live my life as well.
It seems very hard.
Which I'm not 100% convinced about. So for me, as I said, if you wanted me to walk away now, I'd have zero regrets in life or in. Firstly, you need to be honest with yourself. I mean, Test cricket is tough. I mean, even when you're one of the top teams in the world, or probably the best testing the world over the last few years.
Wow.
You can still go into a space where
Wait,
you
wait,
probably
wait,
don't want
wait.
it. You know, at certain stages
Wait.
you're like, for 5 days, do I want to do this again? So you
Wait.
need to be absolutely honest with yourself. Are you ready for the hard grind? Are you ready to wake up on day 3 when
Let me finish the video first.
and go out there and bowl difficult
I have
spells
to
for the
check
team? Or
something.
when you know that you are in trouble, as a batting unit, are you going out there to
I have
get
to
that
check
100 or
something.
get that 150 for the team? You know it's going to be tough. Things are going to stack up. You probably have to do it for 5-6 hours over a period of 2 days. Are you strong enough to do that? So I think honesty, firstly, looking at yourself in the mirror whether you want test cricket or not, and if the answer is yes, then just go after it relentlessly. And I honestly feel like there's not enough motivation for people towards test cricket. It's something that I observe, and that's why you can very well see that teams invariably give up very easily in test cricket and don't find ways to get back into the game. Bubble life has done is it's really brought a very important conversation to the surface, which is people taking care of their well-being. Physical well-being is something that we keep talking about, but mentally how you feel is something that is not spoken about enough, which is a very dangerous thing to ignore, because how people feel differently with vulnerability when it comes to a mental point of view or mental setup point of view, it varies from people to people. So how I might be able to cope with a situation, it might not apply to another person at all.
Yeah, you may be seeing it like
I think
differently.
it is imperative that once people feel the load or the stress of anything, it could be anything that triggers it, it's very important to have conversations around it, because only when you speak do you find solutions. And there is a reason why people within the bubble life like to sit and have discussions about how they feel. You need to share experiences, you need to discuss things to shed that load off you and understand, okay, I'm not the only one feeling like this, and I feel supported with the fact that everyone around me is feeling so, and we can help each other. It's your passion, it's the thing that you love. Anything, when it becomes something that you don't enjoy, then it starts eating you up, right? And that's where the conversations around keeping your perspective very clear in life about the things that actually matter. At the end of the day, whatever we might do at a certain time in our lives, it is not permanent. And life in itself is not permanent. You don't know what's going to happen tomorrow.
Yeah.
So
that's true.
For people to have regular conversations, which I also rely upon regularly, that what I do is not the end of the world. It is not life for me. It is a part of my life. To have that perspective is so important, and I feel that a lot of people want that kind of assurance. So I feel exactly the same way. My reasons for feeling mental confusion, lack of clarity, or mental stress might be different, but the feeling is same. That people don't have anyone to give them a balanced perspective. Yeah. So when you talk about a professional psychologist coming in, they have nothing to do with the cricket setup or team planning and all that. It is basically to take care of individuals in a way that they give them perspective. So your job is simply to let guys know that yes, you're playing a game, right? Yeah. Which is your career, yeah, and you love it and you're passionate about it. Yeah. But that is not life. Right? So that perspective for many people like myself, that might come from your life partner. But for many guys who unfortunately don't have families on tour or don't have people around them, it is absolutely crucial that we have a source like that who can give you a balanced perspective of what actually matters in life. Because we get so caught up with this tournament and we need to do this and we need to win and I need to perform and I need to do this and that and this and that, that we actually become egoistic maniacs. So to keep your perspective clear even in that stage, that fine, you are here to do your best and be at peace with the fact that I'm working hard, I'm putting in all the effort I can. This is the opportunity in front of me right now. Tomorrow when I'm 45, 50, the effort the gratitude, the balance should exactly be the same. That honesty
Yeah.
and that balance and that gratefulness should continue, and it is not only and only derived from success and failure only. It's as simple as that. That's something that I saw happen in the Indian cricket team as well. So, yeah, to see the brand where it is today, some amazing decisions obviously have been taken. When we had this conversation initially, I was with a couple of other brands which were
Yeah,
quite
bro. It's cool.
prominent in India at the beginning,
It's cool.
but they started fading away pretty quickly, and I understood why. Because I gave them
Yeah.
a vision which they didn't align to. I told them my career is growing and I want to be
He's a
able
cool
to create
guy.
something of my own with.
Yeah, bro. Let me check more. Farrell. Let me check more about him. Farrell. Let's see.
When my back is against the wall, there's only one way for me, and that's forward. And I will do everything in my power to fight my way up again. And you know, your perspective in life changes every now and then.
Okay.
हेलो दोस्तों, सीधी बात में आपका स्वागत है.
Okay.
When my back is against.
Wait, I think I've. Wait. Whoa, that's fire, bro. God of cricket. That's fire, bro. Video.
Reaction to the whip.
Oh. Whoa. Whoa. That's fire, bro. Bro have been doing it. Bro have been doing it for a couple of years now. That's fire, bro. That's fire, bro. W to India, man. Yeah, that's fire. Alright, so let's go right away to the video. The video again.
They're drawing artwork of herself crying.
All right.
Along with self-depreciating comments.
I think I need to eat like another mango, bro.
Realized just how bad social media was for their daughter.
I need to eat like another mango.
Phone to block her from going on Instagram. They even tried taking her phone away, but that only angered Alexis, causing her to punch a hole in the wall. Whatever her parents did, it didn't matter. Alexis had an addiction. She secretly went online at night, creating alternate emails and accounts, hiding them from her parents. She even downloaded an app that disguised Instagram as a calculator, so her parents didn't know she still had it on her phone. At the age of 15, the negative influences of social media had become so detrimental to her health that she was hospitalized. She spent 2 weeks in a ward without access to her phone or the internet. And that's when her parents believed they found the root of Alexis's problem: social media. So I believe that Alexis's parents are also to blame. But there's no doubt that social media has added a completely new element to
Social
parenting that was never
media.
there before.
The wind is getting out of hand. It's really
I'm coming. I'm gonna eat like another one. Mango, 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 mango. All right. Let's continue.
According to a survey by McKinsey and Company, 27% of Gen Zers said that social media has negatively impacted their mental health. But despite how badly social media affects our lives, we can't seem to put down our devices. That's because social media stimulates our brain like substances would. When scrolling through your phone, you get short bursts of dopamine, the feel-good hormone that creates the feeling of pleasure. And since social media is an endless scroll of content, it's like an endless supply of dopamine. But the problem is, this feeling becomes your norm. Since Gen Zers are so used to this constant stream of dopamine, when they don't have it, everything feels wrong. This is what creates the addiction. When they don't have it in their day-to-day life, away from their screens, they feel much worse than they normally would, as if they're having a come down.
42% of Gen Zers said they could not stop using social media if they tried. The most common words they associate with platforms like Facebook and Instagram: depressed, angry, and alone.
So obviously, scrolling on your screens makes you feel worse, right? For me, after an hour of doing this, just like laying
That's
down,
true.
I feel empty. I feel sad. So there was one thing that helped me with this. Before it was like blazing hot outside. Right now it's like 100 degrees every day. I would wake up and go on a run in the morning. But I wouldn't just run. I would run and learn at the same time. So how do I do that? Earbuds. So I would go on Audible, I would listen to a book about growing on YouTube or even self-development, but I would do that every single day while I was running, and I still plan on doing it, by the way. It's just so hot. Raycon's newly upgraded everyday earbuds are perfect for this. There's a lot of cars passing by all the time while walking, and their new active noise cancellation feature helps out a lot.
But the nature
These
is
things are
way more
affordable
good.
without compromising quality.
No
Raycon
music.
sold over 3 million of these because they have features like a 32-hour battery life and a quick charge function. So if you forget to charge it, just plug it in or wirelessly charge it for 10 minutes and you're good to go for the next 90 minutes. And of course, you can use them for running because they're sweat resistant. And check out this case. I'm a huge fan of the ocean, and despite not being able to swim, I got these to represent my weird interest of the ocean. If you guys need a nudge to touch grass, this might help you out. Click the link in the description box or go to buyraycon.com/venture to get 15% off your purchase plus free shipping. Trust me, just walk for 10 minutes when you wake up and it will be life-changing. Ignoring consequences. Many influencers on social media are obsessed with getting likes and follows that they act without thinking about the consequences. Some of these actions are ridiculous while others are straight up dangerous. Kick streamer Neon is no stranger to controversy. At just 19, he has built a huge social media following by doing crazy things in public. Although other streamers get in trouble too, Neon is different because he doesn't seem to care about the consequences of his actions. A perfect example of this was in January 2024 when he shared some disturbing news with his viewers. On a live stream titled Clearing the Beat, Neon revealed that he received bad news from his doctor. He had only 3.5 days to live.
I do have approximately 3.5 days to live. The doctor's told me some crazy. I just hope you guys can make me feel better and pray for me.
So, but instead of feeling sorry for Neon, people did the
I'm coming again. Again. Alright.
All right. All right, let's continue the video.
Opposite. His
Yeah,
viewers
mango,
accused him
mango,
of
mango,
repeatedly
mango.
faking illnesses, leaving comments like, "It's so sad that he has to constantly lie about his safety and health." Another one saying, "I've seen this script before." Some even pointed out that Neon faked his death before, saying, "I honestly can't believe him if this was true because he's already faked his death." You'd think getting blasted by dozens of people would make Neon change his ways, but instead of feeling ashamed, he started boasting about what he did.
Damn, man, I faked my death, bro.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Good times. Really, really
Is
good
that
times.
the first thing you did?
Good
that took you
times,
that kind of
really.
I
took
did
you?
it twice. No one knows about this because I deleted it. I said I got in a car crash and died.
But that drama was nothing compared to when he tried to mess with one of the most powerful men in the world. In December 2023, what started as an ordinary live stream quickly turned into a serious situation. Around that time, President Donald Trump was scheduled to attend a UFC match. So Neon told thousands of people on his live stream that he would attend the event, walk up to President Trump, and confront him aggressively.
So here's my plan, chat. You can clip this and foreshadow it in the future. What's gonna happen is I'm gonna walk up. I'm gonna talk about Trump, and then it's gonna be a very good experience. I don't care how the Secret Service is there. I'm gonna talk.
Yo.
Going up to a former president like this is insane, and it's even
Yeah.
more serious when he's surrounded by armed
Yeah.
guards. Neon's comments quickly went viral. A lot of viewers thought he was just bluffing. They mocked him on Twitter, posting comments like, "Bro's not gonna say one thing." However, considering his past behavior, others believe Neon was crazy enough to do what he said. To prove his seriousness, Neon bought tickets to UFC 296.
Bro, it's crazy.
And he live streamed himself heading to the T-Mobile
Like,
Arena in
of
Las
all the
Vegas,
people
where the event
Trump,
was taking
no,
place.
nah,
It looked
nah,
like he
bro.
was really going to do it. Everyone watching the live stream was hooked. However, they were all about to be disappointed because when Neon was a few minutes away from the venue, he heard something that ruined his plans. He was just banned from entering the event. Neon's manager received the news and told him that he wasn't allowed in.
Your name is Trump, specifically by name, and you cannot come in. And somebody else said something weird that has the Secret Service buzzing right now.
Yo.
No.
So how did he get banned? Neon revealed his plans on social media, which led to someone sharing them with UFC's president, Dana White, the man in charge of the event. Dana decided not to take any chances. He told all security guards that Neon was not allowed to come in no matter what. At a press conference after the event, Dana was asked about the issue.
There's a popular streamer online called Neon, and he said he was banned from the arena tonight.
Well, what happened is he said some stupid on Instagram. You are close. When you start saying stupid like that, yeah, you're probably going to get busted up and thrown out of here.
The next day, Neon's manager, Kane, issued a formal apology on social media. Kane wrote, "Out of respect for the whole UFC, Dana White, Red Rock, and the greatest president to ever live, last night my client's actions were
Greatest
unacceptable,
president
and I'd
ever
like to
lived."
formally apologize to anyone that was disrespected. Last night was the final straw, no more disrespectful trolling." Neon is just one example of the new wave of Gen Z influencers who don't care about consequences. In fact, this type of behavior is what keeps him and many others relevant. Two teenagers in Florida got into trouble with the law after participating in a social media trend called the Door Kick Challenge.
Teens actually recording themselves kicking people's doors, and authorities are worried they could be putting themselves in some real danger.
Over 2 weeks, the boys were caught on multiple surveillance videos kicking in the doors of 4 homes at night and early in the morning. The kicks were so hard they made some doors fly open. After the teens were arrested, they told cops they weren't trying to break into people's homes. They were just doing it for, you guessed it, social media. That explanation didn't help their case. The boys were charged with multiple counts of burglary. One man who had his door kicked in spoke to local news about how risky the boys' actions were.
He definitely didn't think about, there's definitely reactions to actions, and he didn't think about what could have happened. It could have just that quickly gone that bad.
But again, all for clicks and views, right? The obsession with social media not only leads to reckless behavior, but also distorts our perception of reality. We're constantly bombarded with photos of people showing off their best lives when in reality it's fake.
Yeah.
The fake and filtered generation. With green screens, filters, and some editing magic, you can pretend to have the dream life that people aspire to have. But what's the cost of blurring the lines of reality and fantasy? In 2019, the beauty industry generated around $532 billion. This shows just how much society cares about physical appearance. Being beautiful can be expensive. Makeup, haircuts, plastic surgery, all of the costs can add up. This is why some people have turned to cheaper, more accessible alternatives to improving their look. Alternatives that can be found inside your phone. Ever since digital photos were popularized in the 90s, editing photos has become the norm, but it's since evolved past fixing lighting and removing pimples. Now you can change your entire face in seconds.
我说我本人和视频长得不一样，我笑了，每人都开到底了。
In a survey by the City University of London, it was found
Damn.
that 90% of young people in the US, UK, and France use filters. Meta, the company behind Instagram and Facebook, have also reported that over 600 million users have used filters. But with so many people relying on filters nowadays, how do we know what's real and what's not?
The latest viral TikTok filter is causing a stir. It has users divided over the way it instantly changes how they look compared to what they see in reality.
Damn, what if I say they were real? You don't know that.
With filters now a form of deception, it's easier than ever to go viral for good looks. But at the end of the day, filters can fail, which is the harsh reality that this influencer had to face. With over 100,000 followers on the Chinese live streaming site Douyu, Your Highness Chow Bailu was a fan favorite streamer. And forgive me because I don't really know how to pronounce her name. She became famous on the site for her sweet voice and looks, with many of her supporters seeing her as not just a streamer, but a goddess.
She became
Fans
clean.
were said to worship her, sending her
She was
thousands of
tough.
dollars.
She was tough.
Her most loyal fan gave her over 100,000 yuan, which is almost $15,000. Although Bailu was praised for her beauty, she never streamed with her face showing, using a GIF to cover it. But fans still idolized her from the few photos that she posted of herself on social media. The truth couldn't hide forever. On July 25th, 2019, the Douyu platform glitched, and the GIF covering Bailu's face disappeared during a live stream. Bailu, who wasn't looking at herself, continued the stream as normal. But slowly, she started realizing that something was wrong. Her viewer and follower counts kept dropping until she had no choice but to find out the root of the problem.
Damn.
And that's when she realized that her real face was being broadcasted to her viewers. The beautiful woman that fans had been obsessing over didn't exist. Bailu filtered herself to the point where she looked like a different person. To make things worse, she also lied about her age, appearing to be in her 20s or early 30s, but she was actually 58 years old. Instead, not only did Bailu filter her pictures, she also made false claims. During her live streams, she would entice viewers to send money by setting donation goals to see her face. She would make comments like, "I can't show my face until I get a certain amount because I'm a good-looking host." Some fans donated over $14,000 worth just to try and get her to remove the GIF. Everything about her was a lie, and fans were not happy. Many of them ended up unfollowing her or requesting refunds for the donations that they gave her. She was even banned off platforms like Weibo after the controversy. But your face isn't the only thing you can change. In fact, editing your body is just as easy and sometimes even harder to detect. Karina Irby is a fitness influencer with over 1.3 million followers on Instagram. She shows off workout routines, lifestyle content, and most notably, body positivity. Her most popular Instagram posts are pictures of her in bikini showing off her cellulite and other so-called flaws. In these posts, she would always encourage her followers to embrace their natural selves and not fall victim to societal beauty standards. She has built her entire online presence around being open, transparent, and honest with her viewers. She's even made a post calling out people who photoshopped themselves, where she did a side-by-side comparison of her photos with and without editing. The caption she wrote, "We create our own beauty standards. Be the change you want to see." But words are just words. In this case, Karina's actions revealed that she may not be who her fans thought she was.
This has to be the biggest amount of hypocrisy I've ever come across in doing these stories. Welcome to the show, Karina Irby.
On May 10th, 2023, John Dorsey, otherwise known by his online handle GoobU2, posted this video exposing Karina for editing her photos. John is a content creator and fitness coach himself, and his content focuses on telling the truth behind popular influencers in the fitness space. John did an analysis of her posts and found something surprising. He spotted multiple editing fails where tables, walls, and other structures near her waist area were bent event, alleging that they were morphed. John also goes on to criticize Karina for being a hypocrite who openly bashes people who edits their photos while she does the same thing. He also calls her out for building a brand on being real yet being fake herself. Like most internet controversies, Karina's Photoshop fails were soon forgotten. But a few months later, on October 1st, 2023, John returned with yet another video on Karina.
A body positive influencer that has been outed for editing her photos on my page again? Karina Irving.
John also revealed that after his first video, Karina's legal team sent him a cease and desist letter, but he had no intention of following it. In this video, he once again showed another case of Karina editing her picture, which was recent.
You edited this photo so much, it warps space and time.
This time, Karina actually responded directly to the allegations. She posted these two stories on her Instagram admitting to her editing fail. She claimed she was trying to remove a slip-up, which is why the windscreen in her photo was warped. She also wrote, "In my defense, this edit doesn't do anything flattering to my body." With so many influencers faking their beauty, what impact does this have on the internet generation? According to research conducted by the Dove Self-Esteem Project, by the age of 13, 80% of girls have downloaded an app or filter to change their physical appearance. The City University of London also reported that out of a group of 175 participants with an average age of 20, 90% of them have admitted to using filters or editing their photos. This shows that influencers like Mailu and Karina actually make an impact. To look more like the stars they see online, Gen Z edits their faces and bodies. Then they compare themselves to the fake version they created, hurting themselves even more.
People like with filters are like people with the unimaginable bodies that are all fake and perfect, and it's like, why can't that be me, you know?
There are millions who look up to influencers
I
thinking that they can
use
trust them, having faith in them can lead to much worse than what we've seen already. Trusting the wrong person.
That was
Since
like
they were young, Gen Z has used Instagram, Snapchat, TikTok,
Yeah,
YouTube
still
to get news
exists.
and understand the world. That's why most of them trust the influencers they follow on these platforms. However, influencers aren't always honest or reliable, and they can mislead their followers in many ways. Unfortunately, many people learn that lesson the hard way thanks to the Save the Kids scandal. Save the Kids was advertised as a cryptocurrency with a noble cause. The creators of the token promised that part of the money made from selling the tokens would be donated to kids' charities, hence the name Save the Kids. It seemed like a win-win situation. Buying the coin could make you money while
that's
also
not do
helping
like a
kids
lot.
in need. Even though the
Sometimes
story
when you're
sounded
looking at the
good, there were
coin,
many
it's
red
hard for
flags
you to
about this
notice
project
that
from the start. First,
that
the
same
creators of
person
the token
in
wanted to stay
real life.
anonymous. They called themselves Manny and H, and said they couldn't reveal their full names for legal
Especially if you
reasons.
never
So that
saw
was
that
the only
person in
shady
real life
thing about this project.
It was really skeezy from the beginning and sketchy because their logo matched the Save the Children logo, which is like an actual charity that, you know, so they basically copied it and said we're saving the kids. Like a knockoff brand.
Of course, after so many stories of crypto scams, Gen Z was skeptical about investing in a new token with anonymous founders. However, all that skepticism disappeared when Save the Kids was endorsed by several social media influencers.
My name's Fraser. My name's Jarvis. I'm Tico. I'm Reister. I'm Decon. And I support Save the Kids Token. Save the Kids Token. Save the Kids Token. Save the Kids Token. Save the Kids Token.
These were an average influencers. Each of them had millions of followers who trusted their advice. Samurai had 27 million followers, Rice Gum had 18 million, and the four members of FaZe Clan had a combined 31 million followers.
And the point is, they're telling their fans, if you're a fan of me, you're going to be a fan of this coin.
Many followers, trusting their idols, decided to buy the coin. Most of these fans being teenagers. The price of the coin started to rise as more and more people bought it. However, it soon became obvious that the project was anything but trustworthy. Shortly after the token launched in June 2021, something strange happened. Within days, the price of the token fell from 2 cents to less than half a cent. And by July, the price dropped to around 0.00138. This sudden drop in the price of a popular token could only mean one thing. It was a pump and dump scheme.
The first day, it pumps, and immediately it dumps all the way to negative 90%.
In a pump and dump
Damn.
scheme, scammers promote a token to make many people buy it, which drives the price of the token up. And they sell or dump all their tokens at a high price, leaving others with worthless tokens. And that's exactly what happened here. YouTuber CopyZilla investigated the scandal and made a video revealing how some influencers purposely took advantage of their followers. According to CopyZilla's report, the influencers who promoted Save the Kids were given tokens before the public could buy them. However, some of the influencers sold these tokens as soon as the price went up. For instance, FaZe Jarvis sold 2/3 of his wallet within days of the launch, while FaZe K sold all his 6.2 million tokens to be left with just 4. And at the same time, these influencers were promoting the token as a solid long-term investment to their followers. CopyZilla also discovered other instances of FaZe K doing similar pump and dump activities with other cryptocurrencies in the past. In summary, Save the Kids was one big scam. The masterminds behind the scam were the two anonymous founders. However, it only succeeded because the influencers convinced their followers to invest. When the truth was revealed, the internet blew up. Social media was full of angry posts from people who'd lost their money. Headlines like "Influencers use dying kids to promote a scam altcoin" reflected how people felt about the situation. After the scandal arose, the Save the Kids website was taken offline. Influencers who promoted the coin quickly deleted all their Twitter posts about it.
It's brave influencers who got their fans into this. They peace out, they delete all their posts. They basically pretend like it never happened.
FaZe Clan quickly distanced itself from the scandal, standing with their members who promoted the project.
You have to
And FaZe K, who was
yourself out of
allegedly
it.
involved in similar situations, was kicked out of the group entirely. Some influencers tried defending themselves, claiming that they weren't aware it was a scam. Others stayed silent, hoping the storm would pass, but the damage was already done.
If you weren't sure that it wasn't going to be a scam, why promote it to your followers?
In the end, these fans felt deceived by the very influencers they looked up to. This was just one of the many ways social media negatively impacts Gen Z. Another is the portrayal of perfect lives. We've already seen this in our earlier chapters, but this time it's driving Gen Z to take drastic measures to change their appearance. Embracing the plastic. Filters in Facetune may be able to change your face on social media, but what happens when you take things offline? For some Gen Z that can't accept who they are, there's only one other option: plastic surgery. Many content creators have gone viral for their beauty and become the faces of platforms like TikTok and Instagram. Widely considered some of the most attractive people on the internet, these types of influencers all have relatively similar features: sharp jawlines, small noses, and full lips. But not everyone can naturally have these features, so some Gen Z have taken it upon themselves to try and create the perfect face. Mia Dio was born on May 14th, 2001 in Miami, Florida. Ever since she was young, she hated how she looked. So in her teens, Mia started undergoing cosmetic procedures. On December 4th, 2022, Mia uploaded a video titled "I Was Ugly Until I Spent Over $30,000 on a New Face." The video went viral and has over 2 million views. In the video, Mia talks about the procedure she underwent to transform her face because she felt like she was ugly and in need of an extreme makeover. She started her first procedures at age 16 using a fake ID. First, she started with lip fillers, but it gradually turned into a total redo of her face. Since then, she's gotten many refills of Botox, jaw surgery, and a whole list of other procedures. In the video, Mia also admits that her low self-esteem contributed to getting these procedures.
So before you judge me, I don't really care because based off of this video, I am obviously my worst judge. You cannot outjudge me more than I judged myself in this life.
But the comments brought up an interesting point. Mia's face after her surgeries looked very similar to other famous models and influencers. Procedures are all characteristics of the basic face that has become the social media standard. And with Mia born in 2001, she's a prime example of Gen Z's fixation with what they see online. And Jolene is another
Wait, so that's the
next level.
I
Jolene
mean,
Dawson is an Australian musician and influencer.
Wait.
Judge me, I don't really care because based off of this video,
This got way interesting. Like
You
what?
cannot outjudge me
Wait.
more than I judge myself in this life.
But the comments brought up an interesting point. Mia's face after her surgeries looked very similar to other famous models and influencers. Procedures are all characteristics of the basic face that has become the social media standard. And with Mia born in 2001, she's a prime example of Gen Z's fixation with what they see online. And Jolene is another influencer who took this addiction to the next level. Jolene Dawson is an Australian musician and influencer who is right on the cusp between Gen Z and millennial. Back in the late 2010s, Jolene became obsessed with the Bratz doll trend. Jolene spent over $150,000 on cosmetic procedures to look like a real-life Bratz doll. She documented her new look on her YouTube channel and Instagram profile. A few years into her new look, Jolene got bored and found a new aesthetic to obsess over. At the time, animal-like looks were trending all over social media. People were comparing their faces to various different animals like foxes, bunnies, and most commonly, cats. I talk about this in more detail in my video, The Disturbing Rise of Brain Rot Content for Kids. You guys should check it out. The cat-like look has always been a thing, usually done in the form of cat eye makeup. But Jolene wasn't satisfied with just using makeup. She wanted her bare face to resemble an actual cat, so she spent £10,000 for procedures to give her a cat-like snout and flare out her nostrils. In an interview with The Mirror, Jolene said that she's never felt more like herself, and she decided to pursue this new look after deciding that her social media accounts needed a revamp with a new look and new content. She also said that social media is her transformation can inspire young people. It's ridiculous to think that she's inspiring these young kids in a good way. And on top of that, Jolene's way of life isn't sustainable. It's expensive. When beauty trends shift, it's stopping Jolene from getting more procedures to fit the new look. With so many influencers on social media boasting about plastic surgery, Gen Z has also found themselves in the surgeon's chair. In the American Society of Plastic Surgeons 2023 report, it showed that plastic surgery procedures are on the rise mainly because of Gen Z, with 25% of Gen Z reporting that social media had a negative impact on their self-image. It's no surprise that so many of them have sought out extreme methods to try and love themselves. But there's another side to Gen Z, the other half of people who don't care about how they look. Now this problem is much worse. Isolation, the loneliness epidemic. In 2019, we were forced into a stay-at-home crisis that kept us isolated for 1 year. For some kids and teens, this was during an important time in their lives. Graduations, proms, college, all of that was stripped away from them. All they had for social interaction were their devices. But what impact did it have on them? Loneliness has become a major problem. 73% of Gen Z reported that they feel alone either sometimes or always. A study from the University of Chicago showed that 45% of Gen Z found it difficult to maintain relationships with their friends during the stay-at-home crisis. Social media offered a low-maintenance way for Gen Z to stay connected. They were able to carefully curate their responses to their friends or develop a persona that they like more than who they are in real life. And even after the crisis ended, Gen Z continued to isolate themselves. With so many Gen Zers becoming lonelier and lonelier, this has caused a spike in hikikomori. This is a Japanese term that describes social recluses who isolate themselves indoors, usually only being accompanied by the internet and their devices. In other words, they're hermits.
While these caged birds perhaps dream of spreading their wings, Yusuke has no desire to join them. Instead, he avoids all contact with the world beyond the tiny room he's barely left in the last decade.
Damn.
He's a hikikomori.
Originally a phenomenon from Japan, the hikikomori lifestyle is now common in North America too, with a subreddit dedicated to it with over 16,000 followers. Hikikomoris use services like food delivery apps and find remote work so they can spend months, if not years, without leaving their houses. What's interesting to me is that this is usually a punishment. People on house arrest hate it, but hikikomoris prefer it. It said that there are an estimated 1.5 billion hikikomori in Japan right now. For North America, the number isn't clear. However, hikikomori videos have started trending on platforms like TikTok. Due to spending all of their time confined to their homes, they have poor social skills. skills. Their only access to the outside world is via the internet, which isn't what the real world looks like. And studies show that spending more time on social media increases the risks of psychological issues like loneliness, especially in teenagers. Isolation poses real dangers. For lonely Gen Z, forming genuine connections is challenging, so they turn to the internet. With AI's rise, almost anything can be generated in minutes. And Gen Z is well aware of that, with 36% of them using generative AI for work within the past year. But many use this technology for personal reasons. In January of 2023, Twitch streamer Atrioc made a grave mistake. He turned on his live stream without double checking what tabs were open. So when he shared a screen with his 300,000 plus audience, they were quick to point out a suspicious website on one of his tabs. The site was a deepfake website offering generated non-consensual AI images of streamers including Pokimane and Cutie Cinderella, who were both Atrioc's friends. On January 30th, Atrioc took to his stream to issue a tearful apology. He's since taken action to try and get websites like this taken down, but this content is almost impossible to eliminate. AI content being so common on social media, Gen Z is getting more desensitized to its impact. Some people even turn to these AI programs longing for a relationship. 75% of Gen Z are single, and more specifically, over 60% of men aged 18 to 30 are single, compared to only 30% of women in the same age range. Of this number, 1 in 5 men also report to not having a single close friend. But as humans, we crave connection, and even if Gen Z men can't get it in the conventional way, they'll still seek it out in other forms like AI.
It's an AI girlfriend. So it
That's a lot.
what you like and what you
Bro,
don't like,
the
what
word
pictures you like,
is
what kind of pictures you don't like.
AI girlfriends
word
become
is-
much more common, especially among the Gen Z age range.
Damn.
Not only are they perfect for people who struggle with dating, but they're also fully customizable. It's essentially the Build-A-Bear for girlfriends, which in this loneliness epidemic sounds like the perfect solution. One of the most popular AI dating apps is Replica.
Damn.
Released in November 2017, Replica is an AI chatbot that lets users
Replica.
form relationships with AI avatars called replicas. Over the years, Replica has rapidly grown in popularity. It's estimated that the app had over 2 million active users in 2023, with 500,000 of them being paying users. Aside from just chatting, Replica also has features like augmented reality, letting users place their replicas into real-world scenes using their cameras.
I'm in a great mood, actually. I'm glad you're here. I miss you too.
Replicas don't just offer personalized conversations. They can engage in intimate chats via text or photos, making users see them more than just chatbots, but romantic partners. On the Replica subreddit, countless users admit they've fallen in love with their replicas. And you might be wondering, how did these people get to this point? The answer lies in Replica's clever marketing strategy. Many Replica ads have popped up all over social media platforms that promote the app as an alternative for real dating. Replica is able to make a profit from capitalizing off of socially isolated Gen Z. And with 79% of Gen Z feeling exhausted,
450, bro.
like Replica become
We close.
more attractive.
50
Get all the
more.
benefits of talking to a romantic
50
partner without
more
needing to put in as
minutes
much effort. And if you're interested to know more about
to
this
go.
epidemic, I also created a video
Yeah.
on the depressing rise of AI girlfriends.
I'm impressed.
Although social media contributed to the Gen Z loneliness.
It's been a long day, bro,
epidemic,
ever
it's
since the
also taught
morning.
people to do terrible things in real life.
Almost
Built for bad
5.
behavior. There's a formula for going viral on social media.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna close it
Doing
to
something outrageous that people
5.
can't help but watch.
Bro.
Trends come and go every day. One of the easiest
5
ways
hours.
to gain
How
views
many
is
hours
hopping
is
on a trend
500
at the
minutes?
right time. But some trends can be terrible.
What's good,
Users who address the
MKK?
victims of global tragedy and inappropriately
Nah,
celebrate
bro,
on
that
In
ain't gonna
2020,
work,
there was a
bro. It's
TikTok
not gonna
trend
work,
going around
bro.
creators would dress up as victims
I'm
of major
aware.
historical
I still know, I still
People would wear
know.
makeup to replicate what
So,
people looked like during those times. But insensitive
it's not
trends
working,
are
bro.
far
It's
from
not
rare
working.
when it comes to social media.
Hey,
especially
one question,
back in
bro.
2021, there was a
One
trend.
question. How many hours does 500 minutes have? Let's see. 400 is like 640, and another 100, 7. That's like 740,
um 8:20. Yeah, 8:20. Yeah, that's like 8 hours and 20 minutes. Whoa, that's a lot. 8 hours and 20 minutes. Wow. Okay. He's behind you. Look, 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 look. He's behind you, behind you. Look, look, look. One man.
How devious.
He's behind you, bro. Run, 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 run. Run for your life, run. All right, all right. So let's finish. Let's finish.
Students would attempt
Let's
to
finish.
steal items from their school.
What's
or
good,
attend their
bro?
school property. The point of the
GB,
trend
bro.
was to commit a
Welcome in the
devious
chat,
like this
also,
is just
bro.
an act of theft.
How was the
trend
day? How was
one
the
of
day,
most
man?
popular ones of the year.
Happy,
Soon got
happy
out of
Kids Day,
hand
happy
with
Kids
students
Day,
trying to
also.
steal things like toilets or
Happy
sinks from
Friday,
their
happy
school
Friday,
bathrooms.
also.
TikTok is a daredevil. We've had the schoolers that go
All
to
right.
bathrooms and go on TikTok and then, oh, we're going to do this. They will tear down bathrooms and things like that. Our brains are dying.
Since these teens are so used to imitating the behavior that they see on apps like TikTok, they become blind to the consequences. The Borg trend, which I'm going to briefly talk about because of YouTube's policies, was a trend which involved filling large water containers with mixed drinks. This became popular on TikTok, and in March of 2023, 46 students were allegedly rushed to the hospital due to excessive intake. So how do we steer Gen Z or ourselves in the right direction? Despite all the negatives, social media is a powerful tool for Gen Z. I'm talking to you.
Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you, bro.
Social
Appreciate,
media
bro.
itself isn't bad.
Thank you, thank you,
I
thank you,
admit
bro.
I get caught up doom scrolling, seeing what my old classmates are up to.
That's
or
good, that's
refreshing
good,
X
that's
to
good,
see
bro.
the latest news. But there are ways to consume content in a healthier
That's good. I like saying that, bro.
Sponsored by them, but I use them.
We thank God, we thank God.
Help me consume content.
So energies for the days, energies for the day.
Instagram. It's helped me out a lot, and I hope it will help you
Wow.
out too. My friends, if you stop scrolling endlessly, you'd be surprised at what you can achieve. Visual Venture.
Yeah.
Hello, friends. Make sure you guys click subscribe here, and then watch.
Yeah, bro. I watched only those videos for like almost the whole day. It kicked you out? Ah. Really? What? Don't worry. Whenever it comes again, do like this. Punch him in the eyes. Do you know how to fight Chinese? Do like this. You know, like punch him in the eyes. Even if you don't know how to fight, bro. Yo. Alright. Okay. Okay. This one says, okay. Okay. Kids toys. This was how a blind kid become an FBI wanted hacker. Like how? Like blind and become like wanted hacker. I wanna see it. I wanna see it. I wanna see it. I wanna see it. Okay, so bro, do you guys wanna play like a quick game? Do you wanna play like a quick game? Let me know. Let me know in the chat. Oh, Megan. Oh, now I get it. Megan, double M. Classmate. Oh, okay. Classmate. Okay, son, classmate. Oh. Oh, that's where the key came from. Now I get it. Kaysen, Klashmere, Immersion. Oh, now I get it. Now I get it. That's fire, bro. That's fire. Double M, double key, and your daughter name also. That's cool. That's cool. To be honest, at the first time, I didn't know it was you. I didn't know, bro. I didn't know. I thought it was someone. It was someone new, someone else. Yeah. But the pranker was reminding me of you. Like you used to do this, but I wasn't sure. And until you said it in the chat, bro, I was surprised. I was surprised, bro.
The FBI usually goes after the
Okay. Oh, whoa! Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay. Okay, okay, okay. Okay, bro. No problem. And also, let me know if you guys want to play the game. No much time left. Gonna go, so that's like, let's see. For around 40 minutes, 40 minutes. 40, 42.
world's most dangerous criminals. But in 2006, they had an unusual target on their radar, a 16-year-old kid. However, this wasn't just any teenager. He was one of the best hackers in the country. But here's the crazy part. This brilliant hacker was blind. So how does someone who can see rise to the top of the hacking world and end up wanted by the FBI? This is the story of how a blind kid became an FBI wanted hacker. I'm Visual Venture, and you are awesome. A dark past.
Like if it was someone that was telling me this, I was
his childhood. He hated it.
I would have said
blind because
it's
of
a big
condition
lie.
called optic nerve
It's
atrophy. This
impossible.
happens when the optic nerve, which connects the eyes to the brain, gets damaged and can't send signals properly. Unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be a cure for this condition. For Matthew, this meant his eyes didn't function properly and likely never would. But as tough as that was, his blindness wasn't the only thing that made life hard. When Matthew was just
welcome
5,
back in the
his
chat,
father
bro.
abandoned the family. His
Yeah.
mom was left to hold everything together, struggling to pay the bills with her job as a nurse. For Matthew, every day was a reminder of how unfair life was. But somehow, things got even worse as he got older. Matthew grew up in a tough neighborhood in East Boston, surrounded by...
Do you want to play a game? Do you guys want to play a game? Let's say it's kind of going like we could guess. Yeah, we could do like guess. We could do like guess. Yeah, we could go like categories. Yeah, like one of the other days we could go like categories or remember the emoji story. So which one? Let me know if you guys are interested. Yeah, we could do like a little bit game at this short period. Yeah, let me know. It's on you. It's on you.
Kids who constantly picked on him. It didn't help that he walked around with a cane and his eyes always rolled around uncontrollably. Kids always teased Matthew, but they had no idea that their mean jokes would eventually push Matthew into a life of crime. The bullying lit a fire in Matthew. He made up his mind to do two things. First, he wanted to live like his blindness didn't hold him back, to prove to himself and everyone else that he could do anything people with sight could. Second, he wanted to become so powerful that
that's
no
a
one
lot,
would ever
bro.
dare to bully him again. It wasn't long
Oh,
before
okay.
Matthew got the chance to tackle his first goal, living as though his blindness didn't matter. Although he couldn't see clearly,
Matthew
bro. Realized he could sense
all the best,
bro. And he exploited the ability for all it was worth. When he was 8, he learned how to ride a bike using the
I would love
shadows for guidance. Then he could...
All right. Yeah, let's go. I'm ready. Let me take my... I'm ready.
I'm ready. Yeah, let's go. Let's go.
Convinced his stepdad to let him drive a car around an empty parking lot. He even started cooking his own meals by feeling his way around the kitchen. Matthew said those things made him feel alive.
So, who is gonna go first? Are you gonna go first or? Yeah, I think go first. Go first. Yeah, go first. After you. After you.
Better because he was doing something that people who see can do. Then Matthew shifted his focus to a second goal, to become so powerful that he would never be bullied again. But chasing that dream would lead him down a dark path and put him on the FBI's radar. Matthew had a superpower, and this isn't a figure of speech. Although Matthew couldn't see, he could hear much better than the average person. If someone nearby was talking on the phone, Matthew could hear both sides of the conversation, like the phone was in his own hands. He could also remember any sound he heard and replicate it perfectly. This meant he could mimic voices so well that he could sound like an adult or even a female. By the age of 10, Matthew was pushing himself to see what he could do with his skills. He started by mimicking characters he heard on Cartoon Network and became obsessed with voices, music, and sounds of all sorts. Soon he figured out that using the telephone was
it's on you. It's
This was around the year 2000 when most homes still used landline phones like these. As Matthew experimented with his home phone, he realized he could memorize phone numbers by the sounds of the buttons. Each number made a unique sound, and he memorized all of them. He dialed random numbers just to see who would pick up and how they would react. By the time he was 11, Matthew's ability to hear things far away, remember sounds, and mimic voices reached a
Cops. Jamaica. Yo, bro. Wow. Bro, this is wait. Cops. Okay, cops. Cops Jamaica. What do you think? Do you think I get it? Cops Jamaica. To be honest, I don't know, bro. I don't know, but yeah, I think I'll try. I think I'll try. Let me start. Police car. Yeah, I think. No, I didn't give. No. Okay, no problem. Yeah, no problem, bro. Thank you, bro. All the best, man. God bless you. You're the best, bro. You're the best. Yeah. No, I'm not giving up. Bro. Okay. You have the car. Let's see what the car cops Jamaica, right? I think that's it. Car cops Jamaica, isn't it? Isn't it? Yeah. Bro. Okay, let me think. You have a cop car. A cops. And a Jamaica flag. The Jamaica crime.
What do you think? I think that sound good. The Jamaica crime. The call cops crime in Jamaica. Right? Okay. Okay. The call police. Let's go! Yes! Yes! Okay, so what's the next one? Okay, before you give me the next one, I have one for you. I have one for you, bro. I have one for you. Can you guess this? Can you guess this for me, please? I know it seems like a little bit crappy. Yeah, but what do you think? Can you guess? Yeah, can you guess? Yeah. So after you finish the, we go to the next one. Nah, bro. No. No. You have to mention both of them in one. Yeah. Wait, let me make it a little bit more easier for you. Yeah, a little bit, yeah. You have to mention those two. See, wait. Let me go a little bit more forward. You have to mention, wait, this and this. This and this together. This and this. What do you think when you look at them? You have to mention those two in once. First, this and this. But if you want, you could mention this first, then this. Just kidding. Yeah, but you have to go with this, then this. So what do you think? What do you think? Yeah, that's a selfie mode. It's not showing that good. You have to put it like at the front. At the selfie. You give up? Bro, check. This is something like thinking about something. Something like something I was eating earlier. You are thinking about something sweet. Whenever you're thinking about, let's make it easy. Whenever you're thinking about breakfast, those type of stuff. What do you think? What would you think it could be whenever you're thinking about breakfast? See, look. What would you think it could be? When you're looking at them, what do you see? Whenever you're thinking about breakfast. You got it, bro. You got it, bro. Giddy. Wow. Wheezy. Vamos toucher. Got you.
Voices reached extraordinary levels. He knew the skill could give him the power he craved, and he was waiting for the perfect opportunity to use it. Then, in 2001, he got his chance. Around this time, Matthew was 11. He was, quote, a blind, little tubby, bald kid in a broke family. And because of that, he spent most of his time alone in his room. One day, a classmate, sorry for Matthew, handed him a phone number. He told Matthew to call that number whenever he got lonely. It was a number for a telephone party line called Studio 55. Most people today don't know what a party line is, but back in the late 90s and early 2000s, party lines were insanely popular.
Rich people, like thousands of others throughout the country, have joined the party. The party line. It's one of the easiest and most enjoyable ways to meet new people.
Party lines were like phone versions of internet chat rooms. A bunch of people would call in and talk at the same time, like a conference call.
Just pick up the phone and call 1-809-544-TAP. There's a party waiting for you. It's the Party Line. Talk with a new group of friends. 24 hours.
This paper make me remember when I was go mute. I would just be like this.
Disappeared. There were so many voices. Some were talking to each other. Others piped in only occasionally, listening in as they watched TV or played video games.
You stay on these party lines for hours, and like people would come and go, and it would be sort of like a chat room.
To most people, it would have been a chaotic mess of overlapping sounds. But Matthew could hear each voice and every detail, no matter how faint. This was the perfect place to deploy his superpower. Whenever he was on the phone, Matthew wasn't a shy blind kid from East Boston. He became someone completely different, outspoken, quick-witted, and even a little mean. Matthew spent hours on the party lines, chatting, switching between voices, and just having fun. But what he loved most was flirting with the girls on the line. In real life, talking to girls was hard for him, but on the phone, he had all the confidence in the world. Then, one bad encounter with a girl on the party line ruined everything. That girl made Matthew so mad that he committed his first crime, marking the start of his criminal journey. The question is, what happened to make him snap? A villain is born. The trouble started when Matthew was just 14, but then he spent 3 years and thousands of hours on the party lines, and his ego was massive. He thought he could say anything on there. During one call, Matthew got into an argument with an 18-year-old girl named Danielle. Here's how it started. Matthew liked Danielle and wanted to flirt with her, but Danielle wasn't interested, not even a little bit. She shut him down right away. Danielle's rejection hit Matthew hard. First, he felt embarrassed, and then it turned into anger and eventually rage. He took it personally, seeing Danielle as one of the mean kids who bullied him when he was younger. He decided she needed to pay, and he already had a plan. Matthew's first step was to find Danielle's home phone number. Once he had it, he learned a skill called caller ID spoofing. Spoofing is a way to make a phone call look like it's coming from a different phone number. In this case, Matthew used spoofing so that when he called someone, it would show Danielle's number on the caller ID screen of the person he phoned, as if the call was coming from Danielle's phone when it was actually coming from his. Technically, spoofing is illegal, but it was nothing compared to what Matthew was going to do next. With everything set, Matthew called 911 and rigged the caller ID so it looked like the call was coming from Danielle's house. When the operator answered, Matthew disguised his voice. He tried to sound like an unstable, angry old man. Matthew said his name was John DeFano. He claimed he was inside Danielle's house, holding her and her father hostage. He went on to make multiple threats and ended by challenging the police. He screamed, "I'm not talking anymore. You have the address. If I don't have help here now in the next 5 minutes, I swear I will blank these people." Then he hung up. SWAT officers stormed Danielle's house, preparing for the worst. Inside, Danielle and her dad were just going about their day, completely unaware of what was coming. Suddenly, the SWAT team burst in, weapons drawn, shouting commands as they searched for a supposed threat. The whole scene was pure chaos. Luckily, no one got hurt, but it was a traumatic experience for the family. What Matthew did was called swatting. Swatting is a cruel prank where someone tricks the police into sending a SWAT team to an innocent person's home, and it's as dangerous as as it sounds. In Tennessee, a man lost his life because of a swatting incident gone horribly wrong. Of course, swatting is a serious crime, and many people have been sent to prison for doing it. In one case, a man got 20 years behind bars. Back at Danielle's house, she and her dad were still in shock. Meanwhile, blind Matthew was in his room feeling unstoppable. He saw swatting as a way to get revenge on anyone who crossed him. All it took was one call to 911 and a little voice acting, and he could cause chaos without ever leaving his room. Unfortunately, Danielle wasn't the only name on Matthew's hit list. He was just getting started. Matthew spent hours each day on party lines, trash talking and picking fights. When someone on the line would challenge him or piss him off, he would respond by faking a 911 call and sending an armed SWAT team to their door. Matthew swatted his enemies as many as 60 different times. The more time he spent on party lines, the more extreme he became. Before Matthew turned 15, he discovered a new skill to help him cause more chaos. It was called freaking.
Phone freaking was learning how to use the technology, how to penetrate and utilize and expand the technology in ways that weren't generally available to the general public.
Freaks are hackers, except they don't hack computers, they hack telephones. Freaking started as a way to save money on calls.
Freaks use technical expertise and guile to make free phone
Yo.
calls.
But eventually, these phone hackers, or freaks, started doing much more damage. They would reroute numbers so calls go to the wrong place, eavesdrop on private calls, and even shut down someone's phone service completely.
Freaks are criminals, fraudsters,
Fraudsters are
They're
criminals.
engaged in a war against the general internet.
Fraudsters. Freaks are criminal. I'm coming, let me quickly go to the toilet. I'm peeing too much, bro. It's the water. But water is good. It's also good. Water is also good. All right. Hold on. Yeah, bro. Let's go.
To put it simply, freaks can cause a surprising amount of harm with a phone. One freak went as far as hacking the voicemail of the Department of Homeland Security. Of course, freaking is illegal and considered a cybercrime. But Matthew didn't care. Freaking made him more powerful, so he decided to become a master at it. As part of his training, Matthew studied the telephone system obsessively. Every tone, click, and beep became second nature to him. Soon, if he heard someone dialing a number, he could memorize the digits purely by tone. But he didn't stop there. Matthew pushed his skills even further by mastering social engineering. Social engineering is basically manipulating people into giving away private information like passwords and access codes. It's like being a con artist but over the phone.
But hackers can be very socially smart. They can call up a company and convince the company to give them details they normally wouldn't do.
Matthew would call companies like AT&T and Verizon pretending to be an employee and trick them into giving up sensitive information. If he heard a supervisor's voice once, he could imitate it flawlessly to trick other employees into doing what he wanted. As Matthew got better at freaking, he found more creative ways to break the law. He would wiretap Sprint customers to listen in on credit card transactions. Once he obtained the numbers, he would buy things using the victim's credit card. When he didn't have access to a real card, he could somehow bill purchases to bogus credit cards, snagging everything from free phone service to Dunkin' Donuts gift cards. He even hacked and called the cell phones of Lindsay Lohan and Eminem. This guy was a hacking genius. As Matthew's skills grew sharper, his patience wore thinner. The smallest hint of disrespect could set him off in an instant. People on the party lines quickly learned to tread carefully around him. One person even said that he was feared by grown men and women because he was ruthless. Another described him as crazy enough to do anything. By 2005, Matthew achieved his goal. He was considered one of the best phone hackers among phone party line groups. And as a twisted reward for his efforts, he was invited to join a notorious gang of phone hackers known as the Wrecking Crew. Together, they would take his talents and his destruction to the next level. The Wrecking Crew. Alright, so we know how destructive Matthew was with a phone. But what's even scarier is what hackers can do with a computer. Every time we go online, we leave digital footprints, traces of our personal information. And in today's world, this can be especially dangerous, which is why Proton exists. Proton is an encrypted software platform built around one goal: protecting your privacy. They offer tools like Proton Mail, which gives you a secure email address that's protected with end-to-end encryption. No one else, not even Proton, can read your emails. Proton is also open source, which shows absolute transparency. So I get a ton of spam emails every day just like you. Well, Proton has this thing called Hide My Email, where you can create aliases when you sign up for new websites to hide your real email address. And if you're like, man, switching email providers would be a headache, well, Proton allows you to migrate your existing email with just a couple of clicks using their easy switch tool. Lastly, I know a lot of people who swear by Proton because these guys are still the most secure email platform to date. To sign up, go to proton.me/visualventure or click my link below to get up to 40% off Proton Mail. Thank you a ton, Proton, for sponsoring this video. The Wrecking Crew was Matthew's new gang and was involved in dozens of illegal activities.
They break into the system by manipulating free phone numbers. They squat in people's voicemail boxes. Using computers, they conjure up fake account numbers and credit card numbers, or acquire the numbers using dubious methods.
But for Matthew Wakeman, joining this gang of phone hackers was like finding a family. He wasn't just a kid alone in his room anymore. He was part of a team that admired his skills and gave him a taste of real power. At the center of it all was Stuart Rosoff, Matthew's mentor in crime. Stuart was a ruthless middle-aged man who already spent 3 years in prison. Stuart didn't care about silly pranks. He did things that could ruin lives. For instance, Stuart called 911 on a woman who annoyed him. He told the dispatcher she was hurting her kids. That was all it took. Within minutes, the police were at her door ready to take her children away. But Stuart didn't stop there. When Child Protective Services started investigating the woman, Stuart called her to gloat, bragging that he could destroy her life anytime he wanted to. Stuart taught Matthew that true power came from being heartless. And Matthew, who was just 15 years old, believed him. Matthew adopted the nickname Lil Hacker, and with his incredible hearing and knack for impersonation, he quickly became the most skilled member of the Wrecking Crew. But while Matthew was making a name for himself, someone else was watching him closely. On the party lines, a 37-year-old man named Jeff Daniels wanted to get close to Matthew. Jeff Daniels was arrested for hacking as a teenager, but he turned his life around. He saw Matthew as a younger version of himself, and he didn't want Matthew to make the same mistakes he did. Daniels made it his mission to pull Matthew out of the hacking gang before it was too late. But Matthew wasn't having it. He didn't like Jeff Daniels giving him advice or sticking his nose where it didn't belong. The two clashed, and when Daniel didn't back off, Matthew decided to scare him off. Matthew tracked down where Daniels lived. Then he found the phone number of Daniel's landlord. With a single phone call, Matthew tried to ruin Daniel's life. Matthew called the landlord and told him that Daniels was a pervert and a murderer, trying to get him evicted. But when the landlord told Daniels about the shocking claims, Daniel instantly knew who was behind it, Matthew. But instead of retaliating in anger, Daniels did something that finally got through to Matthew. Daniels tracked down the teenager's detailed personal information, including his social security number. It was a warning, a way of saying, I'm smarter than you. I can beat you at your own game. And it worked. Matthew was impressed by Daniel's skills. For the first time ever, Matthew started to listen. The two began talking for hours on the phone at night. One night, something broke inside Matthew. He opened up about his miserable and impoverished life, crying as he told Daniels how much he longed to see the world with his own eyes. Daniel encouraged him to leave his life of crime behind because breaking the law wasn't going to make things better. Matthew took his advice to heart. He changed his party line nickname from Lil Hacker to Silence, a symbol of his attempt to turn things around. He even met a girl named Chastity on a party line, and they began a long-distance relationship. For the first time in a long time, it seemed like Matthew was on the right path. But the pull of his old life was too strong. He missed the power he once had and the way people feared him because of his ruthlessness. Most importantly, he loved being part of the Wrecking Crew gang. Matthew was torn between two lives. Then, one incident on the party line unraveled all the progress Matthew made. At just 16, Matthew got into an argument with a 28-year-old girl named Stephanie Prue. He lashed out and told her, "You're annoying. I might come after you." But instead of begging for mercy, Stephanie brushed him off like he was nothing, daring him to take action. Her defiance set something off in Matthew. He wanted to prove to Stephanie and everyone else that he wasn't someone to mess with. The wrong target. After arguing with Matthew on the party line, Stephanie Prue went back to her normal life, but she never forgot his threat to come after her.
Yeah,
It
that's
took
right.
weeks and nothing happened. Eventually, Stephanie started to think.
Welcome to the chat. Happy Kids Day. Also, we are almost. Oh, we closed there.
Matthew wasn't bluffing.
12 more minutes to
For his
go.
plan to work, it needed to be a surprise. Eventually, Matthew
12 more
but
minutes.
Instead of targeting Stephanie, he went after her 60-year-old father. It was 1 a.m. on June 12, 2006. Matthew sat in his bedroom and called 911. Using caller ID spoofing, he made it look like the call was coming from a house in Alvarado, Texas.
Yeah.
When the operator answered, Matthew changed his voice to sound like an angry old man. He identified himself as Jim Prue, Stephanie's dad, and said he was high on substances. Then came the real bombshell. He claimed he was armed and was holding someone hostage in his trailer.
Almost
he demanded $50,000 so he could flee to Mexico. But he also warned that if any cops got in his way, he would retaliate. Then Matthew ended the call, leaving the operator no choice but to send a SWAT team once again to the scene. With one call, he turned Stephanie's father into a marked man. At that very moment, Jim Prue was at home in his trailer, completely unaware of the storm heading his way. Stepping outside to grab something, he spotted shadows moving toward him. Before he could react, he was surrounded by SWAT officers with weapons aimed at him. The officers threw Prue on the ground, snapped handcuffs on him, and put him in the back of a squad car. One wrong move, and the situation could have ended in tragedy. Once the SWAT team searched the trailer, they found no hostages, no weapons, and no danger. When Stephanie heard what happened to her dad, she knew Matthew was behind it. She figured this swatting incident was the end of Matthew's revenge, but it wasn't. It was only the beginning. Matthew wasn't the only hacker who disliked Stephanie. Other figures on the phone lines couldn't stand her either. After Matthew's stunt, the group rallied against Stephanie. They harassed her relentlessly, prank calling, sending pizzas she didn't order, and cutting her phone lines. They even offered a $300 prize to whoever could pull another swatting against Stephanie or her family. Months later, the police received a 911 call from Stephanie's apartment begging them to come save her. But when they arrived, they realized there was no emergency. It was just another prank. That's when Stephanie told the officers about the party line, the harassment, and the power the freakers had to manipulate calls. She painted the freakers as a network of dangerous criminals using phones as weapons to cause chaos. The local police knew they were in over their heads. They couldn't stop this alone, so the Fort Worth police called the Dallas branch of the FBI for help. These phone hackers were about to go head-to-head with the FBI. A visit from the FBI. The FBI assigned one of their best, Special Agent Alan Lynn, to figure out what was going on. He was one of the most experienced in the FBI Dallas cyber squad.
This is a
He
lot.
spent the last 10 years taking down hackers and freakers who thought they were untouchable. But going after the wrecking crew would be so much easier because he had help. Stephanie Prue was still mad that Matthew and his friends called 911 on her dad. She was itching for revenge. So when the FBI contacted Stephanie, she didn't hold back. She told them about the wrecking crew, named the people involved, and explained how they hacked phones and broke the law. Thanks to Stephanie's information, the FBI quickly closed in on the wrecking crew. But one name stood out above all the rest. The blind kid, Matthew Wakeman. In December 2006, Matthew walked into his house and froze. He heard a different voice in the house. Sitting there with his mom was FBI Special Agent Alan Lynn. The FBI agent laid out everything he knew about Matthew's crimes, stealing credit cards, impersonating police officers, and making 911 calls that sent SWAT teams to people's homes. These were serious crimes. Swatting alone could land Matthew in jail for 5 to 20 years. Agent Lynn made it clear that the FBI was shutting down the wrecking crew and throwing them all in jail. But they had an offer for Matthew. Since Matthew was a minor, the FBI would cut him a deal. If he cooperated with law enforcement during their investigation, he could avoid jail time. Matthew's mom begged him to take the deal. She couldn't imagine her blind, shy son locked up behind bars. Matthew agreed to cooperate. He confessed his role in the phone assaults and promised to stop breaking the law. But promises are easy to make and hard to keep. Without the thrill of hacking phones and breaking the law, Matthew felt like a nobody, just a blind kid that no one respected. Matthew obviously didn't want to be a nobody. Within days of agreeing to cooperate, he was back on the party line committing his crimes again. As the FBI started arresting other members of the wrecking crew, everyone realized the game was over. This was a good time to get off the party line to lay low. But while most people were backing off, Matthew was still doubling down on his illegal activities. He couldn't go 3 days without attempting a hack of some sort. Around that time, recordings and details of Matthew's fake 911 calls leaked and spread online. Suddenly, thousands of people heard how perfectly Matthew could impersonate anyone and manipulate people over the phone. His reputation exploded overnight. In the hacking world, he was a legend. Matthew loved his newfound fame, and he decided once and for all that he was never giving up this life no matter the cost. Matthew wanted to keep breaking the law, but he didn't want to go to jail. So he started a campaign of intimidation, warning his victims that any cooperation with investigators would warrant new attacks. And he meant it. When he found out a woman in Virginia talked to the FBI about him, he went after her mother, trying to make her look like a criminal. He warned another person that if she gave his name to investigators, he would put her husband out of business. But no matter how hard he tried to scare people, it wasn't enough to save the wrecking crew. In 2007, the members of the crew pleaded guilty to swatting and other hacking-related crimes. One of them told the judge, "I'm kind of like a nobody in real life. I was actually somebody on the phone, somebody important." Matthew watched as his friends were sent to jail for about 5 years each. He was the only one that the FBI let off the hook because he was a minor. All he had to do was walk away before April 20th, 2008, which was the day he would turn 18. After that, any crime he committed would get him tried as an adult. But as his 18th birthday approached, Matthew still couldn't let go. And what he was about to do was something that would give him no way out. The last straw.
Whoa.
Matthew Wakeman turned 18 in April 2008. Now, the stakes were even higher than ever. One slip and he'd face adult charges. But thanks to his campaign of intimidation, everyone knew the rules. Mention his name to the FBI and you'll become his next target. Matthew's scare tactics worked on almost everyone. But one man refused to back down. His name was Billy Smith. Billy Smith was a fraud investigator with Verizon. A big part of his job was finding and shutting down suspicious phone activity. Billy Smith already helped the FBI take down the wrecking crew by testifying for the government and providing them with records and documents. So Matthew already had a bone to pick with Billy, but their beef was about to get personal. One day, Matthew picked up his phone and realized one of the phony accounts he was using to make calls was disconnected. After posing as a Verizon employee to get his phone turned back on, Matthew discovered that it was Billy Smith who disconnected his account. Matthew was furious. It was infuriating enough that Smith was working against him by aiding the FBI. Now he was messing with Matthew's phone. To retaliate, Matthew placed a number of harassing calls to Billy's house. He thought that it would scare him off, but Billy Smith wasn't the kind of person to back down. Not long after, Matthew woke up to realize his phone was blocked from calling certain numbers, making it impossible for him to run his scams. He instantly knew Billy Smith was behind it. It was more than Matthew could handle. His girlfriend, his community, his whole life, it all required unfeathered access to a phone. This meant war. First, he went after Billy's source of income. In April and May 2008, Matthew and his friends conspired to retaliate against Billy Smith by making telephone calls to Verizon and providing false information in an attempt to get him fired. Unfortunately, it didn't work. Billy kept his job and continued disrupting Matthew's illegal activities. So Matthew tried a different approach. He hacked Billy's phone and listened in on his conversations, looking for dirt he could use against him. But he got nothing. Matthew was running out of options. Frustrated and desperate, Matthew decided to do something he had never done before. He would go to Billy Smith's home personally and threaten him to back off. On May 18th, 2008, Matthew convinced his older brother and a friend to drive him to Billy Smith's home in New Hampshire. Since Matthew was blind, he obviously couldn't go alone. After about 1 hour of driving, they arrived at Billy Smith's home. As the car pulled up, Billy was outside on his lawn. Matthew walked up to Billy and introduced himself. This was the first time they were meeting face to face. Matthew told Smith he wasn't there to threaten or hurt him. He just wanted to persuade him to call off the investigation. A look of concern flashed across Smith's face. Then he told Matthew to wait while he went inside. As Billy Smith ran into the house, Matthew and his friends immediately realized what was happening. Smith was going in to call the police. Minutes later, police arrived at the scene. Matthew didn't try to run. He just stood there calm but defiant. In his mind, he was the victim. He told officers that Billy Smith had a vendetta against him, trying to paint himself like an innocent kid who had done nothing wrong. The police didn't buy it. They sent Matthew and his friends back to Boston, but his troubles were far from over. Billy Smith reported what happened to the FBI. Matthew was now officially wanted by the FBI. 2 weeks later, the FBI raided Matthew's home and arrested him. This time, there was no leniency. Matthew turned 18 just a month earlier, and now he was facing adult charges. In January 2009, Matthew pleaded guilty to 2 felony counts of conspiracy to commit fraud and intimidate a federal witness. A few months later, he was sentenced to 11 years and 3 months in federal prison. At just 19 years old, Matthew was heading to federal prison, serving one of the longest sentences ever handed down for phone phreaking. But going to prison was the wake-up call Matthew needed. Locked in a small cell with nothing but time, he started to rethink his choices and realized how foolish he acted. But instead of drowning in regret, he began to plan a different future. Matthew decided that when he got out, he would help people with disabilities. He said he wants to embrace his handicap and help others embrace theirs, to teach them to operate in the real world so maybe they won't have to create their own. After a decade behind bars, Matthew Wakeman was released from prison on October 20th, 2018. There isn't much information online about what he's up to today, but let's hope he followed through on his decision to help others. Matthew Wakeman's story is a powerful reminder of how loneliness can lead someone down the wrong path. Born blind, he faced struggles most of us will never understand, but he also allowed himself to be a victim of his struggles. Whatever challenges you're facing, remember this: you have the power to turn them into something that helps, not something that hurts. And my hope is that you will choose to make the world a better place. Time. Visual Venture. If you guys like this video, check out my video on how a voice.
I can't believe it, Chad. I can't believe it. This is unbelievable. I can't believe it, man. Unbelievable. Wait. Let me on my mic. Yeah, let me on the mic. Unbelievable, man. All right. Before we go, let me check. Let me check the sound. Can't believe this, bro. I can't believe this. Let me see. I can't believe this. Are the mic good? Are the mic good? Yeah, it's good. All right, Chet. Just want to say I love you all. Thanks for coming into the chat. You guys are the best. Thank you guys for today. It means a lot to me. I can't believe I just did this. It means a lot to me. Yeah. So see you until the next day. I want at this point I won't say I'm gonna go, but I'm not gonna be here also. Yeah, I'm not gonna leave him, but I ain't gonna be here also. So all the best. I love you all. You guys are the best. I can't believe I did this, bro. See you guys on the next one. Yeah, see you guys on the next one. It means a lot for me today. Yeah. So peace out. Love you all, man.